Good morning, everyone, and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Rain Augustine. Thank you all so much for joining us on this Monday, December 19th. On the left-hand side of your screen, here's a look at the stories that we plan on covering during our 7 a.m. hour. First and foremost, the January 6th committee meets for the final time today on Capitol Hill. The panel is expected to recommend criminal charges against Donald Trump. We're also closely following a highly impactful winter storm, which is likely to head towards the northeastern portion of the United States throughout the end of this week. So those living or traveling to and from the eastern portion of the country will need to pay very close attention to the forecast, as it is likely to have severe impacts within the coming days. So we are also in touch with our colleagues over at Fox Weather, bringing you all the latest forecast. Also, El Paso, Texas has declared a state of emergency over the influx of migrants. Title 42, the COVID-19 era migrant policy, is set to expire on Wednesday. So the Department of Homeland Security estimating 9,000 to 15,000 migrant crossings could happen each day once the policy ends. But let's begin the 7 o'clock hour with the latest news from Washington, D.C. The White House again insisting the end of Title 42 does not mean that the border is open. Here's more from Lucas Tomlinson.
The White House insists President Biden has, quote, done the work on the southern border despite encounters with over 2 million migrants in just the past year. Last night, a federal appeals court here in Washington ruled that Title 42 will not be extended. It expires on Wednesday. The White House reacting to the court's ruling in a statement, quote, to be clear, the lifting of the Title 42 public health order does not mean the border is open. We have a robust effort underway to manage the border in a safe, orderly, and humane way when Title 42 lifts as required by court order. Instead of playing political games, Republican officials should provide the funding the president requested for border security and management. Many Democrats acknowledge the immigration system is not working. Congressman Henry Cuellar, whose district covers a large swath of Texas's border with Mexico, contradicted the White House and called the border open, not closed. Senator Tim Kaine spoke about the challenge of Title 42 ending on Wednesday, which had nominally prevented many migrants from entering the United States.
I think the ending of Title 42 puts a burden on the shoulders of this now divided Congress.
Nobody thinks our immigration system is working right now. It is broken. Fixing it's the hardest problem.
Next week is going to be very challenging and very chaotic.
Border Patrol officials say when Title 42 expires on Wednesday, the number of migrants seeking to come to the United States will double in the coming days. At the White House, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News. The White House insists President Biden has, quote, done the work on the southern border despite encounters with over 2
All right, a huge thank you to Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson bringing us the latest. More news from Capitol Hill. Congress has passed a bill to keep the government funded one more week, but the new deadline means that lawmakers will be under even more pressure to figure out a deal just before Christmas. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is in Washington with more.
The motion to concur is agreed to.
A government shutdown has been avoided for now.
This is about taking a very simple, exceedingly responsible step to ensure we finish the year without hiccups and without minimal drama.
The new deadline for lawmakers is next week on the 23rd, when many members will be eager to get out of town. It's also just before the brand new Congress takes office on January 3rd.
We all know that this is wrong. We all know that this is a corrupt way to run a government. This is a corrupt process that brings about all kinds of special interest giveaways with the threat, the extortive threat of a government shutdown or canceling Christmas.
Lawmakers who pushed the one-week extension said they needed more time to finish a likely $1.6 trillion framework deal that would fund the government through the fiscal year in September. But not everyone is on board. Some Republicans, including Congressman Kevin McCarthy, who is hoping to take the Speaker's gavel next month, want to wait to pass the government funding bill until their party controls the House and has more bargaining power. Democrats say they will get a deal before the end of the year.
So we will be here. But we will not be here unless the Senate acts more quickly than we anticipate before Wednesday at 6:30 p.m. will be the first votes.
Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell also said if there's no agreement on the funding bill before the 22nd, he would only support a short-term deal and let the new Congress handle it. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And here's more on House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, who is lagging in his effort to get the votes to become Speaker next year. Fox News senior congressional correspondent Chad Pergram explains how a fight over the speakership could slow down the new GOP majority in the House.
House Republicans may have won the majority, but there are worries that the divide over the speakership foreshadows challenges the GOP may have running the House.
If we don't get this right, we're going to fail the American public, because this has to be done, and it's delaying our ability to really govern.
McCarthy has huddled with Republicans for weeks, but his entreaties failed to move the needle.
If the election were held today, he does not have 218.
Publicly, McCarthy brims with confidence.
I think on January 3rd or before then, we'll have the votes.
In only his fourth formal press conference at the Capitol since March, McCarthy was testy when asked why he hadn't sewn up the votes.
And I can always count on you for the most inappropriate question, but next question.
McCarthy has made his opposition to a bill to avert a government shutdown the touchstone of his campaign for Speaker. McCarthy upbraided Senate Appropriations Committee Chairman Patrick Leahy and the top Republican on the panel, Richard Shelby, for crafting a massive spending bill. Shelby suggested McCarthy's opposition was just posturing.
He's running for Speaker, and we understand that, and he's got to put a coalition of Republicans together.
McCarthy skeptics aren't budging.
We will know at 11:59 on January 3rd. We're negotiating up until that time.
There hasn't been a second ballot for Speaker since 1923. That's when it took 3 days and 9 ballots for the House to re-elect Frederick Gillette as Speaker. But the House is expected to vote and vote and vote until it finally settles on a winning candidate. The record was 163 votes over 2 months for the House to elect Nathaniel Banks as Speaker in 1856. The House can't do anything until it elects a Speaker, including swearing in members and even creating committees to investigate the Biden administration. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
Nearly 18 months after its formation, the January 6th House Select Committee is wrapping up its bulk of the work. It's hoping to catch the country's attention one more time today with its final report placing former President Donald Trump at the center of the conspiracy to overturn the 2020 election results. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera reports from Washington.
In his farewell speech to Congress, Republican Adam Kinzinger spared no words against his party. GOP members have disavowed Kinzinger and fellow outgoing Republican Liz Cheney for serving on the January 6th committee.
The once great party of Lincoln, Roosevelt, and Reagan has turned its back on the ideals of liberty and self-governance. Instead, it has embraced lies and deceit.
The committee is getting ready to release its final report next week. After more than 1,000 interviews and through the course of 10 public hearings, the panel laid out what it calls a multi-pronged campaign by former President Trump and his allies to secure him a second term.
I think that they conducted the business with the seriousness it deserves. The fact that it's about our national security. It's about our democracy.
Although the committee hasn't finalized criminal referrals and other recommendations, Kinzinger has made it clear he believes Trump committed a crime.
We've made that clear. He knew what was happening prior to January 6th. He pressured the Justice Department officials to say, hey, just say the election was stolen and leave the rest to me.
House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy is vowing to probe the work of the committee once Republicans take back the House next month.
And we'd want to get to the bottom. We'd want to not to play politics like the Democrats pick and choose.
Chairman Benny Thompson also hasn't ruled out the possibility of releasing new evidence when the committee holds its last public meeting on Monday. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
All right, the time is now 7:12 a.m. We're taking a live now look from New York. Stay with us right after this commercial break. We'll check in with our Fox 5 New York team for an update on a 24-hour strike from Uber drivers in the city. That story and more right after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 7:15 a.m. Thank you so much for being with us here on this Monday, December 19th. Moving right along with our top stories this morning, FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried is due in court in the Bahamas today. This as he will reportedly stop fighting extradition to the United States, where he is facing fraud and money laundering charges. Fox News correspondent Charles Watson has more.
There's a lot of focus on Sam Bankman-Fried's inner circle and who could possibly be charged next, particularly when you talk about Bankman-Fried's parents and his former girlfriend, Caroline Ellison, who has really become a centerpiece to all of this. You'll remember she's the former CEO of Bankman-Fried's hedge fund, Alameda Research, which federal prosecutors say misappropriated funds and had access to about $8 billion belonging to FTX customers, money that is now allegedly missing. Legal experts say Ellison could be the key to everything.
She, of course, was the head of Alameda Research, and to the extent, as has been alleged, Alameda Research got the funds, meaning the customer funds. If she flips, and she hasn't been charged yet, I think it's game, set, and match for SBF.
Bankman-Fried's parents could also find themselves in legal jeopardy after lawmakers and new officials in charge over at FTX shared this week that Bankman-Fried's parents, who are both Stanford law professors, were heavily tangled in FTX operations ahead of its collapse. They were allegedly involved to the extent that Joseph Bankman would frequently accompany his son, Sam Bankman-Fried, to Capitol Hill meetings. The disgraced crypto founder's parents have not been named in any criminal or civil cases the government has brought against their son, but the Securities and Exchange Commission does allege in a civil filing that Bankman-Fried used customer funds to buy millions of dollars of real estate in the Bahamas for himself and other company execs, as well as his parents. FTX's new CEO says he's investigating the company's relationship with both parents.
We're investigating that, as well as any other, players. We indicated that that Mr. Bankman had given legal advice.
Okay, had he been an employee of FTX, as has been reported?
I don't know if he actually had an employee status, but he certainly received payments from. The family did receive payments.
Both Democrats and Republicans also received payments in the form of campaign contributions that prosecutors now say were illegal. Fox News has learned that the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee is setting aside $250,000 of those donations and are awaiting government guidance in terms of what they should do with the money. In Atlanta, Charles Watson, Fox News.
All right, again, that trial, that committee hearing taking place at 1 p.m. today. Now, in other news, we are learning more about a 24-hour strike when it comes to Uber drivers in New York City. Grabbing an Uber in the Big Apple, which is usually something that's very common, obviously, but it may be a little bit more difficult than usual today. And that is because Uber drivers are planning a 24-hour strike after a judge temporarily blocked wage increases. Joining us now is Fox 5 New York's Reagan Meji. She's joining us live from downtown Brooklyn with the latest. Good morning, Reagan.
Good morning, Rain. Yeah, and I spoke to an Uber driver hours ago, and he says that the strike started at 11:59 last night. So all day today, 24 hours, it will be very difficult to get an Uber to pick you up, to drop you off where you need to go. As you said earlier, it's all due to a judge temporarily blocking a pay increase for these drivers, something that they've been wanting for some time right now. So in about an hour, we'll start seeing more Uber drivers kind of gather here in downtown Brooklyn. If you're familiar with this area, very close to the Brooklyn Bridge, because once they gather around 8 o'clock, by 9 o'clock, they're going to be forming a caravan. Not 1, not 10, not 20, but we're looking at hundreds of Uber drivers getting together, forming that caravan, going over the Brooklyn Bridge by 9 o'clock in solidarity. So let's look at some video right now. For years, drivers have been fighting for this pay increase. They say gas prices, the expenses have soared over the last 2 years, and as a result, many of the 80,000 rideshare drivers here in New York are struggling to make ends meet. But last month, the city's Taxi and Limousine Commission voted to improve the increase. to approve the increase to minimum driver pay. Drivers say it was a necessary adjustment to ensure that they are paid no less than the equivalent of the city's minimum wage after expenses. Now, a planned pay increase for those drivers was supposed to go into effect today, but that's not happening. All because a New York Supreme Court judge decided to temporarily block that pay increase from happening. We spoke to an Uber driver hours ago, and he explains why he is joining in with this caravan.
So I've been driving for about a year for Uber and Lyft, and sometimes I have to work 12-hour shifts, 15-hour shifts, to make ends meet. And I believe if they raise the fare for drivers in New York City, I can spend less time on the road and more time at home.
Reagan, that's quite a dramatic scene that you explained. The Uber drivers caravanning over the Brooklyn Bridge. Any other forms of protest taking place today?
Well, exactly, Rain. Interestingly enough, this was not in any of our shows so far today here in New York. But for your show, I can provide you the scene behind me. You can see that there's a little tent perched up. It's called the largest driver organization in the nation. I just spoke to the organizer. What's happening there, they're setting up a table, and there will be signs that the drivers can stop by around 8 o'clock. They could write out their feelings on a sign, kind of like a picket sign. And there are also signs, I don't know if my cameraman Al, the amazing Al, can kind of pan to left. You can see those signs lined up along the wall here. So a bunch of these signs are being created or have been created. The drivers will pick them up at 8 o'clock this morning, and then an hour later they're expected to get in their cars and drive over the Brooklyn Bridge to Lower Manhattan. Now, the reason they're going to Lower Manhattan, at 10 o'clock there is a protest scheduled in front of the federal courthouse, all due to the judge's decision to block their pay increase. Again, these drivers say that they are not paid enough here in the city, that they work very long hours that they could be spending with their family. We're not talking about an 8-hour day, an 11-hour day. We're talking about 10, 12, 15-hour days. So the Uber drivers are saying, we really do work hard here in this city. We just need extra pay, and that's a call to action for them. So they're together joining in with this caravan, heading over the Brooklyn Bridge to Lower Manhattan to show that they mean business and they want more pay. We're live here in downtown Brooklyn, the start of the caravan in about 2 hours over to Lower Manhattan. Rain, back to you.
Alrighty, huge thank you to our Fox 5 New York team for bringing us that update. We're now taking a live now look from Atlanta, Georgia. This next story coming from Atlanta. 2 teens are dead and 2 others are injured in a shooting in Atlanta. Fox's Tyler Fingert has more.
An apartment community in southwest Atlanta turned into a massive crime scene Saturday night after what police are calling a shootout. It happened just after 5 at a complex on Continental Colony Parkway near Greenbrier Mall.
I was scared. I was petrified. I thought I was having a panic attack.
Wanda Ferguson was describing the moment she heard about the shooting. She wasn't here at the time, but her mom and 2 kids were. She doesn't want her face on camera, but says she knows one of the people allegedly involved.
They say that the little boys opened up fire on them, on my nephew. And my nephew retaliated back.
Atlanta police say the shootout was all because of some kind of dispute on social media, which ended at the apartment complex with bullets.
One group of individuals came to the apartment with their guns, and then the other group fired their weapons.
14-year-old and 16-year-old boys were killed in the shooting. A 15-year-old girl, a 15-year-old boy, and an 11-year-old boy were injured.
I hate being here talking about kids and gunfire. Again, we just ask parents to know where your kids are.
Ferguson says the shooting comes down to one simple issue.
Problem is that if they didn't give these young kids these guns, guns are so easy to get now, it's scary.
All right, and again, that was Fox's Tyler Fingert reporting. Atlanta police say that an investigation is ongoing. Time now, 7:24 a.m. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Rain Augustine. Thank you all so much for being with us here on this Monday, December 19th. The time is just past the 7:25 hour, so let's move right along with our top stories this morning. Fox News Digital has reported an exclusive video that may shed new light on the brutal stabbing death of 4 University of Idaho students last month. The video, as you can see here, appears to show 2 of the students walking down the streets and talking in the last few hours of their lives. It is believed to have been recorded on November 13th, the day the 4 were stabbed to death in an off-campus residence. It apparently shows Kaylee Gonzalez and Maddie Mogan walking with a man on Main Street in downtown Moscow. The 2 women appear to be wearing the same clothes that Gonzalez and Mogan were seen wearing that evening near a food truck. So the man walking with them is also wearing clothes that looks like those worn by a man who was also seen near that food truck. So police have said the man is not a suspect, but in the video you can hear a dialogue, a back and forth. So let's check in with this interview from Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft. He's going to bring us more details.
Let's go out now to our reporter standing by in Moscow, Idaho. Police say they're now examining areas up to 30 miles outside of Moscow, trying to find clues. So that's somewhat of a development today. We're going to be joined right now by Fox News multimedia reporter Jake Karalexis outside of the police station there in Moscow. So, Jake, they've expanded their search. Why?
Well, Andrew, they believe that valuable evidence could possibly be in an area outside of Moscow, and investigators have been asking for surveillance video in Troy, which is about 12 miles east of Moscow, and Kendrick, which is another 12 miles about roughly from Troy. And a gas station employee in Troy said police asked him for surveillance video, but his store didn't have a camera facing outside. And we're going to show you some video that was shot near Phil's Family Foods last night in Kendrick. Police reportedly asked the store for surveillance video from November 12th through November 14th. And the murders of those 4 University of Idaho students happened on the morning of November 13th. So far, there's been nothing in those videos to help police, but Moscow police say that obtaining as much video as possible is their best bet at making a breakthrough.
Just consider how much video there is to collect and what you would think of to do, and that's what they're doing. Any surveillance video we have is definitely part of what is moving us forward as far as progressing in the investigation.
And Andrew, police today say they're still looking for the occupants of that white 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra that was spotted near the scene on the night of those murders. And police say there are over 20,000 registered cars in Washington state and Idaho fitting into that criteria, and they're getting tips on that Elantra from across the country. Andrew.
So, Jake, I don't know if you can offer any reporting on this. Fox News and Fox News Digital have been kind of providing us windows into, the thinking of some of these grieving parents, and they're quite upset with the lack of information that the police have been providing, and so there's been a lot of testy and fiery rhetoric from them. No doubt they are experiencing something they never thought they would be experiencing. Have we heard from any of the parents or the family and friends of some of these victims in the last, week?
So, Andrew, I have not heard from any of the parents or friends of the victim. Did talk to some students on campus this week before they left for winter break who are feeling a little better, a little, safer with this, what they say is an isolated incident over a month out. At least that's what they're hoping. But the parents have been saying some things, and it's just been a slow trickle of information coming out within the last day or so. We've learned more about the car with that 20,000 registered cars that fit into the criteria of what they're looking for. Again, today talking about police expanding their search. It's just little baby steps in this investigation. We'll see if there's anything that leads to a breakthrough coming up in the next few days.
And Jake, I also had a quick question. Maybe, when you see some law enforcement officials there in Moscow, you can maybe ask them, you know, we're now a month removed, or a little more than a month removed, since the stabbings took place. You know, for them, I'm curious, why do you think it took so long to maybe, you know, come up with these ideas of, you know, surveillance video in the area from nearby gas stations, other establishments, to go and collect that? What do you make of that?
Well, Andrew, what police have said this week is that there's just a flood of tips and information coming into them every day that they have to sort through. They have to kind of figure out, you know, what is a good tip and what isn't, and separate that. On the good tips, try to follow those. So it's just that flood of information coming in that they're trying to sort through, and then figuring out slowly, okay, where are we looking? Do we need to look more outside of Moscow? Can we look at that gas station? Can we look at Phil's Family Foods, where they might have something? We saw the other day that a gas station here in Moscow had an image of what looked like a white sedan, similar description to the car that police have been asking the public for information for several days. So it's kind of organizing all of the information that they have coming in and figuring out what the next steps exactly are that they need to take.
All right, Jake Karalexis there live for us in Moscow. Jake, we're going to be checking in a little bit later tonight, so we'll talk again. Thanks. Okay, in the meantime, we do want to let you watch and listen to the latest update put out by Moscow law enforcement officials on their YouTube and Facebook pages. It's about 1:30, but it has kind of what Jake was describing about the, you know, voluminous number of pieces of data and information that they are poring over to try to get a break in this case. Let's listen.
Students are returning home for winter break. Does that present challenges for the investigation?
I think it's always a little bit of a challenge. We went through this, you know, right after Thanksgiving and all that, but we have investigators all across the nation. We have investigators all across the state with the state police and the FBI. So we'll adapt to that, and we'll continue to do our investigation.
What about investigators? Can they keep up this investigative pace over the holidays?
We will continue to keep up this pace. You know, we're giving individuals time off when they need it. We're augmenting other people into those spots so that the investigation continues, but we're not going to stop investigating this.
What kind of progress has been made regarding the search for information about the white Hyundai Elantra?
We have looked at massive amounts of video footage, especially in the critical camera areas, and we've looked at the 24 hours prior to and 24 hours after of those, and now we're extending that out even further to other cameras and other time frames.
What kind of manpower does it take to really deal with all of the video coming in and the tips?
We have massive amounts of people looking at this. Multiple different groups looking at the different videos in different locations, just because you know, we have investigators all across the nation that are reviewing these videos for us and sending us back information on that.
Okay, that was Moscow Police Chief James Fry there with a very, very brief update on, you know, what some of the procedures in the investigation look like going forward. I just want to put up this map yet again that we referenced in Jake Karalexis' report about how the search has been now expanded, somewhat of a 30-mile radius there, as investigators are, you know, asking for surveillance video in both of these locations. They're in Kendrick, Idaho, south of Troy. They're looking for surveillance video from a Phil's Family Foods, from that store on the night of the murder when that happened. And then they're also looking for more information in Troy as well, 12 miles east of Moscow, for surveillance video there. And we also just want to put up a statement from Moscow police, you know, that accompanied this video statement by Chief Fry today. They say, quote, after sorting through the majority of the digital content gathered from critical cameras during crucial times before and after the homicides took place, investigators continue to comb through hours and hours of digital content submitted by businesses, homes, and the public. The investigative pace will not slow down for the weekend or the holidays, and the departure of University of Idaho students returning home for winter break is not expected to cause any slowdown in the investigation. Let's Go out now to our reporter standing by in Moscow, Idaho. Police say they're now examining areas up to 30 miles outside of Moscow.
All right, a huge thank you to Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft for bringing us that update. Turning our attention to another national headline. We are just a few days away before the end of a pandemic-related asylum restriction known as Title 42. This is urging Republicans and Democrats to call for some concrete solutions from President Biden. His spokesperson insists that he is taking the situation very seriously, and if the president does have a plan, is he keeping the details to himself? Fox News White House correspondent Peter Ducey has more.
Mr. President! Mr. President! President Biden not talking Title 42. His top diplomat not talking Title 42 either. This Fox News video from El Paso shows more than 1,000 migrants who crossed into the U.S. illegally with nowhere to go, camping in the streets, as tens of thousands more plan to take advantage of potential rule changes.
I got reports that from Border Patrol agents, they're telling me there's over 50,000 migrants on the other side of the border just staging, waiting for Title 42 to expire.
30,000 have already made their way to New York City, and Mayor Eric Adams says he needs $1 billion or else.
Mr. Mayor, how bad could the city's budget crisis get if you do not receive assistance for the migrant crisis?
Listen, it's bad. It's bad.
White House officials claim they aren't caught flat-footed by the Title 42 deadline.
We expect the expiration. We're making plans for how we're going to continue to be able to deal with immigration in an efficient, effective, and humane way going forward.
Republicans say wrong approach.
They are not telling people to go home. They're not telling people not to come in the first place. They are simply trying to get them across the border and away from the cameras on our border and into our country as quickly as possible.
Border town officials are taking issue with the Biden administration too, particularly this claim.
The president has done the work to deal with what we're seeing at the border since day one.
That is insulting. There's no work being done here. We have been given money. We have been promised money. We have been using money from our general fund. There is nothing being done here in El Paso.
Officials here are leaving officials in border towns hanging. They know more migrants are on the way, but they don't know which ones will be allowed to stay, which ones will be sent back, or who is paying for any of that. At the White House, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
Now to a look at the difficulty that thousands of Afghan interpreters and soldiers who served alongside American soldiers are facing when it comes to their efforts to gain United States citizenship. A program specifically designed to grant visas for such individuals is now in peril. Fox News Chief National Security Correspondent Jennifer Griffin brings us a look.
Stripped from the massive Pentagon funding bill at the request of Senator Chuck Grassley, an extension of the Special Immigrant Visa Program that gave Afghan allies a path to citizenship, which expires in a year. Leading Republicans are also blocking the separate Afghan Adjustment Act, which would expedite the asylum process for tens of thousands of Afghans brought to the U.S. over a year ago, because, they say, they do not want to pass any immigration legislation before Republicans take over the House.
A lot of the politicians, they just don't get is the level of connection that exists between these junior officers and these NCOs and their partner. To just all of a sudden be told it's over, there's nothing you can do for them, let it go. That in itself is a moral injury of just huge magnitude.
Veterans groups have angrily pushed back on lawmakers who have held up the asylum process, arguing that those brought to the U.S. during the withdrawal were not vetted.
We've got a huge population of tens of thousands of Afghans that have already demonstrated their allegiance to America, and we're railroading them.
Ben Owen, an Army veteran who started Flanders Fields to house U.S. vets and fund safe houses for Afghan partners left behind, was referring to the 14,000 Afghans who have been approved for SIV visas and are waiting in Kabul, with 60,000 more Afghans who can show they worked with the U.S. government left in limbo, as well as 80,000 plus humanitarian parolees who were given temporary asylum. A bipartisan group of lawmakers are trying to get the Afghan Adjustment Act, which fast-tracks those brought to the U.S. on humanitarian parole during the withdrawal, included in the omnibus spending bill. But some leading Republicans are blocking it until the new Congress. At the Pentagon, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
Begin their travel over the river and through the woods to grandmother's house. A massive winter storm will develop by midweek and track across the United States through Christmas Eve, with heavy snow, rain, and damaging winds expected to trigger widespread flight delays and snarl traffic on major highways. We'll check in and bring you more on this from our Fox Weather colleagues right after this break. Welcome back to Live Now. The January 6th committee is meeting for the final time on Capitol Hill today. The heavily Democratic panel is expected to recommend criminal charges against former President Donald Trump. And as Doug Luzada reports from Washington this morning, the former president is already railing against the committee.
A criminal referral is a symbolic move. It doesn't carry any legal standing. Critics say this is highly partisan, but it caps off a nearly year-and-a-half effort to investigate what took place on January 6th. From the beginning, the January 6th committee has focused on former President Donald Trump. As the group gavels in for the final time today, one of the former president's most vocal critics says the case is clear.
I think there's sufficient evidence to charge the president.
And while that's not really the committee's decision whether to charge Trump, that recommendation would go to the Justice Department, which is already in the midst of its own investigation. With a slew of primetime hearings, the committee sought to capture the public's attention, chronicling the events of January 6th and accusing Trump of orchestrating a campaign to overturn the 2020 election, culminating in the attack on the Capitol. And Trump posted on Truth Social last night that the highly partisan Unselect Committee is illegally leaking confidential info to anyone that will listen. Republican critics have said from the start that this is all about politics, especially after Democrats refused to seat some Republican members on the committee. And as Republicans prepare to take control of the House next year, they're promising some investigations of their own into the probe.
And I'm quite sure they've been leaking into the Department of Justice. So we want to know what's going on with the Department of Justice.
And while we wait for the committee's recommendation today on charges, the full report is due out on Wednesday. In Washington, Doug Luzada, Fox News.
All right, a huge thank you to Fox correspondent Doug Luzada for bringing us that very important update happening today. Jury selection begins for a Florida Proud Boy accused of participating in that very riot. Joseph Biggs, as you see here, of Ormond Beach, is being tried in Washington, D.C. after being arrested in Ormond Beach, Florida in January of 2021. Joining us now from Orlando is Fox 35 Orlando's Amanda McKenzie. Amanda, what are the latest details?
Well, Joseph Biggs is facing several federal charges, including conspiracy to commit sedition. Now, our Fox 35 cameras were the only cameras rolling as FBI agents raided his Ormond Beach home back in February of 2021. At the time, Biggs wasn't home because he was entering a federal courtroom in Orlando, where he was released on a $25,000 signature bond in order to be on house arrest with an ankle monitor. The self-proclaimed Proud Boys member is charged with obstruction of a congressional proceeding, violent and disorderly conduct, and entering a restricted building after investigators say they saw him on video at the Capitol riot on January 6th. If convicted, Biggs faces more than 20 years in prison. Jury selection begins today. Reporting live in Orlando, Amanda McKenzie, Fox 35 News.
All right, a huge thank you to Fox 35 Orlando's Amanda McKenzie for bringing us that update. We'll be sure to catch more details from her later on. So Elon Musk reversing course on his Twitter ban on several journalists late Friday night. Twitter CEO Elon Musk announcing that he would reinstate a slew of journalists he had suspended a day prior, including employees of the New York Times, the Washington Post, and CNN, just to name a few. Musk also lifting his ban on the account of Mastodon, which tweeted a link to Elon's jet on its own service earlier this week, kicking off the journalist ban. So Musk was already angry for tweeting that link, and he felt that it put his family's safety at risk. So this all comes 1 month after Musk has Twitter would grant, quote, amnesty to all suspended accounts and reinstate them. So live now from Fox's Josh Breslow sat down with one of the journalists who had his Twitter account banned. It has since been reinstated, but the two discussed the details of all of this unfolding. Here's more.
Aaron Rupar, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Of course. So my first question, why do you think that you got banned by Elon Musk from Twitter?
Well, I know why I got banned. It took me a few hours to figure it out because Twitter was not very communicative at first, but the offending tweet was one where I linked to the Facebook page of an account that tracks his private jet using publicly available information. And Twitter has deemed this, I guess more accurately, Elon Musk has deemed this to be a security threat against his family, as he puts it. And so myself and a number of other journalists were suspended for posting that link. Coincidentally, all of us happen to also have been critical of Elon, which I suspect may have had something to do with this beyond tweeting the link to this Facebook page. But I was suspended on Thursday evening. Later that night, I finally heard from Twitter confirming that indeed it was linking to that Facebook page that led to my suspension.
Were you surprised at all that this happened when you did see that you were actually suspended from Twitter?
I was very surprised. And in fact, on Thursday, I had a very light tweeting day because we're up here in Minnesota and we had a huge blizzard that day. So both of my kids were home from daycare. And so it was kind of a struggle that afternoon just to watch our kids. And I basically logged off for the afternoon. And so when I started getting messages that evening that I had been suspended from Twitter and pulled up my account to kind of confirm, if that was the case and saw that it was indeed the case, I was shocked. And it took me a bit to even process what may have happened because I had no idea what tweet would have triggered that. And like I said, the tweet in question, actually, I posted the day prior on Wednesday morning. So by then I'd already kind of forgotten, that I had even posted anything about this Elon jet stuff. But yeah, I mean, I tend to think of, and I think most of us think of Twitter suspensions as being like a pretty severe punishment, if you're harassing someone or, in Trump's case, if you incite an insurrection using Twitter, something like that. So to get banned for what I thought was a pretty thin reason was definitely a shock to me.
So a question kind of pops up. If this is happening, is it infringing on free speech by, you tweeting out a link or talking about something? and you're suspended.
Well, it's not infringing on free speech, and it's actually quite interesting. I have been overwhelmed with how much interest in the story there's been both here in the US and abroad. And yesterday, I did a number of interviews with international media outlets who wanted to talk about this, and some of them wanted to frame this story around free speech and, kind of ask questions about, like, isn't this an infringement on your free speech? And I had to explain that in the US, free speech is basically the government not interfering with speech. So if the Biden administration told Twitter, hey, we don't want any content that's critical of the president, you need to delete these posts, that would be an infringement on Twitter's free speech. But a private company deciding what to platform, what to publish, or, not publish, but what to host on their platform and what not to is their prerogative. So this is Elon's prerogative to do this. But I think the thing that is more glaring here is the hypocrisy that's at play, because Elon just weeks ago said that his commitment to free speech, as he understands it, extended all the way to this Elon Jet account. And he made kind of he publicly declared that he was fine with this account being on Twitter, and then he walked that back. And so that was what prompted my tweet in the first place that got me suspended. Was not that I'm interested in any way really in the Elon Jet stuff, was just that Facebook, determined that this page was appropriate and using public information, so there was no problem. Whereas Twitter, which Elon is trying to, purportedly turn into this bastion of free speech and robust debate, determined that for whatever reason that was not acceptable on their platform. So I want to be clear that, I don't view myself as being a victim of any sort of infringement of my speech rights. It's just that, I think that this platform could be run in a more effective way than it's being run right now.
What do you think the future of Twitter holds at this point? There's a lot up in the air. People are talking about this nonstop. It's in countless news reports ever since Elon Musk took over. What is the future of Twitter overall?
Well, I think this is a big inflection point for people like myself, media outlets, journalists, to kind of assess how much we can rely on Twitter going forward to be a tool that we use for news gathering, to develop audiences, because, in my case, to just briefly touch upon the timeline here, I posted this tweet on Wednesday morning, and then Wednesday evening, Elon posted some tweets saying that from now on, linking to pages that track his movements are violations of the terms of service. And so what happened was I ended up being suspended for a tweet that when I posted it did not violate any of Twitter's terms of service, but only retroactively was determined to have done that. And so if he has that power to basically retroactively determine that something you post is unacceptable and can get you suspended, then obviously he can do that, in basically any instance and ban people for no reason whatsoever, or, a reason that they can concoct after the fact. So, I think we've all kind of, in the media industry relied on Twitter over the past decade for a variety of reasons, whether that be talking to sources, spreading stuff that we've published to audiences, developing audiences. And I think this is kind of an object lesson that, we can't really bank on Twitter being stable over time at this point. And for me personally, it prompted me to get active on Post News. This week, I'm going to try and get busy on Mastodon to kind of build some audiences on other platforms that I can have a little more assurance will allow me to keep posting there. But one thing I will also mention is that in my case, being an independent journalist who runs a newsletter business, I'm very reliant on Twitter, and it took me a very long time to build the following that I have. I mean, I've been working hard for a decade to get up near 1 million followers, and I rely upon that as a lifeblood of my business and a way to get new eyeballs on my content. So, it's also kind of a bummer that, all this hard work now is kind of in danger. And so I was grateful that my account was restored, but going forward, I'm certainly going to be mindful of the fact that we can't really depend on Twitter like we have over the past decade.
So you had that temporary suspension. You're obviously back on there now. Do you think at some point you end up getting permanently banned from Twitter?
I hope not. That would be unfortunate. But yeah, I mean, all bets are kind of off. I was talking with some colleagues this morning, fellow journalists, about the suspension of a woman named Lynette Lopez, who's a reporter for Insider. And she has done a number of investigations about Tesla. She's done very fair news coverage, but critical coverage of Elon Musk. And she was banned yesterday, and I don't even think Twitter has tried to explain why that happened. It just seems like she was banned basically because she's been a critic of Elon Musk and done critical reporting on his businesses. So, I really can't predict what might cause someone like me to get banned, but I think that was probably part of the intention here, is that by suspending people like me and other people who have been critical of him, Elon is kind of implementing a chilling effect upon criticism of him, because you just can't be sure, even if it's, kind of something that you criticize in passing, if that'll be the thing that kind of sets him off where you get banned. And so, in my case, I'm probably going to have to think twice next time I want to do a newsletter article or even just a tweet that's criticizing him, because I don't want to get banned. I hope I don't get banned. But this is his playground. And again, if he wants to kick people out of it, we may not like it, but that's his prerogative to do that.
Of course. Do you think that other platforms like Mastodon that you were talking about, do they have a future to where they could actually compete with Twitter?
I certainly don't think Mastodon does, because my sense, and I'm not speaking from a place here of deep expertise because I've only sort of dabbled on Mastodon. I'm not, I do have an account on there, but I haven't really developed any sort of following or posted a lot on there. But if you're kind of a tech novice, it's pretty complex. You have to understand how servers work, and it's not very intuitive to create an account. You have to determine what server you want to be on. And it's, each server has different rules of the road in terms of moderation and things like that. So I think for people who are kind of lay people who just want to get on social media to maybe follow the news, stay in touch with people that they know, things like that, I don't really see Mastodon having the potential to reach the sort of scale that would approximate what Twitter has right now. I do think Post News has some potential. It actually in some ways reminds me a little bit more in layout of Facebook, because they don't have the @ replies like they do on Twitter, where you don't, the replies are more of like a comment section than a stream of replies, but it's very intuitive. The interface is quite slick, and it incentivizes more kind of text-based, longer form posting rather than Twitter, where you have a lot of GIFs and memes, videos, things like that. So that's not necessarily for everyone, but I've been impressed with what I've seen from Post so far. But I think the big barrier is that these alternatives just do not have the scale that Twitter does. And that's part of the beauty of Twitter, is that brands, public figures, sports teams, journalists, everybody is kind of on Twitter. And so when there is something like the World Cup happening or a major news event, you can talk with newsmakers, interact with people, and it really feels like a public conversation in a way that Post, which just does not have the user base at this point, does not feel that way. So, I think these things obviously evolve over time. When I was in college, MySpace was dominant, then Facebook came and kind of crushed MySpace, and then Facebook kind of declined, and now Twitter is predominant for news, at least. And so, these things will evolve, and I have faith that something will emerge, but I don't know for sure that any of the ones on offer right now will be the thing that kind of supplants Twitter over the long haul.
I gotcha. Aaron Rupar, thank you so much for joining us. Is there anything else that you want to add before we let you go?
Yeah, I would just say I publish a newsletter called Public Notice. I cover U.S. media and politics. I'll have a post on Monday kind of unpacking this whole Twitter suspension thing and some additional thoughts on it. So if you want to check out my newsletter, check it out at aaronrupar.substack.com.
Thank you so much.
Let's
My
talk
pleasure.
about this even further with a fresh angle, fresh perspective to, what is Elon Musk doing? What is, I guess, his plan going forward, if there is one in place? We're going to be joined right now by legal expert Ken Balkin, friend of the program. Ken, joining us from New York as well. Good to see you. Okay, so these prominent journalists were suspended yesterday temporarily over, I guess, concerns within a policy Twitter now has on the books over doxing. And so if our viewers don't know what doxing is, that is posting private information like phone numbers, email addresses, home addresses in a public forum. And so that is now clearly against Twitter's new policies and codes of conduct there. And these journalists apparently violated this. This is not a permanent suspension, I don't believe. It's temporary. They have about maybe 7 days. But this really has gained a lot of traction. What's Musk doing here, you think?
Well, look, Elon Musk has really portrayed himself as to be a free speech hero, and that he wanted to turn Twitter into a free speech platform full of open discussion, which I think he has to a large extent. But it looks a little bit hypocritical at first blush anyway, that he suspended several prominent journalists. But at first blush, if you look at why he suspended them, it's a little bit more revealing. He says that these journalists, combined with the efforts of a young man who ran a Twitter account that tracked Elon Musk's private jet, had transmitted real-time geolocation information using Twitter, and that because of that transmission, someone stalked what they thought was Elon Musk, but what in actuality was his small child, who he named X. I'm not sure what the gender is, but the child's name is X. And this child was stalked. It was a horrific incident. Some of it was caught on camera, and it was very scary. And I can imagine, as a father, he doesn't want this to happen to other people or people's families to be put in danger.
But with someone so prominent as Musk, a billionaire, he owns so many companies, he's a world historical figure now. Isn't that just par for the course?
I guess it's par for the course, but it's a different type of course now, isn't it? I mean, now we've got people with the ability to track your geolocation in real time. This isn't like the paparazzi stalking Princess Diana or Harry and Meghan. This is real-time geolocation information. You know, you go out for a pack of cigarettes or whatever you do. That's not good when you're a public figure. And I do think he has an interest in protecting people's security. And also, let's not forget, Twitter, while I applaud the free speech effort and enthusiasm towards it, is still a private corporation, not even a publicly traded corporation at that anymore, a totally private corporation, and you really don't have First Amendment rights there.
Right.
But in principle, I kind of think you should.
Okay, let's talk about that, because that seems to be the sticking point with a lot of people, who are defending what Musk is doing, or really, took the old regime at Twitter to task when Jack Dorsey was in charge and others. That there's so many free speech considerations at play here. But if it's a private company, Elon Musk can do whatever he wants. He could kick us all off tomorrow, right?
Absolutely. I mean, he says he's not going to do that. He says he wants to be an open forum for discussion and debate. And so far, it's been a pretty wild ride since Elon Musk took over. I got to admit, I'm on Twitter a lot more than I used to be. But I applaud his efforts, and I do think these are reasonable limitations. Real-time geolocation doxing, there's no legitimate purpose for that. I mean, none that I could see.
So, I believe, some of this was caught on, like, similar, comparable to a police scanner, if you will. Yes, there was the Twitter account that, had the tail number of Elon's private jet, and you had that in play as well. But if this information is already available to the public, say on like a police scanner about the whereabouts, you're getting the traffic in, and journalists go to post that on their own account talking about the story, is that considered doxing? What is the legal, background, if any, precedent, anything, history of doxing? Is there case law about doxing? Because I know it is really focused online for harassment, for stalkers, what have you. But is there kind of a long list of that, or does it still need to be worked out?
Well, it really depends on the intent of what the person is doing when they're doxing. For all intents and purposes, if it's just like I have a celebrity Twitter, I like to tell people when celebrities go to In-N-Out Burger, then I think there really isn't any sort of malintent that could make it criminal. Certainly, someone could dox in conspiracy with someone else, being like, hey, I get the information and post it, and you go and take care of the person. That's conspiracy to commit murder, and that's a very serious issue. But it really depends on the intent of the poster. So if it's benign, we're going to have to make judgment calls, or at least people who run social media, about what benign and what malicious doxing entails.
Just from like an internal corporate perspective, since Musk has taken over, I wanted your view on this, because some would argue that he's making these policies up on the fly because maybe his ego was bruised, maybe he was somewhat startled that, possibly his family was in jeopardy, their safety was in jeopardy. But, these journalists that were, temporarily suspended, they cover Musk very closely. They cover Twitter very closely. So it does seem like, and you kind of alluded to, that there is some hypocrisy at play here, no?
Well, yeah, certainly Elon Musk, he's a human being like the rest of us, although he appears robotic at times, and I'm a fan and I say that. Certainly he seems to be triggered by certain things. And one thing that has shown to be sort of his line in the sand on Twitter is when children are involved. That could be because he is a father of several children himself. One of the reasons, the main reason he wouldn't let Alex Jones back on Twitter after he, lifted the ban on a ton of other people is because he felt that Alex Jones had profited off the massacre of children in Sandy Hook. So we know that when it comes to things like children, he's particularly triggered. Something else he did was basically purge the massive child pornography problem that Twitter had. He took a lot of that stuff down. God knows why the old people running it could find the time to ban a president for no reason, but kept that on the platform.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like, and I am a voracious user of Twitter. I'm probably on it too much throughout the day. But when you scroll through, all my posts on my feed, Twitter is the story on Twitter. So, I guess it's entertaining. A lot of these journalists, though, taking it a little more seriously than that, thinking that, they were trying to poke this billionaire, get under his skin. Maybe they succeeded a little bit. But there's a lot at play here. Nonetheless, though, it's entertaining. Last word, Ken.
Yeah, I mean, I think, look, if he's going to say that he suspended them for the reason of real-time geolocation doxing, then I just want to see that he's consistent with it going forward. Okay. He seems to make a rule and he seems to stick with it. But if he keeps suspending journalists, arbitrarily, it's going to be an issue. That's not really freedom of speech. That's not really freedom of the press.
Yeah. And it also, gives fuel to the fire to those making the argument that, maybe this isn't anything different than the old regime at Twitter. So, Ken, thanks so much for being with us. Have a good weekend. We'll definitely be speaking again.
Twitter is also banning any promotion of rival social media platforms from its site. All accounts created specifically to promote another social media platform will be removed. That's according to CEO Elon Musk's statement on Twitter's support account. That post has since been deleted. Now, Twitter's website has been updated to reflect the new policy changes following criticism of that policy. Musk tweeted that the company will not make any more changes without an online poll first. He tweeted a poll for users to decide if he should remain in charge of Twitter as CEO or not. That poll coming in 57.5% of people saying yes, he should step down as head of Twitter. Time here, 8:08 a.m. Let's take a quick commercial break and we'll bring you all up to speed on other top stories in just 2 minutes.
Hey. These are for our two nieces and my nephew.
These gifts going under the Christmas tree are so special because Bryant Clark and his wife thought they'd never see them again. You see, they were stolen, caught here on their doorbell cam by a porch pirate minutes after delivery. But guess what? Every present in the pilfered package was given back to the family.
Honestly, it was shocking. Like, you don't expect somebody to steal something from you and bring it back.
Turns out deputies arrested the 19-year-old girl suspected of taking the package, and several other young ladies are believed to have also been involved. But even scarier than the police, apparently the porch pirates that hit this home have parents who persuaded all 4 girls to go back to the Clarks, apologize, and return what they stole.
I'm proud of those young ladies who did that, and their parents who were saying, hey, look, you guys made a mistake. Not saying that it's right, but you guys got to go make it right to some degree.
After a long talk with the ladies, they accepted their apology. The gifts are now where they belong. The Clarks are ready for Christmas, and they actually have a few more youngsters who are in their hearts this holiday season who ended up there in a most unlikely way.
Change is possible. I think that in spite of where you start is how you finish. And everyone deserves a little bit of grace. God gave it to us. We have to give it to others.
These are for beware of those porch pirates. At this time, let's go ahead and check in with Fox Weather's Jason Fraser. Jason is joining us live from New York with the latest forecast. Jason, we're learning more about these winter storms, which could be impacting holiday travel. Tell us more.
Yeah, hey there, Rain. You know, I feel kind of like the holiday weatherman Grinch because I know so many of you have been, I know so many of you have been looking forward to this. I mean, you're looking forward to the Christmas ham as well as the turkey here. But depending on when you are leaving, you may have to encounter not only other drivers and other passengers, but also some turbulent air. So here's what we're very confident about here at Fox Weather. There is going to be a winter storm that is going to end up sweeping through not only the Plain States, but eventually those of you in the Northeast. This is going to have major impacts, especially for the eastern half of the country, not only on Wednesday, but also on Thursday into Friday as well. We're expecting in some parts of the United States anywhere from not only seeing some heavy snow, but also some pretty strong winds as well. And take a look at where the storm is going to end up forming here. So by Thursday, we're expecting this to really be over the central Plain States. Eventually, this is going to slide into the Midwest as well as the upper Midwest, and then it's going to finally slide into Canada. But for those of you in the Northeast, this is going to mean rain. For those of you west of the I-95 corridor, this is going to mean snow. Behind this, how about some colder air associated with this? I mean, for those of you in the northern plains, we could end up seeing temperatures on the negative side of the thermometer. It is all thanks in part to this high pressure that is slowly going to be sinking in here. And this colder air is going to dip all the way into northern Texas as well as Oklahoma. And it is going to add to that threat for some snowfall here. And this is part of the reason why those of you in Chicago as well as north of there in Milwaukee could end up seeing some significant snow out of this. So we got colder air behind the jet stream. In front of it, we got a whole lot of moisture as well as some warm air. And that is the reason why this low pressure system is going to end up developing. So east of the I-95 corridor, this means that you'll end up seeing rain. West of the I-95 corridor, there's a good chance that you'll see some significant snow out of this. Matter of fact, where you see some of the purple here, including Milwaukee, as well as just to the west there of Chicago, is where we're anticipating seeing some of the heaviest snow. And for those of you in Watertown, New York, also some pretty significant snow out of this. The rest of the Midwest as well as the Northeast west of the I-95 corridor could pick up anywhere between 6 to upwards of 12 inches of some snow. As far as the rain totals go, we'll pick up anywhere from 2 to 3 inches across not only Boston, Hartford, Connecticut, Bangor, extending also into Philadelphia. This rain is going to have some big issues, big impacts for those of you that are going to be traveling by air. St. Louis, Chicago, Milwaukee, Detroit, Cleveland. We're expecting some moderate delays on Thursday, some major delays by the afternoon time. And then for Friday, Detroit, Buffalo, Pittsburgh, Washington, D.C., New York's JFK Airport, as well as LaGuardia Airport, we're expecting either some moderate or significant delays. So in terms of how this is going to be setting up, maybe you want to leave for today. The good news here is that we're anticipating that most of the delays around the country will end up being minimal, especially for those of you in the Northeast as well as the Southeast. But Tuesday, we're going to slowly start to see some of the storms start developing here. The winds are going to pick up as well as the snow across the Pacific Northwest. Eventually, this is going to slide eastward, started to impact not only the northern plains, but also the upper Midwest here. And then by Thursday, look at that, east of the Mississippi, everybody's going to end up getting delayed here. And then by Friday, it is mainly going to be for those of you not only in the Midwest, but also the Northeast. So rain, hopefully you packed your patience, and hopefully you're going to download that Fox Weather app, because we are going to continue to monitor this winter storm and its impact on many of you as you travel home for the holidays.
All right, a huge thank you to you, Jason, as well as the entire Fox Weather team. And that's right, take out your cell phones right now and download the Fox Weather QR code. Let's see if I can get it on the screen for you all. There you go. Take out your cell phones and scan that QR code right there for more holiday travel tips, weather, flight data, and so much more. Make sure that you all download the Fox Weather app. We'll have more top stories right after this. There is a rare bipartisan consensus in Washington, D.C. that something must be done about the Chinese-run TikTok. Here's more from our Fox 13 Tampa team.
We have multiple warnings for anyone who uses the TikTok app. Researchers say it sends harmful content to teenage users.
Now, on top of that, the FBI says the Chinese government may be using it to spy on us, and intelligence leaders in Congress say it also poses a threat to our national security. Fox 13 political editor Craig Patrick is in now to explain why it poses that threat. And Craig, that's a lot of bad-sounding stuff packed into the most popular app on earth. What's Congress going to do about it?
It certainly is, and you said on top of. There's more on top of that. And that's why Congress, when the two parties don't agree on much of anything, we know that, clearly agree that there are concerns about TikTok, quite possibly, if not likely, based on evidence, sharing the user's personal information with the government of China, to the point that the U.S. Senate unanimously voted to ban the use of TikTok on all federal computers and devices all across the nation. And in addition to that, Senator Marco Rubio is also sponsoring a separate bill to ban it altogether. People use TikTok to post short videos to catchy music, but intelligence leaders in Congress say people may not realize how TikTok could be using them. It's owned by a company based in China that may be exposing their personal information to the Chinese government. And an estimated 2/3 of all teenagers in the United States use TikTok.
Some people would say to me, well, what do we care if the Chinese government has access to the data on the phone of a 16-year-old teenager somewhere in America? It's not about the 16-year-old teenager. It's about millions of 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds, 30-year-olds, people that are on there dumping all kinds of data that the government of China gets access to.
That includes users' birth dates, phone numbers, and device identification information. And federal lawmakers say TikTok may also be collecting biometric data such as face prints and voice prints. It raises concerns that it could lead to identity theft and much more.
I think that's a national security concern. And I think even a greater concern that's not gotten the level of attention is the TikTok as a potential propaganda device.
In other words, if TikTok is sharing all this data with the Chinese government, it could use it to run sophisticated disinformation campaigns to meddle in our elections, or more generally just confuse and divide Americans by creating an army of imposters or deepfakes to manipulate us.
The idea of entrusting that much data, that much ability to shape content and engage in influence operations, that much access to people's devices, in effect to that government, is something that concerns us.
On a different point, researchers at the nonprofit Center for Countering Digital Hate opened TikTok accounts posing as 13-year-olds. The report states they paused briefly on videos about body image and mental health and liked them. Then it states within 2.6 minutes, TikTok algorithms recommended suicide content. Within 8 minutes, content related to eating disorders. And every 39 seconds, it recommended videos about body image and mental health to teens. Which, of course, takes us from concerns about users' data going elsewhere, also data coming into the users, particularly teens, that could, in some cases, would be harmful. And in addition to that, you have Senator Rubio and Warner, who happen to be the chair and vice chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee, by the way, noting that TikTok's privacy policies are also already subject to a consent decree from the Federal Trade Commission based on improper collection and processing of personal information from specifically children. By the way, TikTok denies this, and it denies that it's sharing users' information with the government of China.
Pretty disturbing stuff you shared in that story there. And Craig, we can have a whole other show on how do parents talk to their, I know you have daughters, how do you talk to your teenagers about, hey, you can't have this when, you know, as you said, 2/3 of teenagers are using this social media app. But, you know, again, that's a side conversation. But let's talk about the action in Congress now. So the Senate passed the ban on using TikTok on federal devices. Where does that stand in the House? And what's the status of Senator Rubio's idea, his proposal to ban it entirely in the U.S.?
It has bipartisan support. Both of these do. It's already, of course, the federal ban passed the Senate unanimously. This still has companion legislation in the House that has to clear through a final committee stop before it gets to a floor vote. Frankly, that had not moved forward because the lawmakers had other priorities. It's as they are learning more, as they are being briefed by intelligence, is this throttling forward. So this is very likely something that both parties in Washington will agree on and advance with a very divided Congress in 2023. And already 11 other states have passed bans within their state governments. Florida is not one of those. It very well could be in the coming year.
Yeah, all right. Craig Patrick, thank you, Craig.
We've been talking about this for days, but a rare bipartisan consensus in Washington that something has to be done about the Chinese-run TikTok. I do want to bring in Doug Jacobson right now, the director of the Center for Cybersecurity Innovation and Outreach over at ISU. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Of course. What are your thoughts on all of this that's been unfolding with these states that are banning it on government devices, and now you're hearing more about trying to ban it all across the country?
Yeah, I think this is definitely banning on government devices is something we need to do. TikTok seems to be collecting more information than what is normally expected out of these social media applications.
Should we be concerned about other social media applications like, you know, we're talking about TikTok, there's Facebook, Twitter. Is it the same concern?
Well, there's a little bit of the same concern. I mean, they all track what you're doing, but the big thing that seems to come out of TikTok is that, you know, something like Facebook stays within you as a as a user. So you're interacting with Facebook, you're liking things, you're following people, but Facebook tends to collect that information within Facebook. TikTok appears to be going outside of those boundaries, collecting things like your search history, information off your clipboard. There's even some soft thoughts that it may be out grabbing files off your device, and that's going out of bounds from where the applications normally play.
And you have TikTok coming in and saying that is not what we are doing. We are not stealing your data. We are not giving it to anyone. Do you believe that just based on your experience?
I'm skeptical. You know, if that's truly the case, then they could let us know what they're doing inside. You know, but the researchers, the things I've seen from other security researchers is they've been able to see that this application is collecting this type of data. They of course are going to make, they're making claims that, well, okay, but we're not doing anything with it. And well, I'm not sure how much you trust anybody who has your data, that they aren't going to use your data in various ways.
One of the big concerns is, of course, government devices where some sensitive information could be taken. But the other one, talking about teens and young adults who use this app regularly. This is probably one of the most popular apps for people in that age group. Does it seem like this would also protect them if they were to do something about TikTok?
Yeah, I think the issue for teens and others, you have the data it's collecting, but you also have the way the algorithm works. The TikTok and all these are designed to feed you information to get you coming back. That's their goal. But this TikTok having ties to a foreign adversary, you wonder how they may drive their algorithms to influence or to take impressionable people, teens, etc., and drive them in directions that we don't really want, that they A, don't intend to be driven to, and B, is not real healthy.
Do you think if this was a country other than China that it would be a different story and lawmakers wouldn't be trying to ban it? I
think that has something to do with it, but to me, it's the amount of data it seems to be collecting that outside of its sphere of operation that really troubles me. I think all of these social media types of platforms need to be a little more transparent on how they're using data. Data is the currency of the internet. Everything's free because we pay for it with our information. And I think all of these companies need to be more upfront with how they intend to use that data, somewhat upfront on how their algorithms work, so that we understand as a consumer what we're giving them and how that's being used to their benefit.
If you are to use an app like TikTok, is there anything that can be done to protect your data while still using that app?
I've seen different things. It sounds like there's not a lot you can do. That some of what it appears to be doing, it's ignoring the normal protections that your device may have. So that's the big thing. We really truly don't know what it's doing. It has the capabilities to pretty much do anything it wants on your device.
Do you think TikTok could ever actually disappear from the U.S., from the App Store, Google Play Store, just be gone?
I'm not sure that's gonna. The internet's a global is a global resource, a global entity. If it disappeared from, somebody could still stand up something overseas. So I don't see us being able to, say, okay, tomorrow TikTok disappears. That's not something that I think you could do from a technology standpoint.
What about making sure that it's not on any government devices, any state-issued devices across the country? Is that possible?
Well, yeah, because those are under the control and ownership of the government entities. So that I mean, it would take policies, it would take some amount of enforcement to make that happen. But since those are devices owned by the states, by the government, yeah, they could mandate that they don't run pretty much any type of software. That's fairly common in the desktop world, that we don't allow people in businesses or in government to run certain things on a desktop. With the phones, we've kind of ignored that a little bit, and I think there needs to be scrutiny of what things are on government issued devices.
There's been talk for years about all of this. Are you surprised to see something at this point being done, where the states are coming out and doing something about it?
Well, yeah, it has been going on for quite some time, this discussion about TikTok. I think it, sort of the snowball effect, that once one does it, then others realize, oh, okay, it's maybe we need to look at this. So it kind of takes that first organization to really say, okay, we've looked at this. This is not a good idea. As with any app, you measure its benefit from its potential harm, and one might argue that on a state, government-owned device, why do you need TikTok? Independent of what it's doing, why do you need this game on your, so government agencies, look at those devices and say, well, you can't sit there and play games all day. To me, TikTok's sort of a game, but.
What do you think is next in this whole process? As all of this is unfolding, what does the future hold?
Well, I mean, I see that the ban moving forward against, state-owned devices, I think that'll probably continue, and whether, seems like the feds may head that way too with federally owned devices. TikTok's going to react in potentially a couple different ways. One, it can stand like it is now and say, yeah, but we don't do anything wrong, just trust us. Or they could, take a stance of, we don't care, or we could take a stance of truly opening it up for scrutiny, for vetting, to make sure that this, indeed is not doing what, or they've changed what it's doing, so it's not doing what it's doing now.
Doug Jacobson, thank you so much for your time today. Anything else that you want to add before we let you go?
No, I think as an individual, I think the bigger issue is, again, worried about the time sink of TikTok and how the algorithm works. They probably don't care, even if they are scraping the data for you and me and others. They probably don't care about our data, but that's a whole different story when it comes to government officials.
Oh, for sure. All right, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Yep, my pleasure.
We've been talking about
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Nearly a dozen people were seriously injured when a flight to Hawaii was rocked by severe turbulence on Sunday, about 30 minutes outside Honolulu. This is according to emergency response officials. Now, 11 people on the Hawaiian Airlines flight from Phoenix were taken to multiple emergency rooms in serious condition, and 9 others were transported in stable condition to the hospital. So the call came in just after 11 a.m. Responders treated 36 people. Of those, 20 were transported to a medical facility for further treatment, the youngest of whom were 14 years of age. Here's an update from officials in the area.
Regular updates from our employees who are down at the hospitals with the injured. I can't comment specifically on their health condition.
Can you kind of classify? You've got probably an overview of what the injuries were. Were they more head? Were they more leg? I mean, what was it?
Let me defer to Jim, who's the expert on that.
You know, just in general, we did see patients with head injuries. At least one, I believe, was for a time rendered unconscious, is the report I got, although when everybody went to the hospital, they were all awake and talking. We had some patients with lacerations, including to the head, definitely bumps and bruises. A large number of people, somewhere around maybe 10 or so, were experienced nausea and vomiting, which isn't really an injury, but just consequences of the extreme motion. And so that's what when we say there's 36 people injured, it doesn't really necessarily mean injured, it just means needing medical attention. So that included people with actual injuries as well as nausea and vomiting, basically motion sickness. And so fortunately, once they were all triaged by the AMR triage officer, we did only find 20 that needed to go to hospital. And I say only 20, that's still a significant number, but at least it wasn't 36. And also, once we did the secondary triage, nobody was critical. And so, you know, for me, you know, it's the holidays, everybody's trying to come here for vacation or come back home. It's generally a time when people are happy. And so this is obviously something that's, you know, they didn't plan for in their journey here. And again, we're just we feel very fortunate that the injuries weren't more severe. Significant, definitely need care. I'm glad they're all at our hospitals and they're all getting great care. I went to Queens ER and visited with a couple of the folks from the airplane. And so, you know, no fatalities, nobody in critical condition at the hospital. It's just, you know, for me, an event, but it could have been so much worse. And I'm just really grateful, again, for Hawaiian and their support, AMR, Crash Fire here at the airport, and our team from the city that came together just to take care of everybody expeditiously and get them to the hospitals, where, again, I know they'll be great care. Get great care. The other thing that I think is important to note is on Oahu, we have many hospitals. We have 2 trauma centers, and there's capacity here. And I'm fortunate, it's fortunate that this was an event that happened here, where we have on island on any one day between the city and AMR more than 30 ambulances on island. And we have 2 trauma centers and other hospitals who can pitch in and help. So that capacity was great today, because we all know there's you know, flu, RSV, still some COVID. We've been seeing in the news lately the hospitals are busy, but all these respective hospitals, you know, were up, stood their teams up, called in extra people as needed, and were able to accommodate all these patients that we brought them, on top of everybody else they're taking care of. So really want to thank the hospitals too, and you know, not just Queen, Straub, and Polimomi that took these patients, because when they got all these patients, all the other folks on Oahu that needed medical care maybe couldn't go to those hospitals because they were busy, so they went to the others like Kuakini, you know, Castle, Queens West, Wahiawa. So it was really a true team effort amongst everyone in the community, and I'm just really appreciative of that.
Could you go over some details about the plane itself, how many people were on it at the time, what type, that kind of stuff?
Yeah, it was an A330-200 with 278 passengers and 10 crew members on board, 2 pilots and 8 flight attendants.
Can you go over those?
Sorry, 10 crew members, 2 pilots, 8 flight attendants, 278 guests on board.
How many does the plane hold?
That's full.
That was full.
That's full, yeah.
Every seat occupied?
Every seat occupied, yeah. And again, I think Jim said it well. Very grateful and thankful that the extent of the injuries were non-critical, and it could have been worse, certainly. So we're very grateful for that.
There's been some reports from some of the passengers that some of the passengers may have hit their heads, and some of the. Can you confirm any of that?
I can only speculate on that, given the nature of the injuries and the damage in the aircraft, showing damage to some of the paneling. So that's likely what happened. And in one of these incidents, that's often the case. Injuries occur because the aircraft goes down, and if you don't have your seatbelt on, you stay where you are as the aircraft goes down, and that's how those injuries occur.
So are you attributing all the injuries or most of the injuries to not having seatbelts on?
I can't definitively say that. Obviously, the investigation will uncover that. We know that some of the individuals who were injured didn't have seatbelts on.
What's key to trying to make sure passengers are wearing their seatbelts? And did that happen today as well?
Again, I'm going to have to look back at the investigation to understand, aside from the seatbelt sign being on, what other measures were taken. But that'll come out in the investigation.
Jim, how many paramedics were deployed initially, and then kind of how long did their slots take?
There's a paramedic at the airport from American Medical Response at all times. So that paramedic got to the gate very quickly, as well as the rescue firefighters who are stationed here at the airport. And that's their role, to be here for any emergency on airport property. Crews began coming in from different parts on the island. Our ambulance that responded here is based at the airport on Coapaka Street, so they were really just one block away. 7 ambulances from American Medical Response responded at various times. When I went to the scene myself at the gate, I probably saw at least 20 paramedics, EMTs, and firefighters from the various agencies.
I just wondered today, we're expecting severe weather, and I don't know if you've had other unusual cases today of incidents that your people had to respond to because of the severe weather, and how that might have impacted that as well.
Well, I came in today. I normally don't work on Sundays, but I came in today, and I've been listening to our EMS radio, and there's been quite a few vehicle accidents this morning. I don't know the circumstances of all of them, but it seems like, and again, it's the holiday season. I think people are trying to get some last-minute shopping done. We know bad weather's coming tonight. I don't know why there's been a bunch of vehicle accidents this morning, but we have been dealing with those. The City Emergency Operations Center is opening up at 4 o'clock today, and if it's past 4, they've opened. And at the city, we are getting ready for what's coming tonight and tomorrow. So we are expecting events related to weather. We also have a large surf on the North Shore. So we have been preparing throughout today for weather-related incidents. I can't say that this was on my mind when I got up this morning. But just to reiterate what's been said a bunch of times, I'm just really happy that it looks like everybody's going to survive. There were no fatalities, and I'm hoping folks don't have to stay in the hospital too long and can get back to their loved ones, whether they live here or are on vacation, and of course the crew members.
Do we know how many have actually been admitted and are checked in and are probably going to be spending the night?
I don't know that, and really once we hand those patients off to the hospital, that's really between the families and the hospital, and we don't generally report on that. And there is individual privacy restrictions on what each person has, potentially wrong with them. So beyond today, unless any of the hospitals give a statement, I don't have any more information once we hand those patients off.
John, I kind of wondered, given the fact that the most severe weather hasn't really come through as part of this weather incident, what are you folks now doing, and has this incident affected how you're measuring it?
Well, we obviously have communicated the fact that this incident occurred to all of our employees, including our flight crews. Our procedures are built to avoid these things at all times, and so we'll be ensuring that we follow all the procedures that we have in place. I think this is obviously an isolated incident. We fly in difficult weather conditions all the time across the United States. And obviously this is very regrettable, but I don't think it is likely to be a trend associated with the weather pattern that's coming through. But we've certainly increased our vigilance to ensure that we keep our guests safe. That's absolutely our number one priority.
John, do you know if the plane was descending when it hit the turbulence?
We don't have the specifics on exactly whether it was at the top of descent or it started descent. So we'll find that out in the investigation once we get the data from the flight data recorder.
Also, do you know?
All right, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us. The time is now 8:48 a.m. Well, it is expected to be a busy holiday week as millions of people are hitting the roads and skies this holiday season. Let's head out to the DMV area. Joining us there is Fox 5 DC's Aisha Khan. Aisha, tell us exactly how people are traveling in your area.
Hey there, good morning to you, Rain. Yeah, first of all, listen, just according to AAA, we've been talking to them and they tell us that gas prices, the lower gas prices, is going to definitely get more people on the road as we kick off the holiday week and this week and next week. Here in the DMV, we noticed this morning as we were driving around. Yeah, of course, you've got just the morning rush. That doesn't necessarily mean it's a holiday rush. I feel like people are probably not going to leave or get on the roads until later this week. Now, going back to the gas prices, I know you see over my shoulder, not the cheapest here, but we're also in Falls Church, which is in Northern Virginia. So the gas prices tend to be a little bit higher here. Overall, though, across the country, AAA says the national average since last week was $3.19 a gallon, which is down from $3.31 a year ago. In the DMV, the average price is $3.24 per gallon, which is 10 cents less than last year. And because the holidays happen to be falling on the weekends, AAA says DMV drivers will travel 50 miles or more away from home, which is an increase from October of last year. And more than 140,000 people are expected to fly, which is up about 16% from last year. Now, AAA says the resurgence in travel overall this year is even stronger among people who are taking what's listed as the other modes of transportation. That means about 95,000 people will be taking trains, buses, or cruise ships. And, that is actually the largest increase, similarly to what we saw with Thanksgiving. Now, back out here live, AAA reminding drivers, especially those of you who are traveling with kids, traveling with your families, getting on the road, just make sure to have an emergency kit or some sort of an emergency plan that's ready to go, just in case you happen to get stranded on the side of the road for whatever reason. I know our meteorologists were also talking about some, potential severe weather that could be, also may cause people to get backed up in traffic, especially if they're heading out on the roads for the holidays. If you recall, here in the DMV earlier this year on 95, we had this awful gridlock that was caused by terrible weather, more than 24 hours of people just being stranded on the road. So definitely not expecting, hopefully not having that kind of situation again, but just a reminder to just be mindful and pack your car with any necessary things you may need if you are traveling on the roads for the holidays. Rain, back over to you.
Absolutely. Moving right along with a few tips this holiday season. We are getting reports that the week before Christmas is the best time to score holiday shopping deals. If you're waiting a little bit longer to buy holiday gifts, you might just save some money. So retailers are dealing with too much inventory this holiday season and are trying to get rid of items before the start of the new year. According to retail industry experts, shoppers will find the best bargains in the last week before Christmas and right after Christmas. They say that some seasonal items like holiday decor, cosmetic gift sets, holiday perfume, and toys could see discounts as much as 90% off.
With just over a week left to go until Christmas, retailers are already seeing the signs of a robust holiday shopping season.
Now that COVID is, for a lot of people, winding down, they want to go out and spend and experience.
Some of the trends have surprised industry experts. Despite rising inflation, consumers are still shelling out to put gifts under the tree. Online sales are up compared to 2021. Supply chain expert Jason Miller says that's in part thanks to a rise in wages.
The dollar value people are shelling out for products and services is much higher this year than it was last year.
But retailers are still keeping inflation in mind with their marketing. Many toy makers are pushing smaller and less expensive toys this season in an attempt to win over wary shoppers who don't want to break the bank.
I think when kids are younger, it doesn't really matter what size the toy is.
Financial insecurity is hitting everybody, right? So to be able to make sure kids can enjoy Christmas and they could get the gifts, absolutely. I think it's great.
There's also been a lot more in-person shopping than many expected, driven in part by more people getting out and about following the worst of the pandemic, and because it's easier to return something you don't want to a brick-and-mortar store.
Many consumers are unwilling to buy online if there's not the potential to return the item, even if there is some type of handling charge.
And if you've put off your shopping list, buying in person may be your best bet, as time is now running out to get gifts shipped to their destination on time. Kevin Uretsky, Fox News.
And Christmas might be a lot pricier this year. A new report finds that your meal during this holiday will cost you more. Data company Data Assembly says that Christmas meals are up by 16.4%. That's double when compared to last year. So this company compared 4 major grocery retailers and 13 common Christmas products to the price in 2021. The report found that biscuits had the highest cost rise, leaping almost 48%, and turkeys have the least increase. The average grocery basket will cost an average of $60.29 this holiday. The time is now 8:54. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Quickly approaching the 9 a.m. mark here on the East Coast. On the left side of your screen, here's a look at the top stories that we are covering here at Live Now from Fox on this Monday, December 19th. We're also taking a Live Now look as the president is making his way from Delaware to Washington, D.C. So let's jump into the latest news from Capitol Hill. Congress has passed a bill to keep the government funded one more week. But the new deadline means that lawmakers will be under even more pressure to figure out a deal just before Christmas. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is in Washington with more.
The motion to concur is agreed to.
A government shutdown has been avoided for now.
This is about taking a very simple, exceedingly responsible step to ensure we finish the year without hiccups and without minimal drama.
The new deadline for lawmakers is next week on the 23rd, when many members will be eager to get out of town. It's also just before the brand new Congress takes office on January 3rd.
We all know that this is wrong. We all know that this is a corrupt way to run a government. This is a corrupt process that brings about all kinds of special interest giveaways. With the threat, the extortive threat of a government shutdown or canceling Christmas.
Lawmakers who pushed the one-week extension said they needed more time to finish a likely $1.6 trillion framework deal that would fund the government through the fiscal year in September. But not everyone is on board. Some Republicans, including Congressman Kevin McCarthy, who is hoping to take the Speaker's gavel next month, want to wait to pass the government funding bill until their party controls the House and has more bargaining power. Democrats say they will get a deal before the end of the year.
So we will be here. But we will not be here unless the Senate acts more quickly than we anticipate before Wednesday at 6:30 p.m. will be the first votes.
Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell also said if there's no agreement on the funding bill before the 22nd, he would only support a short-term deal and let the new Congress handle it. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And here's more on House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy's bid to become Speaker next year. Fox News senior congressional correspondent Chad Pergram explains how the fight over the speakership could slow down the new GOP majority in the House.
House Republicans may have won the majority, but there are worries that the divide over the speakership foreshadows challenges the GOP may have running the House.
If we don't get this right, we're going to fail the American public, because this has to be done, and it's delaying our ability to really govern.
McCarthy has huddled with Republicans for weeks, but his entreaties failed to move the needle.
If the election were held today, he does not have 218.
Publicly, McCarthy brims with confidence.
I think on January 3rd or before then, we'll have the votes.
In only his fourth formal press conference at the Capitol since March, McCarthy was testy when asked why he hadn't sewn up the votes.
And I can always count on you for the most inappropriate question, but next question.
McCarthy has made his opposition to a bill to avert a government shutdown the touchstone of his campaign for Speaker. McCarthy upbraided Senate Appropriations Committee Chairman Patrick Leahy and the top Republican on the panel, Richard Shelby, for crafting a massive spending bill. Shelby suggested McCarthy's opposition was just posturing.
He's running for Speaker, and we understand that, and he's got to put a coalition of Republicans together.
McCarthy skeptics aren't budging.
We will know at 11:59 on January 3rd. We're negotiating up until that time.
There hasn't been a second ballot for Speaker since 1923. That's when it took 3 days and 9 ballots for the House to re-elect Frederick Gillette as Speaker. But the House is expected to vote and vote and vote until it finally settles on a winning candidate. The record was 163 votes over 2 months for the House to elect Nathaniel Banks as Speaker in 1856. The House can't do anything until it elects a Speaker, including swearing in members and even creating committees to investigate the Biden administration. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
The January 6th committee meets for the final time on Capitol Hill today. The heavily Democratic panel is expected to recommend criminal charges against former President Donald Trump. As Doug Luzada reports from Washington this morning, the former president is already railing against the committee.
A criminal referral is a symbolic move. It doesn't carry any legal standing. Critics say this is highly partisan, but it caps off a nearly year-and-a-half effort to investigate what took place on January 6th. From the beginning, the January 6th committee has focused on former President Donald Trump. As the group gavels in for the final time today, one of the former president's most vocal critics says the case is clear.
I think there's sufficient evidence to charge the president.
And while that's not really the committee's decision whether to charge Trump, that recommendation would go to the Justice Department, which is already in the midst of its own investigation. With a slew of primetime hearings, the committee sought to capture the public's attention, chronicling the events of January 6th and accusing Trump of orchestrating a campaign to overturn the 2020 election, culminating in the attack on the Capitol. And Trump posted on Truth Social last night that the highly partisan Unselect Committee is illegally leaking confidential info to anyone that will listen. Republican critics have said from the start that this is all about politics, especially after Democrats refused to seat some Republican members on the committee. And as Republicans prepare to take control of the House next year, they're promising some investigations of their own into the probe.
And I'm quite sure they've been leaking into the Department of Justice. So we want to know what's going on with the Department of Justice.
And while we wait for the committee's recommendation today on charges, the full report is due out on Wednesday. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
And in other news, disgraced FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried is still being held in the Bahamas on fraud charges, awaiting extradition to the United States. So far, he's the only one indicted in the stunning collapse of the crypto exchange last month. But speculation is growing over who else from his inner circle could be next. Fox News correspondent Charles Watson has more from Atlanta.
There's a lot of focus on Sam Bankman-Fried's inner circle and who could possibly be charged next, particularly when you talk about Bankman-Fried's parents and his former girlfriend, Caroline Ellison, who has really become a centerpiece to all of this. You'll remember she's the former CEO of Bankman-Fried's hedge fund, Alameda Research, which federal prosecutors say misappropriated funds and had access to about $8 billion belonging to FTX customers, money that is now allegedly missing. Legal experts say Ellison could be the key to everything.
She, of course, was the head of Alameda Research, and to the extent, as has been alleged, Alameda Research got the funds, meaning the customer funds. If she flips, and she hasn't been charged yet, I think it's game, set, and match for SBF.
Bankman-Fried's parents could also find themselves in legal jeopardy after lawmakers and new officials in charge over at FTX shared this week that Bankman-Fried's parents, who are both Stanford law professors, were heavily tangled in FTX operations ahead of its collapse. They were allegedly involved to the extent that Joseph Bankman would frequently accompany his son, Sam Bankman-Fried, to Capitol Hill meetings. The disgraced crypto founder's parents have not been named in any criminal or civil cases the government has brought against their son, but the Securities and Exchange Commission does allege in a civil filing that Bankman-Fried used customer funds to buy millions of dollars of real estate in the Bahamas for himself and other company execs, as well as his parents. FTX's new CEO says he's investigating the company's relationship with both parents.
We're investigating that, as well as any other, players. We indicated that Mr. Bankman had given legal advice.
Okay, had he been an employee of FTX, as has been reported?
I don't know if he actually had an employee status, but he certainly received payments from, the family did receive payments.
Both Democrats and Republicans also received payments in the form of campaign contributions that prosecutors now say were illegal. Fox News has learned that the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee is setting aside $250,000 of those donations and are awaiting government guidance in terms of what they should do with the money. In Atlanta, Charles Watson, Fox News.
Newly disclosed surveillance video showing what appears to be two of the murdered Idaho college students walking around downtown Moscow just hours before they were killed in their off-campus home. Live now from Fox's Andrew Kraft brings us more.
Let's go out now to our reporter standing by in Moscow, Idaho. Police say they're now examining areas up to 30 miles outside of Moscow, trying to find clues. So that's somewhat of a development today. We're going to be joined right now by Fox News multimedia reporter Jake Karalexis outside of the police station there in Moscow. So, Jake, they've expanded their search. Why?
Well, Andrew, they believe that valuable evidence could possibly be in an area outside of Moscow, and investigators have been asking for surveillance video in Troy, which is about 12 miles east of Moscow, and Kendrick, which is another 12 miles about roughly from Troy. And a gas station employee in Troy said police asked him for surveillance video, but his store didn't have a camera facing outside. And we're going to show you some video that was shot near Phil's Family Foods last night in Kendrick. Police reportedly asked the store for surveillance video from November 12th through November 14th. And the murders of those 4 University of Idaho students happened on the morning of November 13th. So far, there's been nothing in those videos to help police, but Moscow police say that obtaining as much video as possible is their best bet at making a breakthrough.
Just consider how much video there is to collect and what you would think of to do, and that's what they're doing. Any surveillance video we have is definitely part of what is moving us forward as far as progressing in the investigation.
And Andrew, police today say they're still looking for the occupants of that white 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra that was spotted near the scene on the night of those murders. And police say there are over 20,000 registered cars in Washington state and Idaho fitting into that criteria, and they're getting tips on that Elantra from across the country. Andrew.
So, Jake, I don't know if you can offer any reporting on this. Fox News and Fox News Digital have been kind of providing us windows into, the thinking of some of these grieving parents, and they're quite upset with the lack of information that the police have been providing, and so there's been a lot of testy and fiery rhetoric from them. No doubt they are experiencing something they never thought they would be experiencing. Have we heard from any of the parents or the family and friends of some of these victims in the last, week?
So, Andrew, I have not heard from any of the parents or friends of the victim. Did talk to some students on campus this week before they left for winter break who are feeling a little better, a little, safer with this, what they say is an isolated incident over a month out. At least that's what they're hoping. But the parents have been saying some things, and it's just been a slow trickle of information coming out within the last day or so. We've learned more about the car with that 20,000 registered cars that fit into the criteria of what they're looking for. Again, today talking about police expanding their search. It's just little baby steps in this investigation. We'll see if there's anything that leads to a breakthrough coming up in the next few days.
And Jake, I also had a quick question. Maybe, when you see some law enforcement officials there in Moscow, you can maybe ask them, we're now a month removed, or a little more than a month removed, since the stabbings took place. For them, I'm curious, why do you think it took so long to maybe, come up with these ideas of, surveillance video in the area from nearby gas stations, other establishments, to go and collect that? What do you make of that?
Well, Andrew, what police have said this week is that there's just a flood of tips and information coming into them every day that they have to sort through. They have to kind of figure out, what is a good tip and what isn't, and separate that. On the good tips, try to follow those. So it's just that flood of information coming in that they're trying to sort through, and then figuring out slowly, okay, where are we looking? Do we need to look more outside of Moscow? Can we look at that gas station? Can we look at Phil's Family Foods where they might have something? We saw the other day that a gas station here in Moscow had an image of what looked like a white sedan, similar description to the car that police have been asking the public for information for several days. So it's kind of organizing all of the information that they have coming in and figuring out what the next steps exactly are that they need to take.
All right, Jake Karalexis there live for us in Moscow. Jake, we're going to be checking in a little bit later tonight, so we'll talk again. Thanks. Okay, in the meantime, we do want to let you watch and listen to the latest update put out by Moscow law enforcement officials on their YouTube and Facebook pages. It's about 1:30, but it has kind of what Jake was describing about the voluminous number of pieces of data and information that they are poring over to try to get a break in this case. Let's listen.
Students are returning home for winter break. Does that present challenges for the investigation?
I think it's always a little bit of a challenge. We went through this, right after Thanksgiving and all that, but we have investigators all across the nation. We have investigators all across the state with the state police and the FBI. So we'll adapt to that and we'll continue to do our investigation.
What about investigators? Can they keep up this investigative pace over the holidays?
We will continue to keep up this pace. We're giving individuals time off when they need it. We're augmenting other people into those spots so that the investigation continues, but we're not going to stop investigating this.
What kind of progress has been made regarding the search for information about the white Hyundai Elantra?
We have looked at massive amounts of video footage, especially in the critical camera areas, and we've looked at the 24 hours prior to and 24 hours after of those, and now we're extending that out even further to other cameras and other time frames.
What kind of manpower does it take to really deal with all of the video coming in and the tips?
We have massive amounts of people looking at this. Multiple different groups looking at the different videos in different locations, just because we have investigators all across the nation that are reviewing these videos for us and sending us back information on that.
Okay, that was Moscow Police Chief James Fry there with a very, very brief update on what some of the procedures in the investigation look like going forward. I just want to put up this map yet again that we referenced in Jake Karalexis's report about how the search has been now expanded, somewhat of a 30-mile radius there, as investigators are asking for surveillance video in both of these locations. They're in Kendrick, Idaho, south of Troy. They're looking for surveillance video from a Phil's Family Foods from that store on the night of the murder when that happened. And then they're also looking for more information in Troy as well, 12 miles east of Moscow for surveillance video there. And we also just want to put up a statement from Moscow police, that accompanied this video statement by Chief Fry today. They say, quote, after sorting through the majority of the digital content gathered from critical cameras during crucial times before and after the homicides took place, investigators continue to comb through hours and hours of digital content submitted by businesses, homes, and the public. The investigative pace will not slow down for the weekend or the holidays, and the departure of University of Idaho students returning home for winter break is not expected to cause any slowdown in the investigation.
All right, moving right along with other top stories this morning. The time is now at 9:15, and it is officially that time of the year again. Christmas is just around the corner, so hopefully you have your holiday shopping complete. And just in case you haven't, Fox 13 Tampa's Regina Gonzalez joins us now live with a few last-minute holiday shopping tips. Good morning, Regina.
Yeah, good morning, Rain. People are certainly scouring to fill Santa's sleigh and shop for family members that they didn't think that they were seeing for the holidays, and now they are. Some people even told us that they're not even shopping for gifts at this point. They're in some of these stores to get outfits for these Christmas parties that are wrapping up. But regardless, some of these major retailers are trying to make it as convenient as possible for people to snag those last-minute gifts. A lot of them are extending their hours for these next couple of days leading up to Christmas Eve. Others will be open for a little bit on Christmas Eve, and most of these stores are going to be closed on Christmas Day. So most Target stores are opening early now this week at 7 a.m. and staying open until midnight now through December 23rd. Kohl's will be open 8 a.m. to midnight through the 23rd as well. Walmart, Best Buy, Home Depot, and Burlington Coat Factory are operating at normal hours this week, but will be open on Christmas Eve. We also do know that a lot of malls around the nation are at least open on Christmas Eve and will be closed on Christmas Day. And of course, be sure to shop local. Check your favorite small business store hours. A lot of these local shops are adjusting their hours this week. This in-person shopping trend has surprised a lot of retail experts a little bit, since many prefer to online shop for convenience, but those shipping windows have definitely sailed. At this point, if you're going to order gifts online, they're probably not going to make it in these next couple of days. Certainly a challenge for Amazon Prime. But experts believe that this is also driven by more people wanting to get out for the experience after the pandemic veered them away from stores the last few years, and because it's easier to return something you don't want at a brick and mortar store. And some experts are saying that the holiday shopping season is not going to end on December 25th. A lot of people start packing stores and malls to make those last minute, or I should say to make those returns if they got a gift that they don't want. They also want to use gift cards that they may have just received. So if you're seeing packed parking lots in stores now, it's likely going to continue and look the same after the holidays, Rain.
All right, a huge thank you to Fox 13 Tampa's Regina Gonzalez bringing us that important update. Make sure that you all get your holiday shopping done. Time's running out. And if you are traveling this holiday season, let's go ahead and check in with Fox Weather for the latest forecast.
Here we do have some snow that continues to pour into parts of Kansas up into Missouri as well. So still pretty active in many of these areas as we continue to monitor the Central Plains. We look at the whole picture here, and the temperatures really tell the story. Chicago, you're sitting at 11 degrees right now. Off to the south of you in St. Louis, 29 degrees, so still pretty chilly there, below freezing. And then once we head farther south down towards like Little Rock or out towards Oklahoma City, we actually see some sunshine in place. Temperatures are in the upper 30s, approaching 40 at this point in time. Now, we did have some active snow through the overnight, and as we head into the course of today and even into tomorrow, some of that snow will be measurable. We're looking at around 1 to 3 inches overall from Wichita all the way up into Duluth, and then we may have a little less than an inch in other areas as well. But remember, any little bit of snow on the roadways could certainly cause some tricky travel, so pace yourself today. Give yourself that extra time on the roadways, as this will stick around through at least the afternoon, especially for Iowa and into Minnesota. A portion of Wisconsin also gets in on this snow as we head into the latter half of today, really picking up for areas like Duluth and out towards Minneapolis, and then eventually winding down over the Great Lakes region into Canada. We look at tonight as temperatures will be falling through the course of today. We have, again, our temperatures in the teens and 30s in many of these areas, some of the coldest air thus far pushing through for the season. Into tonight, we also see those temperatures dropping. Duluth, you will have a low of 0. I'm sorry to tell you, but bundle up if you are in Duluth. We will have snow along with that. Davenport, 25 degrees, Chicago, 24 for tonight. And then into tomorrow, we continue to see some snow in areas like Sault Ste. Marie or out towards Alpena. Out towards Milwaukee and into Marquette, we start to dry out. Sunshine returns. We actually see those temperatures trying to rebound down towards Grand Rapids, just above freezing. Kansas City, here's a look at your timeline through the course of today. So again, the morning hours will certainly be a bit treacherous as you're driving out on the roadways. We do have snow filtering in along I-70 as well as I-35 into the city. It starts to thin out by that 2 o'clock time frame, so heading home should be okay. We're left with that cloud coverage into the evening hours. And in terms of how much snow we're getting, it's really not amounting to much. We are seeing less than about an inch around the city. The city overall will likely not even see any snow on the ground that sticks around through the course of today. It's just going to be a little bit more on that nuanced snow for this go round. But as we head into the next couple of days, these temperatures will stick around for sure. Teens into the evening hours for both Monday and into Tuesday. We start to rebound for our daytime highs when we have Tuesdays back into the 40s. Steve?
And Kiana, let's talk more about this cold Arctic blast because it's already being felt in Lakota, North Dakota. Look at the temperature, -6 degrees. That's air temperature. Wind chill factor feeling much cooler than that. But guess what? It's going to be even worse tomorrow through Thursday. Lakota is about a 3-hour drive to the northeast of Bismarck, North Dakota. You're looking at that area in the Dakotas, -30 to -50 degree wind chill factor. So that's what it feels like Tuesday through Thursday. That's just dangerous to be outside. What's causing this? Let's show you right here. There's this high pressure. It's camped out over the Northwest Territories. That's what we call it right here in Canada. That is going to push down into the Northern Rockies and into the plains. Now, notice the rotation. Right? This is kind of, if you ever played with Hot Wheels, right? And you have that boost, right? Whenever you get the car that goes through, that's what's happening with this air mass because you have a high pressure clockwise rotation along with this low pressure. It is pumping all of this Arctic air not only into the Dakotas and the upper Midwest, but all the way down into the south. Now, I'm going to focus on the northern tier of this. This is just air temperature. Bismarck, right? We talked about Lakota. That's right up here. Bismarck, -3, 4 today. Billings, 2 degrees. Denver, a mile high into the mid-40s. Your temperature is going to drop quickly as we push through. Now, again, we put this in reference. Is it going to be cold this time of year? It's December? Yes, but this shows you the difference from average. 40 to 50 degrees below average for the latter half of December, pushing all the way through the northern Rockies down into the panhandle of Oklahoma and Texas. Quite cold. And because of that, they already have a winter chill watch in place for down into the Denver, Pueblo, spilling down into the plains, and then you have a wind chill warning for Big Sky Country and into the Dakotas. So again, this means you need to dress in layers. You need to limit your time outside if you can, just not being outside at all. Here is why. By Tuesday morning, tomorrow, you're looking at the feels like temperature negative 39 in Bismarck. For kids that play outside, maybe they're just going to do a little snowball fight, or they're playing and they're going on the sleds or the tubes. 20 degrees. That's above for 0. 20 degrees, it's already dangerous. You're talking below that. You can't let them be outside. And for Billings, Montana, it's lasting all week long. The worst of it being felt on Thursday, negative 44 degrees. This is a great opportunity to get some science experiments done, right? One of my favorite ones, Kiana, is you take water, soap, and add a little bit of sugar. You create a bubble, and it crystallizes. It makes these unique patterns. And the kids are going to have fun. Those are the type of activities you want to do instead of having them outside for too long.
And that activity, you actually get to see like a little bit of what a snowflake would look like if you made one. So that's pretty cool too. Good suggestion, Steve. I didn't think about that, especially staying indoors, trying to stay warm. A lot of this cold air will be felt across the South as well. In a lot of areas, this is the first time feeling it within the last decade or so. For areas like Memphis, we actually will see the potential as lows will get into the single digits. So if you're in the Southeast, consider this your warning to stay indoors for Christmas. Maybe even check out that science experiment that Steve suggested. It's certainly going to be one that you will have fun with nonetheless. We take a look at the low temperatures into Christmas Eve morning. So we do have, again, that cold air moving in across the northern plains, as Steve mentioned, but pretty much all of the lower 48 will be dealing with temperatures sub-0. So again, it's going to be a very cold start to the weekend. We see that through the course of the southern plains starting on Wednesday. So even into the middle of the week, we already get in on some of this colder air for areas like Texas. And you look here at some of the colors of the shadings, they're about 5 to 10 degrees below average. To the north of that, we also see about 10 to 20 degrees above average in parts of Oklahoma. Now that cold air surges on to the south through Thursday. We're actually looking at temperatures now 20 to 35 degrees below average. So that cold air is locked into place. When we look at Christmas Day's high temperatures, the forecast is at around 40. That's 13 degrees below average. The last time we've seen temperatures on Christmas at or around 40 was back in 2010. So as I mentioned, about 12 years ago, we are now getting in on some cold air once again. It's been a long stretch. Prepare yourself for this colder air. Certainly consider indoor activities if you can. Now, as we mentioned, it starts off Wednesday. Highs are in the 40s and 50s, so still feeling pretty normal at that point in time. It's Thursday that we start to see some of this cold air cut into places like Oklahoma City out towards Lubbock, 32 degrees for your highs on Thursday. Dallas sitting at 49, whereas down towards San Antonio, you're in the 70s. So you are well above those temperatures just to the north of you. That cold air continues to filter in, and as we wake up Friday morning, we're looking at temperatures, the lows in San Antonio, 19 degrees. So a huge drop in temperatures. The same goes out towards Dallas, 14 in Jackson. It seeps off to the east. We're looking at New Orleans starting the morning off at 28, 25 in Atlanta. But look at Memphis. 5 degrees for the start of Friday. And that continues into the weekend. We see that through Friday into Saturday morning as well. Sunday morning, so Christmas morning, your average is around 38 for Dallas, Texas. We're looking at waking up to temperatures in the low 20s, 21 for Sunday, and then continuing that trend into Monday too. Now, Dallas, your daytime highs will get into the 40s and 50s. Remember, your average is around 57. So you're okay through the first half of the week. It's Friday that's going to be a shocker to you. The highs for the day around 26. 33 for Saturday, and then back into the 40s as we head into Sunday. Steve, all this cold air definitely makes me want to stay indoors, stay near the fireplace, and have that cup of hot chocolate because it is needed.
Yeah, and when you're looking at some of those holiday traditions, Kiana, you want to do it early in the week. I know my family love to go on Christmas Eve to go look at the lights. Not the case in so many spots. Let's take you to Austin, Texas, where you're getting out early.
All right, that was the latest from our colleagues over at Fox Weather. Make sure that you all download the Fox Weather app to stay up to date on your holiday travel tips, weather, flight data, and so much more. You can download the app in your Apple Store or the Google Play Store. We'll be right back after this 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time here, 9:29 a.m. Thank you so much for starting your day with us. In case you missed it, let's revisit this update coming from the Defense Department. We're getting updates on Twitter, protests in Iran, as well as the ongoing war in Ukraine.
Ukraine counter Russia's use of unmanned aerial vehicles, including 2 NASAMS, which Ukraine has reported to be quite effective, as well as missiles for the Hawk air defense systems, which have been donated by our allies and partners. And we're going to continue to work with Ukraine with security assistance for as long as it takes.
Can I follow up?
Sure.
I'm just back from 2 months in Ukraine. And I'm wondering if the United States still has a policy of not wanting Ukraine to use U.S. supplied munitions to respond to these attacks by hitting Russian launch sites on the other side of the border in Russia. Is that still policy? And if so, how is that still policy? And does that not deny Ukraine the ability to defend itself under international law?
First of all, welcome back. Welcome back. But more broadly, we have been very clear over the course of this conflict that the security assistance that we have provided is meant to be used for Ukraine to defend its territorial integrity and to defend its sovereignty, and be used to defend the territories that belong to Ukraine, that are within its own recognized borders, and that continues to be our policy.
But can I just follow up on Jonathan's question?
Sure, Saeed.
But there were, I think last week or the week before, there were incidents where actually inside Russia, bases and places were struck by missiles. Was that done by, like the U.S. approval of Ukraine doing that?
Saeed, our answer on that is the same as it was last week. I think it might have been the week prior. Actually, it's still no one has taken responsibility for those strikes. But broadly speaking, we're going to continue to do everything in our power to support Ukraine and to support Ukrainian efforts to defend its territorial integrity and sovereignty.
Okay, so that includes strikes of places in Russia that may be the source of missiles.
That is not what I'm saying, Saeed. We have been quite clear over the course of this conflict. We are supporting Ukrainian efforts to defend their territorial integrity and to defend their sovereignty and to defend the territory that Russia has illegally invaded and illegally occupied that belongs to Ukraine. Leon.
Yeah, sorry, different topic. A question on Elon Musk. He's getting backlash for having Twitter has suspended several accounts of American journalists. What message do you think that sends to the world? That in the United States, one would suppress journalist accounts?
So let me say a couple of things. First, social media companies make their own independent decisions about content moderation, and I'm not going to comment on their specific private actions. But what I will say is that this department's support for free speech and freedom of the press is well documented. And it is certainly difficult to square how these removals are consistent with promoting free exchange. But again, social media companies make their own independent decisions on content moderation, and I'm just not going to speak to those actions.
By the way, they suspended me with that explanation.
Again, Saeed, our support for free speech and freedom of the press is well documented. Camilla, go ahead.
Thanks. The Mexican foreign minister is meeting with the secretary today. Next week, the administration is set to lift Title 42, December 21st. A surge of migrants is expected on the border. Is this going to be a key topic of discussion between the foreign minister and the secretary today?
So let me offer some thoughts about what the secretary and the foreign minister are going to talk about today. First, the secretary congratulated Foreign Secretary abroad on the bicentennial of our bilateral relations and noted the upcoming North American Leaders Summit and offered it as an opportunity to once again showcase the historic relationship between the United States and Mexico. They also discussed the close partnership between the U.S. and Mexico on various bilateral and multilateral issues, as well as progress being made together in achieving shared regional goals on security, humane migration management, and protection and other economic competitiveness issues. He also spoke to the Foreign Secretary about continuing support for Haiti and safeguarding democratic institutions in Peru, and he also noted the importance of resolving trade disputes to bolster regional competitiveness and strengthen economic integration in North America. On your specific question about Title 42, I am sure our colleagues at the Department of Homeland Security and the White House can speak more broadly about the measures that they're going to be implementing in place for a humane management and of migration at the border. But broadly, and I think Ned and I both touched on this earlier in this week, we have, since the beginning of this administration, viewed migration as a regional and hemispheric challenge, and one that we will continue to work through with our partners and allies in the region, of course, including Mexico. Alex, go ahead.
Thank you. A couple of questions before that. I want to follow up on Petios as well. You said that you have no announcement today. The day is not over yet. We still expect in the coming hours some announcement from the administration on this. The second part of this question, what is your response to Moscow's Kremlin's warning of potential consequences if Washington does, pursue with that plan?
Let me say a couple of things. First, again, I don't have any new security assistance packages to speak to. I'm just not going to get ahead of that process. But what I would say to Moscow's comments is that the only provocative measures that have been taken over the course of this entire conflict are being made by Russia. Russia is the aggressor in this situation, and let's not forget that. It also would be important for me to remind you, Alex, that the U.S. is not now, nor has it ever been at war with Russia. And we've been doing exactly what President Biden told President Putin would do, is that if Russia attacked Ukraine, we would provide security assistance and help Ukraine defend itself and defend its territorial integrity and sovereignty. We've also taken steps to hold the Russian Federation account through sanctions, through export controls and other measures, a tranche of which we announced yesterday. I will also note that with Moscow saying that offering a list of what it considers lawful targets, that among the list of its lawful targets also includes civilian infrastructure in cities across Ukraine, where they've targeted apartment buildings, shopping malls, hospitals, playgrounds, museums, maternity wards. Over the 9 months of this conflict, Russia has struck more than 200 targets related to Ukraine's energy infrastructure, threatening to freeze, to starve, and force Ukrainian civilians from their home in the midst of winter. Again, I don't have any new security systems to announce, but we will do everything we can to continue to support the Ukrainian people.
And stay on that energy issue. Ned tweeted today that the first shipment of emergency repair equipment already arrived. Do you have a timeline? When should we expect second launch?
I don't have a timeline to preview, but again, would reiterate that an initial tranche of that equipment from the initial announced 53 million in electric grid support has arrived. More, of course, will come to help Ukraine rebuild the backbone of their power transmission system, which is, of course, critical to keeping the lights on and homes warm throughout the midwinter. Us, in close coordination with our national labs and the Department of Energy and the interagency, will continue to identify equipment that can be used and can be sent from the U.S. to support these efforts, and we'll continue this work, but I don't have any other specifics to offer.
We must have a big Azerbaijan to this picture. So Azerbaijan decided to respond to Ukraine's request and to send some generators of equipment to address energy issue. Apparently, Russians are uneasy about that. We heard from TASS news agency quoting the foreign minister that apparently they don't consider that as humanitarian effort or humanitarian help. Where do you draw that line, and what is your reaction to Russians discouraging other countries helping Ukraine at the time of need?
What I would say broadly on this, Alex, is over the course of this post-conflict, of course, the United States has played a role in offering humanitarian assistance and economic assistance to our Ukrainian partners. but other countries have stepped up to do so as well. I can't speak to the specific reporting on the gas generators, but what I would say is that we would continue to welcome the support from our allies and partners in countries around the world that to help Ukraine bolster its energy grid, make it more robust so that it can withstand the constant targeting of the energy infrastructure that we're seeing by Russia. Go ahead in the back.
Hi. Today marks the third month since Mahsa Amini was murdered in Iran, and U.S. has shown that it stood by the Iranian people, whether by unilateral actions or taking the case to the United Nations and kicking Iran out of the Commission of Status of Women. Now, do you think tools that there are enough tools left in the U.S. toolbox, because the killing has not stopped, to be used to work effectively to stop the killing by the regime? Does the U.S. State Department has any plan to modernize its approach to Iran, like let's say create an Iran house? And then I have two other nuclear questions.
Sure. Let me say a couple of things. First and foremost, we are gravely concerned that authorities reportedly continue to kill more of their own people in an effort to suppress peaceful protests, protests that we're seeing being led by women, girls, and the youth of Iran. We also continue to remain deeply concerned about reports of mass arrests, sham trials, and now death sentences being handed down to protesters and carried out as well as the very clear state-sponsored violence against women that we're seeing across Iran. To be very clear, the eyes of the world are upon Iran right now, and human rights inflicted by Iran's government on its own people must not go without consequence. And to your question about the tools we have in our tool belt, just because we use a tool once does not mean that it goes away or that we no longer have it at our disposal. And I will note that at various junctures since the death of Mahsa Amini, the United States has taken forceful action to address the human rights violations being made by the Iranian regime, whether it be sanctioning security apparatuses, whether it be sanctioning specific individuals, whether it be designating entities within Iran, whether it be bringing licenses available so that the Iranian people can have greater access to the free flow of information. We've had those tools at our disposal. We've taken action with those tools, and we'll continue to do so. I'm not going to preview any set of actions from here, but we continue to believe that these tools that we have not only will hold the Iranian regime accountable, but will help the Iranian people as well in their.
Okay, and on the nuclear, Bibi Netanyahu, the Israeli designated prime minister, in an interview with Al Arabiya English, said in the past his government did operations to roll back Iran's nuclear program without telling USA, because USA would have disapproved or opposed it or leaked it to the media. Now, in the coming week, he's going to be the prime minister, and so how do you evaluate what he says with your approach or the Biden administration approach, that diplomacy is still the best path to resolve or to stop Iran from having nuclear weapons?
Oh, well, let me say a couple of things on that. First and foremost, the exact composition of and makeup of the upcoming Israeli government is still to be determined, so I'm just not going to get ahead of that process. As Secretary Blinken made clear in his speech to J Street, we look forward to working with the Israeli government, and we'll do so rooted in the policies that they pursue. Specifically on Iran obtaining a nuclear weapon, the president and the secretary have been very clear that since the beginning of this administration, that we'll do everything in our power to ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. But specifically, and you've seen Ned and others speak to this, we have been clear also that the JCPOA is not our focus right now, and we candidly remain very skeptical of anything coming out of Tehran on this issue, whether it be issues relating to the IAEA or other things. So again, I'm just not going to get ahead or get beyond the process on this right now.
And the last one.
Go ahead. And then I need to work the room a little bit. Go ahead.
Sure. So on Monday, the United Nations Security Council will have a regular meeting on the UNSCR 2231, which endorsed the JCPOA. Now, you from this podium and other colleagues have said that Iran is in breach of this United Nations Security Council resolution by sending drones to Ukraine. What is U.S. policy, or how are you going to go forward on that day with the report that's coming up?
Well, a report is not public yet, so I'm certainly not going to get ahead of that process, and nor am I going to get into internal UN deliberations. But as I've previously said, as others, that Russia's acquisition of UAVs from Iran, it very seriously contravenes UN Security Council Resolution 2231, which places restrictions on transfers of missile-related technology to or from Iran. Specifically, when we spoke about the transfer of these UAVs, it was because of the type and the range that these UAVs have. This resolution, I'll remind you, was adopted in July of 2015. It established these critical restrictions. All council members, including Russia, voted for it. Russia was involved in negotiating its provisions. And Iran provided Russia with these drones, which Moscow is now using to wreak havoc on Ukrainian people. This is in clear violation of Resolution 2231, and there is no doubt that the transfer occurred without the advanced case-by-case approval by the Council, which is how it should have unfolded. But again, I'm just not going to get ahead of the UN internal deliberations on this. Go ahead.
Thank you. This is Rio Kiyomi from Asahi Newspaper. This morning, Japan released its new national security documents, and Secretary Blinken has already issued a comment. And Japan says it aims to procure U.S. Tomahawk cruise missiles. So does State Department support Japan's purchase of Tomahawks? And will the U.S. plan to share its intelligence and surveillance capability to Japan in order to use such missiles?
Let me say a couple of things. First, as you saw Secretary Blinken speak to, the United States of America and this department welcomes Japan's new national security strategy, national defense strategy, and defense buildup program. As President Biden and Secretary Blinken have made clear, including in our very own national security strategy, our alliances and partnerships are our most important strategic asset, and Japan's new documents reshape the ability of our alliance to promote peace and protect the rules-based world order, not just in the Indo-Pacific, but around the world as well. As a matter of policy, though, I'm just not going to comment on arms sales or any transfers of security assets, potential or otherwise, before they go through the formal congressional notification process.
Can I follow up?
Sure.
So is U.S. open to revise the current guidelines for U.S.-Japan defense cooperation following the release of Japan's news?
I don't have any new announcement to make here, but I would just reiterate that we applaud Japan's commitment to modernize our alliance through increased investment in enhanced roles, missions, and capabilities, and a closer defense cooperation. Go ahead.
My question is on the same topic. I'd like to know if Japan's announcement on the new national security strategy investing in counter-strike capabilities against missile attacks from North Korea and China, if the U.S. welcoming decision by Japan is echoing the National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan saying last month that China playing a constructive role in restraining North Korea. So my question is the U.S. in a way pressuring China to use the leverage it has on North Korea? And with Japan's new announcement, how will the U.S. posture within the region change in countering North Korea?
Let me say a couple of things, and I think I speak to this late last week as well. When President Biden and President Xi had the opportunity to meet on the margins of the G20, They discussed, President Biden raised concerns about the DPRK's provocative behavior and noted that all members of the international community, including the PRC, have a vested interest in acting responsibly. Beyond that, I don't have any specific updates to offer. I would just again note that we welcome Japan's new national security strategy. And as President Biden and the Secretary have been clear, these kinds of alliances and partnerships are one of our most strategic assets, and we look forward to continuing to work with our Japanese partners on this. I'm going to work the room a little bit. Go ahead, Saeed.
Thank you. Two quick questions on the Palestinian issue.
Sure.
Yesterday, the United Nations Committee on Economic and Financial Questions adopted in the Second Committee a draft resolution titled Permanent Sovereignty of the Palestinian People in the Occupied Palestinian Territory, including East Jerusalem, and their population in the occupied Syrian Golan Heights over their natural resources. 157 countries voted for it. The United States voted against it, along with Malawi and the Marshall Islands and a couple of other countries. Why would the United States have voted against such a thing? I mean, you always are calling for a two-state solution and so on.
Well, Saeed, we have been quite clear that we believe that Palestinians and Israelis equally deserve to live safely and securely and enjoy equal measures of freedom and prosperity and democracy. And we can't stress this enough. This is a foundational view of this administration, and this will always be our approach to the region. I'm going to get back to you specifically on this vote.
Please do, because I don't believe that you would oppose Palestinian in drilling for water on their own land. You?
Again, Saeed, I'm just going to have to. I'm going to have to get back to you on this.
Another question on the upcoming Israeli government. Yesterday, in an interview with NPR, the coming Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu supported Itamar Ben-Gvir, and he said that he would be responsible for the policies and so on. In other words, cutting off any debate, including major opposition in the United States of America. Would that be satisfactory to you that to have someone like Ben-Gvir in the government, to have someone like Smotrich in the government, if the Prime Minister of Israel would assume responsibility for all decisions? Would that be fine?
Saeed, I'm just not going to comment on hypotheticals or speculate on the exact composition of the next governing coalition when it hasn't formally been set in stone yet. But what I will say is that we believe it is critical for Israel and the Palestinian Authority to refrain from unilateral actions that will incite tensions and undercut efforts to advance a negotiated two-state solution, and that continues to be our belief and policy on this.
If I may, I just want to rephrase my question. He's basically saying that it's okay, and he will. I mean, he's the designated prime minister. He forms the government. Ben-Gvir to have him responsible for the police, which will be responsible for the Palestinians. Would that be okay with you, as long as the final decision maker is Benjamin Netanyahu?
Saeed, again, I'm just not going to speculate on the exact composition of the next governing coalition. It would be inappropriate for us to do so. Dylan, go ahead.
Yeah, it's been a busy couple weeks for China. We've seen just recently President Xi visited Saudi Arabia at a time when the U.S.-Saudi relationship has gotten a little more tense. China's reportedly trying to increase Russian energy imports and strengthen economic ties. Xi talked about buying oil in Chinese currency, which would obviously undermine the U.S. dollar as the reserve currency. You guys have repeatedly said that countries don't have to choose between the U.S. and China. Secretary Blinken said this yesterday. In fact, is that still a tenable position in your eyes, given how much China seems to be encroaching further and further on U.S. interests, especially recently?
That continues to be our policy, and you've seen us make this quite clear with the countries recently, and including in the context of the African Leaders Summit, as you mentioned. We, the United States, have a relationship with China, and so do many of our allies and partners around the world. And it's not for us to say what a bilateral relationship between any two other countries should necessarily look like. And what we have always tried to do is offer countries a choice, and to offer and put very clearly on the table what the comparative advantage of a partnership and engagement with the United States could and would look like. And we've continued to do that.
So when the Secretary of Defense says that China's influence on Africa, for example, as a destabilizing threat. Do you guys disagree with that or view it differently?
I will let my colleagues at the Pentagon speak to Secretary Austin's comments, but in speaking to this very similar question yesterday, you saw the Secretary be quite clear. The African Leaders Summit was about one region and one region only, and it was about Africa, and it was about the United States deepening its engagement and deepening its partnerships with countries across the African continent and putting out there very clearly the comparative advantage to what a partnership with the United States could look like. Doyle, go ahead.
That's it. Thank you. Two questions, please.
Sure.
One, how dangerous is Tic Tac as far as this building is concerned? And number two, Secretary and Indian Foreign Minister have met, of course, many times, and I'm sure they must have discussed Ukraine war and Russia's attack on the war, and now the war is going beyond 9 months. How seriously Secretary is thinking when Prime Minister Modi said, end the war to President Putin?
Well, we would take the Prime Minister at his word, and we welcomed those comments when they took place. Ultimately, though, other countries will make their own decisions on its engagements with both when it comes to Russia, but we continue to coordinate with allies and partners to mitigate the impact of Putin's illegal war of aggression against Ukraine, and especially as it's related to its impacts on energy markets as well.
And sir, you think India have a role to play to stop the war as far as Russia's still going on and innocent people are being killed by a superpower to a tiny country?
Any country that is interested in engaging in a peace or interested in ending this war would need to do so in close coordination and partnership with our Ukrainian partners. We will continue doing everything we can to support them, and that this needs to come to a conclusion on their terms. Go ahead.
Thank you. On China House, could you please share more details about it? It's reported that this team is going to have 60 to 70 experts, and from China desk to China House, what is the main difference?
So to widen the aperture a little bit, the staffing patterns will be adjusted to meet the various needs. I will note that the China desk was already the largest single country desk at the State Department. And with this new iteration of China House, it will include an even larger but integrated team and draw from across organizations to address the scale and scope and the challenges posed. To speak more broadly, I think Secretary Blinken has said it best that the scale and scope of the challenge posed by PRC will test U.S. diplomacy like we've not seen before. And that is the genesis of the China House, a fully integrated team with expertise from across the department that is going to serve really as a matrix or a clearinghouse of ideas to work on China policy, to work on policy that touches all corners of this building. And what it's going to do is it'll equip and empower work being done across the department and have it be coordinated in a singular way.
And in the statement this morning, you said China House will ensure the U.S. government is able to responsibly manage our competition with PRC. It didn't mention anything about cooperation with China. So is this office mainly created to confront China?
Pardon me, what?
Is this office created mainly to confront China?
This office was created to serve as a clearinghouse of sorts, as a matrix with inputs from all over the department to work on issues relating to the PRC. And that work formally launched today in this iteration of China House, and we look forward to having more to share on this in the days and weeks ahead. Kylie, go ahead. I need to work the room a little
Quick
bit.
question, just following up while we're on China, and given the conversations on TikTok on the Hill, is TikTok allowed on U.S. diplomats' phone, and is that app something that you guys are reviewing at all in this building?
I would have to check the specifics, but it is my understanding that it is not a cleared app for US government devices, but I would have to check on specifics and we can get back to you on that.
Okay, and then, I'm sorry I came in late. Has Peru come up at all?
It has not.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So, there are reports that there are about 300 tourists who are stuck in Machu Picchu, obviously after the president of Peru was ousted and there are all these protests and the railways aren't running right now. Are any of those tourists Americans that the State Department knows of? And what are you doing to support them if they are?
I don't know the specifics of that report. I'm happy to check and see if the makeup of that group includes any Americans, and we can get back to you on that. But broadly speaking, the U.S. Department of State and our embassies and consulates have no greater priority than the safety and security of our citizens overseas. The Embassy of Peru issued multiple alerts since December 7th, and we'll continue to evaluate the security situation and provide updates to U.S. citizens as appropriate, but I'll have to check on that specific situation.
That'd be great, thanks.
Go ahead in the back.
Thank you.
Yeah.
North Korea.
Sure.
Earlier today, DPRK has announced.
You're streaming live now from Fox. The time is now 10 a.m. Eastern. We're taking a listen in to the most recent update from the State Department. We have here the Principal Deputy Press Secretary taking questions from reporters on several issues, including Twitter, repression of protests in Iran, and the Russia's war against Ukraine. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time just past the 10 a.m. mark here on the East Coast. Here's the latest news from Capitol Hill. Congress has passed a bill to keep the government funded one more week, but the new deadline means that lawmakers will be under even more pressure to figure out a deal just before Christmas. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard brings us more.
The motion to concur is agreed to.
A government shutdown has been avoided for now.
This is about taking a very simple, exceedingly responsible step to ensure we finish the year without hiccups and without minimal drama.
The new deadline for lawmakers is next week on the 23rd, when many members will be eager to get out of town. It's also just before the brand new Congress takes office on January 3rd.
We all know that this is wrong. We all know that this is a corrupt way to run a government. This is a corrupt process that brings about all kinds of special interest giveaways, with the threat, the extortive threat of a government shutdown or canceling Christmas.
Lawmakers who pushed the one-week extension said they needed more time to finish a likely $1.6 trillion framework deal that would fund the government through the fiscal year in September. But not everyone is on board. Some Republicans, including Congressman Kevin McCarthy, who is hoping to take the Speaker's gavel next month, want to wait to pass the government funding bill until their party controls the House and has more bargaining power. Democrats say they will get a deal before the end of the year.
So we will be here, but we will not be here unless the Senate acts more quickly than we anticipate before Wednesday at 6:30 p.m. will be the first votes.
Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell also said if there's no agreement on the funding bill before the 22nd, he would only support a short-term deal and let the new Congress handle it. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And we are live, raw, and unfiltered this morning. Let's go ahead and listen into this live update from New York's Governor Kathy Hochul. It looks as though she may be making an announcement about affordable housing initiatives in Brooklyn, New York.
So prices go up. People want to be here, deserve to be here, cannot afford to come here and live in a beautiful home that they deserve. So this is an ambitious goal. We're trying to put forth a plan that people kind of are stunned by. We're working with Mayor Adams and our partners in the legislature, because we need to make some changes in our legislature as well as the city council. We want to build over 800,000 new units over the next decade, because I believe that affordable housing, beautiful, safe housing is a basic human right. And that right needs to be granted to more New Yorkers than we have right now. So here, this state, this place speaks to this. It speaks to this. It's how we can reimagine and build a better, more equitable, more inclusive Brooklyn. As I mentioned, in October, we announced $425 million project, not a groundbreaking. Groundbreakings are really nice, but the best is when you cut the ribbon and you open it up to people. And the Fountains Project is extraordinary, right adjacent to this site. So that speaks of what we can do. So the naysayers who said, oh, it'll never happen here, nobody cares, things are already happening. But today, we're announcing the start of a $1.2 billion project known as Alfea that'll bring 2,400 affordable units to the community. That's extraordinary, 2,400 units, all affordable housing to this community. So let's give that a round of applause. And Alfea means something. It means good health, blessing, and peace. And we're going to achieve all three of those objectives because that's what the name commands us to do. This is what this community deserves. And this will be a transformational project that'll have a profound impact on this long forgotten neighborhood. But not just on, as I'm trying to point out, it's not just on the physical structures, not just the buildings. It'll have a profound impact on the psychology of a community, how they view themselves, how they realize that we believe they matter, they have value, and they deserve more. And all of a sudden, people start saying, yeah, we do matter. This community matters. And this will transform people's lives for years to come. The first phase, $373 million, will create 576 affordable housing units. And it'll be supportive housing as well. You know, time's been tough for people. Life is hard sometimes. Circumstances out of your control. And this pandemic was particularly harsh for people. People weren't able to get their mental health services, and a lot of people self-medicated, turning more to substance abuse, and they kind of spiraled out of control here. These are also God's children, too. They deserve love and care, support, and services. That's what the whole idea behind supportive housing is. Not just give you a home and say, here's the key, you're on your own. But to say, some of you need that extra lift up. You need someone to guide you through the next chapter of your life. That's what we're doing here as well. And we'll continue that commitment to blend not just the housing, but supportive services to lift everyone up. When I speak about the psychology, you cannot imagine what open green space does to the human spirit. That's what this project is going to bring as well. space for the entire community to enjoy, over 7,000 square feet of retail. And of course, I'm a shopper. I said, what kind of retail are we talking here? And I said it's going to be culturally diverse, all kinds of food and markets, and make the community feel at home, as well as extraordinary healthcare services. That's what people need. They won't have to go outside this community to get what they need to start building their lives back. And people have the behavioral health or developmental disabilities or intellectual disabilities. This is going to help them as well. So we want to build a community where they can flourish and achieve independence. Because this was once the Brooklyn Developmental Center. We know the path that went. But that still is a reminder that people came to the site to heal. Some of our new guests, our new residents, are going to be in that category. We're going to help them heal. That's what we do. We're New Yorkers. We take care of other people. So this will build on the legacy of the center's work, impactful work, to help change people's lives. But also, we look toward the future. We care about the environment. You can make tremendous changes in protecting the environment for our children's future with the buildings we're building today. And that's why this project, you'll hear more about this, residents will live in energy-efficient buildings. It'll be healthier air quality, reduce carbon emissions, and lower energy bills because of how they're going to build this. They'll have access to high-speed broadband, because living without high-speed broadband is like living without air these days. People need it to survive. It's how you find out if there's a job out there that you want to apply for, how you help your kids apply for college, or how you find out about a workforce development program. It's your connection to the rest of the world, and we have to have it readily available. It is like air. We're going to make sure everybody here can breathe that air. And also, making it healthier, as I mentioned, the healthcare facility here will be second to none. People won't have to get on a bus and travel far to good healthcare. They'll be able to get treated right here. And of course, all of you have heard me speak, know how impatient I am. My first question is, well, when's it done? When's it going to be done? And I sit there with all my project managers, whether it's bold projects for the MTA and the Port Authority or projects like these. I say, how are we doing, team? We moving ahead? We've hit some benchmarks. Can you shave off a few more months? So I'm going to be on top of this one, okay? You're going to see me. You're going to hear from me. If you can shave off a few months, because I cannot overstate how big this project is, what it means to me personally, of what we're doing for our citizens, our residents, our family. Because this signifies the value of this community to the rest of the world. We know it here, but the rest of the world is overdue in recognizing the beauty of the people who live here in East New York. And again, we know what they've been through. They've had worse health outcomes coming out of the pandemic, and even before. I mean, the pandemic didn't cause this. It just put a spotlight on the scars and the scabs that were already there. We know how bad it was. They had higher rates of violence and crime. People had given up hope. We're going to give them an alternative now. And they did lack access to good quality health care. They had lack of access to employment, higher poverty levels. It's all real here. So we can fix this. You fix the soul, the rest of the body will heal. That's what we're working on here. So it's all about health and wellness, and encourage people to enjoy the outdoors and take a walk over to Shirley Chisholm Park. I was there when it was dedicated. That is gorgeous. I travel all over the state. You have to realize this is spectacular, like you're transported into another world just in this community. So this community is special. And I'm so excited that the era of changing everything, a new era for New York, starts right here in East New York. And I want to thank our Senator, Roxanne Prasad, for all she has done as well. I want her to come up and give you her reflections on how together we're going to make New York work for everyone, starting here today. Senator Prasad.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Governor, for coming out to our area. And yes, our area is special. We all know that. And thank you for acknowledging that. To everyone here today, to Commissioner, you know, the other day we were at another ribbon cutting today's a groundbreaking. We were in a ribbon cutting, and I said, she's so often in Brooklyn. She needs to have an apartment here in Brooklyn. We will adopt her here in Brooklyn because she is committed to enhancing the lives of us Brooklynites. And Commissioner, I thank you and your team for everything that you are doing. I know the governor has the lead on this, and her commitment, and you are following that. So we thank you. As the chair of social services in the New York State Senate, when I hear about wraparound services, when we're doing housing, I am so joyful because we need to do that. Too often we are placing people in homes. You know, they've never had the opportunity to turn their own key. And we're placing them in homes and then nothing, we walk away from them. And when we do that, we're setting them up for failure. Projects of this kind, we are no longer doing that. We are telling everyone, as you're moving in, we are here for you. We are here to support you in every way possible, because as we are supporting you, we are supporting our community. We are elevating our community. The people who were looking down on East New York just a few years ago can no longer do that. When they see what is occurring, the renaissance of East New York is real. When they see what's occurring in East New York, this will be the standard for other communities. As you drive around East New York, just look at what has happened over the past few years. Just look at it. Look at it. And now it's affordable housing, more affordable housing. And when we say affordable housing, we are talking affordable to the people who have stuck it out in East New York. That's what we're talking about. So today, it's a great day. When you say hope, remember it was said, the audacity of hope. Today is a great day for East New York as we continue to rise. So thank you, Governor. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We will continue to work with you to ensure our community gets what it deserves. Thank you, everyone. And now, I will now call on the Brooklynites to be the commissioner to come up here. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Senator. Hi, everyone. I am delighted to be here at Alafia today. I'm delighted that the governor is here with us. There is no better advocate for affordable housing in this state than Governor Hochul. I don't think there's been a person in New York State in leadership who understands as much the impact that affordable housing and supportive housing has on individuals, on children, on families than our current governor. So I couldn't be more delighted to be here today and have her with us to celebrate. This project is going to be extremely transformational, as you heard, and it really is due to the coordination that starts with people like Senator Prasad. You have been such an incredible advocate also and partner for us. As I often say, it is not everywhere we go around the state that people have open arms for affordable housing, and Senator Prasad is at the top of that list of someone who really welcomes the conversation for every project that we do out here in Brooklyn, and I may have to look into getting an apartment.
We'll revisit this press conference a little bit later on in the show, but for now, let's go ahead and switch gears. A newly disclosed surveillance video showing what appears to be two of the murdered Idaho college students walking in downtown Moscow just hours before they were killed off campus. Joining us now live with an update is Fox News correspondent Matt Finn. Good morning, Matt. What can you tell us?
Good morning. Well, I'm standing in front of the house where those 4 University of Idaho students were murdered about 5 weeks ago. And right now the killer or killers are still on the loose. And that new video was obtained by Fox News Digital from a property not far from where I'm standing here. And the father of one of the murder victims, Steve Gonsalves, tells us that his daughter Kaylee and her best friend Madison Mogan are in that video, and that they're walking from the corner bar to the food truck. And in the video, you can hear 2 female voices discuss a person named Adam. It's likely that it was Kaylee and Madison discussing a man named Adam, and Steve Gonsalves tells us that Adam was their bartender that night and that he, at this hour, does not believe that that man is a suspect. The video is chilling because, of course, it shows these young women just hours before they were killed in this house behind me. And the father of Kaylee Gonsalves tells us that the public is widely seeing that video for the first time right now, but the police have had it for quite some time, and it's not necessarily a major break in this case. Back to you.
So Matt, you mentioned the father's sentiments when it comes to this video. What are the sentiments from the family overall? Because again, this investigation is nearing week 6.
Well, no other family members are really speaking to the media right now. Steve Gonzalez is really the only person who has talked for the past couple of weeks. He spoke to Fox's Lawrence Jones over the weekend, and he obviously is very frustrated. He said initially that there was some switch-ups in the narrative, that this went from something that was perhaps targeted to perhaps something that wasn't, and that was confusing for the public and for the family members. Right now, he is, in his latest interview, he is praising police, and he is not speaking against their investigation, but of course he is frustrated, and there is frustration on the ground and online, people wondering if there is more information possibly that the public can use to be on the lookout for the killer or killers. The only thing that police have released so far is asking people to be on the lookout for that 2011 through 2013 white Hyundai Elantra, a 4-door sedan. Police tell me they don't know the license plate, they don't know the owner of that car, and right now that car and the driver has not surfaced.
All right, Fox News correspondent Matt Finn, thank you so much for joining us here.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Live Now. We are getting this live end of year press briefing from the United Nations. Let's listen in as the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres delivers his end of the year briefing.
Is managed.
Sherwood.
Secretary General, thank you very much. You've just talked about how you are not optimistic about the effectiveness of peace talks as it relates to Ukraine. I wonder, sir, what you are optimistic about in your reference to 2023. What do you consider the low-hanging fruit for 2023 when you talk about these geopolitical divides? What can we see solved in the short term?
Now, first of all, when I said I do not see chances for a true peace negotiation in the immediate horizon, I did not mean the whole of 2023. I strongly hope that in 2023 we'll be able to reach peace in Ukraine. The consequences for the Ukrainian people, the consequences for the Russian society and economy, and the consequences for the global economy, especially for developing countries, with the high prices of food and energy, and with all the other difficulties that compound those high prices. I mentioned debt increase, I mentioned lack of fiscal space, and the dramatic situation of increased inequalities that the developing countries are suffering. All these are reasons for us to do everything possible to make a peace solution happen before the end of 2023.
James Bass, and then we'll go to Pam.
Secretary General, as this is your end-of-year press conference, I'd like to take stock of where we are with regard to Ukraine. In terms of the history of the UN and your time as Secretary General, this is clearly one of the worst global crises. So can I ask you, how much of a challenge has a war started by a permanent member of the Security Council been for the United Nations? And in your view, how well has the UN fared?
The UN is a complex organization that has different dimensions and different parts. Obviously, for the Security Council, this war has been a very dramatic factor of inefficiency. I will recall that not even the Black Sea Grain Initiative could be welcomed because the Security Council couldn't approve anything in relation to the war. But this war has demonstrated the enormous value of humanitarian action led by UN and UN agencies. What has been done to minimize the suffering of the Ukrainian people is absolutely remarkable. Not only the UN, of course, the civil society, national and international in all its dimensions, and the people of Ukraine in itself. And on the other hand, this has demonstrated that the UN is probably the only platform that was able to seriously talk with both sides to try to solve not the war, unfortunately, but some specific problems that have dramatic impacts at global level. The questions related to the food crisis are a good example, which means that without the UN, there probably would not be any other entity able to establish a dialogue with both parties and with other actors. Let's not forget the recent decision of the European Council in relation to the fertilizers. Without the UN, I don't think it would have been possible to establish the partial limited agreements that existed in the war of Ukraine that did not solve the problem of the war, but that contributed to minimize the dramatic consequences of the war in Ukraine and in the rest of the world.
Thank you, Pam, and then we'll go to Deji.
Thank you, Secretary General. It's Pamela Falk from.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's all right. CBS
With the masks,
News.
I was.
Yeah.
You
Well,
have no mask, but there were other masks, and I was puzzled.
Thank you. It is the end of the year. On the bigger picture, end of the year questions, largely because of Ukraine, many critics feel the UN. There's something moving in the front of the room, but we'll ignore it.
The war is?
Sorry. Oh, good. Yay. Nice job. Good job, Michelle. It was too distracting.
A girl from the outback. Yeah.
All right. How do you feel about cleaning up the UN?
We could have a debate. No, we could have a debate whether how we were rescued by this threat or if there was a threat to biodiversity. Which means there are always two ways to look at the same fact.
Yes, it's good to know that animals are existing.
Yeah.
All right, on to the next. Sorry, it was right in front of our eyes. On how to deal with the UN.
Or to deal with the UN.
The UN, not cleanliness. In terms of the war, many critics feel that it's time for a change at the Security Council, and including P5 member of the United States is on board to try to move things forward, and feel that that is the biggest part of the problem in terms of the UN not being fit for purpose for war and peace, although it does very well on humanitarian aid. What is your feeling about reforming the UN at this point in order to deal better with this major war we see? Thank you.
We have done many reforms in the areas of responsibility of the Secretariat and the UN agencies, and I think that the effectiveness of the response in relation to the humanitarian consequences of the war demonstrates that those reforms were positive. I mean, if you look also the way our country teams are working today in a much better and more effective way than just a few years ago, there are reforms of the UN that are taking place. But of course, the crucial aspect being discussed is in relation to the reform of the Security Council and, I would say, the revitalization of the General Assembly and the strengthening of ECOSOC. Now, we have witnessed some important progress in the revitalization of the General Assembly. Let's not forget that now any veto in the Security Council leads to a discussion in the General Assembly and to the explanation of the reasons of the veto. This is a very important change in the relation between the two bodies. But of course, the central questions are related to the composition of the Security Council and to the right of veto. Now, this is a matter for member states. The Secretariat has no influence in these negotiations. But I think that during our General Assembly session in September, for the first time, I heard from the United States and from Russia clearly the indication that they were in favor of an enlargement of the number of permanent security, the permanent members of the Security Council. There was, from France and the UK, some time ago, a proposal for some restrictions in the use of the right of veto, but I remain pessimistic about the possibility of the right of veto to be seriously put into question. Let's not forget that we need to reform the Security Council. 2/3 of the votes of the General Assembly, plus the 5 positive votes of the 5 members of the Security Council. So I think that there is now space for a much more serious discussion in relation to the Security Council reform. I think that the possibility of enlarging the Security Council is now seriously on the table. I'm still not optimistic about the right of veto.
Thank you. Deji?
Secretary General, this is Deji Xu with China Central Television. Just one brief question. Last time you were here, you talked about you want the Black Sea Green Deal be extended and expanded. Now it's being extended. What's your imagination of an expanded Green Deal? And we know that Russian side has been criticizing and quite vocal about the fertilizer and foods from Russian side to export to the rest of the world. And what's your response to their criticism and how the UN help the fertilizer and foods from Russia to export?
Our response to the criticism is action. And I believe that 2 very important things were achieved. One was in the COREPER, but in close association with the European Council that took place last week. There was a set of derogations that will allow the Russian companies that do the exports, and some of them have some links to personalities that were in the sanctions regime, that will allow those companies to move their funds for the purpose of exports of food and fertilizers. This was a remarkable progress, and I believe that there is a recognition that the UN had a role on it. On the other hand, you remember that there was a number of fertilizers that was stuck in several European harbors. There was a donation by the companies owning those fertilizers for the UN to be able to move them. It was possible now to move a first ship from Rotterdam to Malawi, to Mozambique to go to Malawi. And we have now inspections concluded in the other quantities that exist in Rotterdam and in Antwerp and in Estonia. And the exports were already authorized. These are non-commercial transactions because these are donations. But of course, you need to find the ships, you need to find the insurance, and you need to find the way to distribute. and we have the support of the World Bank for that purpose. And Latvia, that has 190,000 tons of fertilizers, has also agreed, inspections are taking place, has also agreed to that movement. The problem of that movement is that if you have potash, you cannot just put potash on the land. You need to mix. So we are working with World Bank very seriously and with potential other donors in order to be able to create some forms of mixing fertilizers to be able to distribute them effectively to countries in need. Because you just cannot move 190,000 tons of potash and distribute them, because you cannot use the potash if it is not associated with nitrogen and phosphate. So it's a lot of work that is being done, which demonstrates our firm commitment to make sure that the Memorandum of Understanding that we have signed with the Russian Federation is effectively implemented. Sorry?
How's the expansion? How's the expansion? You talked about the expansion last time.
We would like, as I said, we would like to see the possibility of increase the volume of exports. There is a question about the number of inspections that we would like to see increased. At the same time, we believe it would be an interesting development if we could have exports of ammonia through these harbors. And obviously, there are other harbors that might one day be considered, depending on the situation evolves. But we will spare no efforts to take profit of all opportunities. But at the present moment, we are totally engaged with the consolidation of the present agreement and in making sure that we do, in relation to the Memorandum of Understanding, everything for especially the fertilizer market to be, I would say, enlarged, clearly enlarged. We have a situation in which the price of fertilizers was 250% of what it was before COVID. And for many countries, if fertilizers are not available in quantity and price, it means that there will be less food production in 2023. And so in 2022, we had enough food. It was not well distributed. If we don't solve, and I think now we are on the way to entirely solve it, if we don't solve the problem of fertilizers, we might then have in 2023 a problem of lack of food.
Maggie and then Celia.
Secretary General, it's Margaret Bashir with Voice of America. I'd like to ask you about the protests in Iran. You haven't been terribly vocal on them, but in the meantime, the authorities have been escalating their crackdown. 2 protesters have been executed, hundreds, thousands maybe, have been jailed. And over the weekend, a prominent actress was also arrested. What's your message to the government of Iran and to the protesters?
No, it is very clear that it is totally unacceptable the way in which Iran has reacted to the demonstrations. And we are witnessing massive violations of human rights that we strongly condemn. And the Human Rights High Commissioner is very actively in relation to that. I myself had also the opportunity to raise the issue directly with the Iranian authorities, independently of the clear position we have about the situation that, as I mentioned, is totally unacceptable. And especially because it's very much linked to questions of gender equality. And gender equality is, as you know, a central objective of my exercise of my responsibilities.
Could you just tell us when you raised it with them?
Immediately when I was visited by the president that came
during the GA.
It was the first time in September.
But that's when they started. You haven't raised it again?
Yes. No, of course. I mean, we had several other moments, but it's just to say since the beginning, and our position is very clear. There is no hint of any doubt about that.
Celia?
Celia Davaren, Africa Confidential. I'm here,
Over here.
Secretary
Over here.
General.
Sorry.
I'm going to ask my question in French,
Mais parfait.
as I was allowed. Depuis le début de la guerre en Ukraine, il y a une fracture, mais vraiment une fracture entre le monde occidental et le continent africain. Je suppose que vous l'avez ressenti, que vous en êtes conscient. Que faut-il faire? Et comment peut-on rassurer les Africains quand ils disent on est juste, comment dire, on s'occupe de nous quand on doit voter, quand il y a un vote au Conseil de sécurité. En dehors de ça, on est transparent. Que peut-on faire pour réunir ces deux mondes?
La question essentielle qui gêne les Africains et qui gêne d'ailleurs beaucoup d'autres pays dans le monde en développement est la question de l'injustice liée à la croissance dramatique des inégalités à laquelle nous assistons. Les pays africains n'ont pas bénéficié d'une distribution moralement correcte des vaccins. Les pays africains n'ont pas bénéficié d'une façon nette de la distribution des droits de tirage spéciaux qui ont bénéficié surtout les pays les plus riches. Et la réallocation est très lente. Les pays africains n'ont pas bénéficié de mécanismes effectifs de réduction de la dette. Nous avons seulement 3 pays en négociation, la Zambie, le Tchad et l'Éthiopie. Et cette négociation traîne. Les pays africains se voient aujourd'hui
a very difficult situation with regard to rising prices for fertilizer, food, energy, in addition to problems with distribution of supply chains. So there's a great deal of frustration in the developing world in reaction to this striking injustice throughout the world. And the only way to restore trust is to make serious changes to correct this injustice when it comes to ancestral drawing rights, when it comes to climate, especially climate financing, as well as all other issues that could be used to restore a sense of morality in international economic and financial relations. I believe that the developed world has to understand, and Western countries must understand, that this frustration in the global South, especially in Africa, is a real frustration, and we need to have an effective response to that would provide solutions to the root causes of that frustration.
Betül Yürük with the Turkish news agency Anadolu. My question will be on Syria. Turkish president recently proposed to set up a trilateral mechanism with Russia and Syria to accelerate diplomacy, and he said, I quote, first our intelligence agencies, then defense ministers, and then foreign ministers of the 3 countries could meet. Have you been informed or consulted about such a mechanism, and would you support it? Thanks.
We have not been consulted, so it is premature to make any comment about that. I must say that our main concern at the present moment in relation to the situation in Syria is in relation to the renewal of the possibility of cross-border humanitarian aid. Now that we have made progress, indeed, and Turkey has played a positive role on that, in increasing the cross-line support, but of course it's not enough, and in addressing the problems of resilience, investments related to resilience within the Syrian territory. So that has been our major concern at the present moment. We have not been informed about this mechanism, and I cannot comment something I do not know in detail.
Mario, FA.
Spanish news agency, EFE.
Puede hablar
No,
en español.
unfortunately, we do not have the
Portuñol.
Spanish interpretation. I mean,
Apparently we don't have Spanish, so I'll do it in English.
But you can do it in Spanish and then you do it in English, no problem.
Okay. Le puedo hacer una pregunta sobre la situación en Perú. ¿Cuál es su visión sobre la actual crisis y cree que alguna medida como las que se están pidiendo en las protestas, por ejemplo, un adelanto de elecciones, puede ayudar a poner fin a la crisis?
Bueno, estamos en una situación de parálisis político en el marco de una crisis económica profunda. Y naturalmente esa es una enorme preocupación para todos nosotros. Yo espero que los dirigentes libaneses comprendan que independientemente de las divisiones que existen entre ellos, todos ellos tienen un deber fundamental para con su pueblo y para con su país, y que la elección del presidente de la República se tenga lugar muy rápidamente y que se creen condiciones para que el sistema político pueda funcionar. The question was related to Lebanon and
Peru.
Sorry?
Peru.
Oh, you said Peru. I thought Beirut.
No.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I answered about Beirut.
Yeah, exactly.
I heard Beirut. Perú. No, seguimos con mucha preocupación la situación en Perú y creemos que es absolutamente necesario que haya un diálogo entre todas las fuerzas políticas y sociales del país y, naturalmente, que la realización de elecciones anticipadas puede ser un factor importante para restablecer la paz social en el país. Y es muy importante, naturalmente, también que haya máximo de contención y de respeto de los derechos humanos frente a las manifestaciones del pueblo.
Thank you. Abdelhamid.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. My name is Abdul Hamid Sayam from the Arabic daily Al-Quds Al-Arabi. The year 2022, sir, had witnessed it was the bloodiest year for Palestinians since 2006 in the West Bank. Journalists were targeted and killed, as you know, Shireen Abu Akleh. At least 55 children were killed, 219 also were killed, mostly civilians. And not only that, but Israel elected the most extreme government in its history. And if you don't know who is Ben Gvir, you should read the Kahanism and his ideology, which was banned by Israel itself. Now they are in power, and they're coming to probably to wage a genocidal war against the Palestinians. Yet your voice, sir, had not been loudly heard, condemning all these atrocities committed against the Palestinian. What the Palestinian can do they have the right to resist occupation the way the Ukrainians do have the same right? Thank you.
You're streaming live now from Fox. Currently, we are taking a live listen into the end of the year briefing from the United Nations. We have here the United Nations Secretary General speaking on a wide range of international topics, including Russia's war on Ukraine. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break and we will continue to listen in after this.
There may be certain bureaucratic irregularities, but that is not a
à une situation où nous avons des opérations de maintien de la paix où véritablement il n'y a pas paix pour maintenir.
where there's not a peace to be kept, in fact. And this inevitably creates a very difficult situation for the blue helmets. It's very easy to manipulate public opinion by saying that the blue helmets are incapable of dealing with terrorist organizations or expelling movements like M23 in the DRC. And that is why we continue to say that the only possible solution in order to resolve this contradiction between the peacekeeping operations and the lack of peace is approval by the Security Council of robust mandates, as well as a mandatory contribution, or at least guaranteed financial mechanisms for strong African forces to establish peace and to fight terrorism. We must not create illusions. The current situation cannot be maintained in the long term. The international community, especially major donors, must understand that security in Africa, and for all of us, depends on the creation of peace-establishing mechanisms with strong African forces and with guaranteed financing based on a Security Council decision under Article 7. So you would like to see a real reform of the UN mission? You'd like to see a real reform of UN peacekeeping missions? No. This means that peacekeeping missions are not yet sufficient to deal with situations when there is no peace and where there are terrorist forces, such as in Mali, where there are armed movements, as is the case of M23, that have greater military capacity than that of peacekeeping forces.
Thank you, Secretary General. Toshin Inaba from Kyoto News, Japanese news agency. I wish I had a Japanese interpreter, but sorry. Anyway, let me ask you about the DPRK missile and nuclear program.
What nuclear program?
DPRK missile nuclear program. The Security Council is considering the presidential statement. Do you think that will be enough to deter them from launching another barrage of ballistic missiles? And which would you agree, like maximum pressure on them or pursuit of the dialogue, even if that involves easing sanctions? Thank you.
We are clearly determined to pursue the total denuclearization, the verifiable denuclearization, and the reversible denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula, and namely, obviously, it means of the DPRK. This is something that the international community must pursue constantly, utilizing all the legal instruments at the disposal of the international community, knowing that it will not be easy to reach this objective, but it is fundamental for peace and security in East Asia and in the world.
Is there any way the UN could intervene in the situation?
I mean, that is a question you must ask to the Security Council. The Secretariat can only do what we do. Any decision of the kind of the ones that you've mentioned depends on the Security Council.
Frank Ricciardo, TRT.
Mr. Secretary General, thank you for having this press conference.
A little louder, Frank, if you don't mind. Thank you. No.
Yes.
Don't touch the microphone.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, great. Happy holiday to you and your family. A safe and really happy one. Thank you for having this press conference. Frank Ricciardo, TRT World. You were talking about Iran earlier in demonstrations. I wonder if you've given any thought to Iran and the JCPOA and what might be the future there. A lot of leading experts see there being a clear and present danger with what Iran is doing with its nuclear program.
I have always believed that the JCPOA was a remarkable diplomatic achievement. I was very frustrated when the JCPOA was put into question, and we will do everything we can in the context of our limited sphere of competence to make sure that the JCPOA is not lost. Recognizing that we are, at the present moment, in a serious risk of losing the JCPOA, which, in my opinion, would be a very negative factor for peace and stability in the region and further afield.
Lenka?
This press conference, Lenka White from Sputnik. Follow up on Twitter, please. You have over 2 million followers. What would have to happen?
Sorry, 2 million?
2 million followers on Twitter. What would have to happen that you would consider closing your account? And would you be interested in meeting with Elon Musk as he has been meeting with many world leaders recently? Thank you.
Well, I will do whatever my conscience tells me to do in the moment in which it makes sense. So, for the moment, I think that the most reasonable thing is to maintain the account as it is, as the account has also an important role to play. But of course, we will be attentive to the situation. And I have to say that the question is not to be meeting people. The question is to have clear rules that we need to establish in order for responsibilities of social media platforms to be clarified. We live in a kind of a legal void in which these platforms can do whatever they want, can convey whatever they want, and there are no legal consequences. In your you represent a
Sputnik.
Sputnik. In your news agency, you are responsible for what you publish. And the same happens to any of the TV stations that are represented here or any of the newspapers that are represented here. Social media platforms are not legally responsible for what they publish. And in many circumstances, it's not only the question of publishing something that is put there by someone else, is that the algorithms are such that those algorithms amplify what is being put there. And there I think we need to create some forms of regulation that clarify responsibilities in that regard.
Great. We're going to go online to Iftikhar Ali, Associated Press of Pakistan. Iftikhar?
Thank you, Stephen. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Secretary General, thank you very much for this press conference. The Taliban have obviously failed to prevent TTP and other terrorist groups from attacking Pakistan from Afghan soil, despite their international pledges. In fact, the terrorist attacks against Pakistan have of late escalated, as evidenced by Saturday's deadly attack at a police station in Lucky Marwat in Pakistan. your reaction, please. And secondly, one short one on floods. You will be hosting an international conference on January 9 to mobilize support for Pakistan's reconstruction program. How will you help to mobilize such support, and what are your expectations?
Like the TPP being in Pakistan.
And the second?
On your expectations.
Well, there are several clear things that we believe the Taliban must deliver from the point of view of the interests of the international community and from the point of view of the interests of Afghanistan itself. One thing that they must deliver is in relation to the inclusion in the power structures in Afghanistan. We have different ethnic groups, and it's important that all ethnic groups are represented. A second aspect is in relation to human rights, and particularly women and girls' rights, the right of women to work, the right of girls to attend school at all levels without discrimination. And there is another clear ask from the international community, which is for Afghanistan to stop all forms of activity of terrorist organizations that from Afghanistan represent a threat to neighboring countries, including Pakistan. And so we are actively engaged in our discussions with the Taliban de facto authorities in relation to this, and we consider that it is absolutely essential for the Taliban not to allow any form of terrorist activity that might have an impact in relation to Pakistan, as in relation to any other country of the region. On the other hand, I am totally committed to do everything possible to mobilize the international community to support Pakistan. I've been in Pakistan immediately after the floods have occurred. I was dramatically impressed by what I've seen. 3 times the area of my own country flooded, terrible loss of crops and of animals and of houses and of life for the population of Sindh and of Baluchistan. An absolutely devastating situation, and I believe the international community has a strong responsibility to support Pakistan that has contributed in a very minimal way to climate change. There is a huge responsibility of the international community to support Pakistan in relation to the conference that we will have the 9th of January in Paris.
In Geneva.
In Geneva, sorry, to fully mobilize the resources that are needed. I was also in recent contact with the IMF and the World Bank. There hopefully will be also from these 2 institutions meaningful action. And the Pakistani people deserves and needs a strong expression of international solidarity.
We're going to squeeze in 2 short questions, Paolo and then Joe, but very short, please.
With the Italian daily La Repubblica, thank you very much for the press conference, and happy holidays to you as well. There is a new government in Italy, and as you know, there have already been tension with France concerning the migrants coming from Africa. What should the new Italian government do and the European Union do about this issue?
Well, since I was High Commissioner for Refugees 16 years ago,
no, less.
17 years ago I started.
You started. Yeah.
Since I started those functions, and even when I was Prime Minister in Portugal, I was very clear in relation to affirming the same policy. I'm proud that we did in Portugal, to massive legalization of all migrants existing in my country. We always thought that migration was part of the solution of the problems of my country at the time, and I believe it's part of the solution of European problems. And I always believed that we need to have a European mechanism to address the challenge of migration, to make sure that migration's potential for European development is, that we take profit of it, and at the same time that the dramatic...
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate you joining us here. We are going to slide away for a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we're going to take you out to Philadelphia, where the district attorney is going to be giving an update to announce indictments and arrests in multiple West Philadelphia shootings. We'll be bringing that to you at right after this break here on Live Now from Fox. We are live now from Fox, and exactly what we have for you right here. Another live event coming out of Philadelphia, where the DA is talking about indictments and arrests in multiple West Philadelphia shootings. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
That operates between 52nd and 54th Street, and the list goes on. I want to start out by acknowledging some of the folks who are here. We have representatives of our city and state electeds, representatives of the Office of State Rep and soon-to-be Speaker, Joanna McClinton, Office of Council Member Kenyatta Johnson, the Office of Council Member Sharon Vaughn. And we are here also with our law enforcement partners. Supervisory Special Agent Eric Degree is here from the ATF. We have the Acting Assistant Special Agent in Charge for the FBI, James Milligan. Supervisory Special Agent Chris Morano of the Pennsylvania Office of the Attorney General. Detectives Ganone and Brady are here from PPD. Chief Inspector Chris Werner, who is the commanding officer of the PD Special Investigations Unit. Although he's not here, I do want to acknowledge the important role played by Captain Johnny Walker, with whom we work all the time, as he is the head of the Shooting Investigation Group. We have with us Captain Matthew Gillespie, commanding officer of PPD's Southwest Detective Division. And then, of course, we have our own personnel. We have ADA Joanne Pescator, who is the supervisor of the DAO's Homicide and Non-Fatal Shooting Unit. ADA Jeffrey Palmer, who will be speaking and will deliver quite a bit of information about this investigation, including some graphics that will be available to media electronically. He is the Assistant Supervisor of the DAO's Gun Violence Task Force. We have ADA Deb Watson-Stokes, and we have Reverend Myra Maxwell, who is the Executive Director of our DAO's Victim Support Services Division. She will be reporting on services provided as well. A couple of pieces of data, which of course we always do on Mondays. Sadly, there are 499 homicides to date as of 12/18 at 11:59 p.m. There were 540 homicides on this date last year. While this represents a decrease of 8%, there's nothing to be happy about in that information. Obviously, we have seen what appears to be a cresting of the increase in gun violence both locally and nationally, but there's nothing to celebrate when every life lost is precious and when this level of gun violence is as high as it is. During the period 12/9 through 12/15, there were 10 homicides and 15 non-fatal shootings. And during the same period, there were 111 gun-related incidents. 84 arrests were made by law enforcement, and the DA's office opened 84 cases and charged them. The median bail set for the illegal possession of guns was $250,000, and that is despite the fact that we routinely, in the vast majority of these cases, seek nearly $1 million bail. The median bail set for violent offenses committed with guns, and this to me is even more alarming, was $350,000, and that is despite the fact that we always, or almost always, seek a bail of $1 million or more in those cases. Cash bail continues to fail us. But what does not fail us is the incredible hard work of our Victim Services Division and our CARES unit, which provides intense support to families of homicide victims during the first 45 days. And therefore, it is my honor to call up the Reverend Myra Maxwell, who heads the DAO's Victim Support Services Division, beneath which is our CARES unit. Reverend Maxwell.
Good morning, and thank you, DA Larry Krasner. Our CARES unit this week provided support to 7 family members. They provided approximately 21 services to those family members. If there is anyone who may need support and services for any homicide death, please reach out to our CARES unit at 215-686-8019. For any other type of crime, our non-fatal shootings, family violence, sexual assault, or any other type of crime, we urge you to reach out to our Victim Services Unit at 215-686-8026. Please, if there's any information that you need from us or any resources, we are here to support you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Reverend Maxwell. It is now my pleasure to introduce ADA Jeff Palmer, who I hope will spend a good amount of time talking about all of the specifics relating to this case, the investigation, and the crimes that gave way to it. He will be providing some graphics, and they will be available to media, and I sense that there will be a lot of questions. For that reason, number one, I'm going to ask him to take his time, and number two, we are not going to go through some of the other shootings or gun homicides that occurred this week. Obviously, we will be doing Q&A after Mr. Palmer speaks, and at that time, if there are specific questions about these cases or other recent gun violence, we will be happy to answer that. Mr. Palmer?
Good morning, and thank you for being here. I'm happy to announce the results of what's been an extensive investigation led by Detective James Brady and David Ganone of the Philadelphia Police Department that's going to amount to what should be a crippling blow to a group known as O to the 4 that operates in the 19th District from 60th to 64th Street in Callow Hill here in the city of Philadelphia that is responsible for countless shootings and homicides and death across the city. As a result of these detectives' work, actually, if we could return to the previous slide. As a result of these detectives' work, we have gotten 18 arrest warrants for 18 individuals for a number of non-fatal shootings, homicides, and straw purchases for those that are supplying the guns to those that are doing these shootings. Up here on the screen is a graphic displaying the different groups that have been involved in this investigation. O to the 4 belongs to a loose confederation that they refer to as CCK, which stands for the Campers, which is another name for O to the 4. The Clappers with a C, which is a group that associates with 56th Street and sometimes identifies themselves as Christie Rec, although of course they have no affiliation with that recreation center. They do operate in that area. And then another group that also refers to themselves as the Clappers with a K that operates near 7th Street in South Philadelphia. Also allied with these groups are two groups that associate with 46th Street, one at 46th and Woodland and the other at 46th and Walnut, one using the name FSB or the 46th Street Boys. These groups are currently involved in a deadly battle with three other groups, primarily 524, which also refers to themselves as the Big Blockas or Spaghetti Gang, and they operate from 56th to 54th Street, from Concessing to Willows Avenue. Another group that associates with the area of Myers Rec and has adopted the name of this recreation center, but also goes by OGS or Nineside. They operate from 58th Street to 60th Street, from Greenway to Warrington, and a group known as the Young Bag Chasers, which operates in the 16th District, just south of the Philadelphia Zoo, from 42nd to 43rd Street and Wyalusing. Detectives have known that these groups are responsible for a large number of shootings, and as a result, this investigation began. If we can go to the next slide, please. And this map here shows the territory of these different groups. Overlaid with the blue pinpoints you'll see are the locations of the shootings which the detectives have obtained arrest warrants for. So as a result of these large number of shootings, Detectives Brady and Ganone went to work on solving these and bringing the individuals responsible for these shootings and those who provide them with firearms to justice. So first, an individual by the name of Calvin Gatewood was identified. Gatewood is responsible for straw purchasing a large number of firearms, which he provided to an individual whose name is Anthony Lacey Woodson, also known as Pistol P, a member of the 46th Street Boys as well as O to the 4. A number of these firearms purchased by Calvin Gatewood had shown up in shootings, which we know as a result of our use of the National Integrated Ballistics Information Network, which is a program run by the ATF that's able to link up the fired cartridge casings that are left at the scene of a crime with the firearm that fired them. We are then able to check purchase records for the firearms that those casings come back to and saw that Calvin Gatewood was the one responsible for purchasing these firearms. As a result, detectives started looking into Calvin Gatewood. This led them to Mr. Anthony Lacey Woodson, who's now been charged with a number of these homicides and shootings and is in custody being held without bail as a result of that. He was taken into custody on Thursday, along with multiple other members of O to the 4. Warrants have also been obtained for Mr. Calvin Gatewood, the one who was straw purchasing these firearms. Mr. Gatewood is currently a fugitive and is being actively looked for to be taken into custody to also stand trial for his crimes. The first incident that detectives were able to look into in this timeline was a non-fatal shooting that took place on January 16th of 2021. This was a non-fatal shooting at 3828 Parrish Street. It became apparent while investigating this incident, as well as the other ones, the origins of this battle between all of these groups. That Anthony Lacey Woodson was the nephew of somebody that was murdered, Frank Smith. And as a result of Lacey Woodson's belief that the group 524 committed this homicide, he decided to take matters into his own hands to try to avenge that death. At no time did he go to the Philadelphia Police Department with any information that he had about this homicide. At no point did he want to engage in any productive way of solving this still unsolved case. Instead, Mr. Lacey Woodson acquired a large number of firearms from Calvin Gatewood, went to a party that was happening at 3828 Parrish Street, where he believed members of 524 would be present, and he, along with Taid Cooper, who's also been taken into custody, Nasir Wells, aka Yasir Shakur Wells, who is currently a fugitive, went to this address, and another individual named Fabian Creary, who's currently in the custody of Delaware County for other crimes, went to this address on Parrish Street and proceeded to shoot up this party. They did not hit a member of 524, instead hitting a young woman who was at this party just trying to enjoy some time with her friends. But now, as a result of the recovered fired cartridge casings, as well as a result of reviewing other technological evidence, including cell phones, social media evidence, cell phone records, detectives were able to bring those 4 individuals to justice and charge them with the shooting of this young woman. At this scene, many fired cartridge casings, as well as 2 firearms, were recovered by the Philadelphia Police Department, which again, using the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, National Integrated Ballistic Information Network, or NIBIN as we refer to it, was able to link these fired cartridge casings up with several firearms. In addition, special agents from the FBI were able to obtain cell phone records for some of these individuals for all of these incidents and determine the locations of various cell phones at the time of these incidents, which also led to obtaining these search warrants. Next, detectives looked into some straw purchases which took place on January 17th of 2021. A woman by the name of Kimberly Johnson has been taken into custody by the Office of the Attorney General and the Philadelphia Police Department as a result of her purchase of 2 firearms at a gun show in a county outside of Philadelphia. On January 17th of 2021, Johnson went to a gun show with several relatives, including her son, Amir Johnson. She purchased 2 firearms at that gun show. One of those firearms was recovered off of her son, Amir Johnson, shortly afterwards as a result of a stop by the Philadelphia Police Department. Mr. Johnson's DNA was found to be on that firearm, and that firearm came back to a number of shootings, one of which happened at 1100 Divinity Street here in Philadelphia, which Amir Johnson has now been charged with. Kimberly Johnson turned herself in to members of the Philadelphia Police Department as a result of arrest warrants that they had obtained. Amir Johnson is currently a fugitive and is actively wanted by the Philadelphia Police Department as well as other law enforcement agencies as a result of his role in these straw purchases and his charges for attempted murder as a result of the shooting at 1100 Divinity Street. Next, on March 9th of 2021, a young man was murdered on the 5200 block of Pentridge Street here in Philadelphia. This was not a young man who had any involvement with any gang violence. He was a teenager, just 15 years old, who was playing basketball with his cousin and was walking to meet some other friends after the basketball game ended. As he was walking, a car pulled up, multiple shots rang out, striking this young 15-year-old boy and killing him on the spot. As a result of the detective's investigation, we now know that the individuals in that car were Nasir Wells, aka Yasir Shakur Wells, as well as Anthony Lacey Woodson, aka Pistol P. They were able to be tracked based on plotting of their cell phone records, locating their cell phones during this, as well as messages obtained from their cell phones, and also as a result of various other investigatory tactics. All the details of these investigations cannot be released now due to the nature of the investigation. However, we do know that Mr. Wells and Anthony Lacey Woodson were responsible for this homicide on April 3rd of 2021. Next, on July 4th of 2021, detectives were able to link up a series of 3 shootings that took place that day on the 4th of July. The first one happened at 1644 South 54th Street. Two victims arrived at a hospital reporting having been shot outside of their home on South 54th Street. Video was obtained showing a vehicle driving by the front of the address, two muzzle flashes flashing out the window of the vehicle and striking these two individuals. Then, several hours later, the Philadelphia Police Department received another 911 call from 6060 Walton Street, reporting another individual who was outside of a 4th of July party had also been struck by gunfire. And just 7 minutes later, a few blocks away, in the area of South 60th and Sansom Street, there was a large cookout happening, a large barbecue. A young man who had opened his own small business, a clothing store, was having a party for the community, which he had opened up to the entire neighborhood to celebrate the success of his business and to share that success with his community. The type of good news events that I wish we were here reporting to you now today. But instead, that same car that was in the video for that South 54th Street incident earlier that day, pulls up on the block, 4 shooters get out, and they proceed to shoot up this barbecue. Police recovered over 100 fired cartridge casings from the 4 shooters in this incident. And detectives now know, as a result of their investigation, that 2 of those 4 shooters were Anthony Lacey Woodson, aka Pistol P, and an individual known as Jalen Mickens. Both of those individuals are now in custody and being held without bail and have been charged with all 3 shootings that day, including the double homicide that happened on South 60th Street. 4 people were struck on 60th Street. 2 of them, thankfully, survived, and 2 of them did not, including the owner of that business, the one who had opened his business up and had thrown a party for his neighborhood that day. And this investigation shows the results of the type of collaboration that's happening in Philadelphia every day between federal agencies, state agencies, the Office of the Attorney General, and the Philadelphia Police Department. Everybody played an invaluable role in this investigation, analyzing the types of evidence that we've been describing and trying to bring to justice the people that did these shootings and have torn apart the neighborhoods that we've been talking about here today for too long. As a result of all this work and of this collaboration between these agencies, 8 individuals have either been arrested or are actively wanted for all of these incidents as a result of 18 different search warrants. While our work is certainly not done, and we are certainly not giving up, we are certainly not stopping, this is a big swing taking against a horrible group that for too long has caused incalculable pain to the good residents of the city of Philadelphia who simply want to allow their children to play in the street or on the sidewalks on the blocks where they live and have not been able to do so by, as you can see, the small amount of individuals who have perpetuated this massive amount of violence in these neighborhoods. And so I want to thank Detectives Brady and Ganone. I want to thank the Office of the Attorney General. I want to thank the FBI and the ATF for everybody's work here today. And with that, we're going to go back to work to bring the rest of these people to justice as well. Thank you.
Just a couple final comments, and then we'll go straight to Q&A. And I will make sure that everyone has an opportunity to ask questions and to get some answers on this and topics related to this. First of all, I just want to say that we are very, very excited about the announcement that was made on Thursday of $20 million worth of resources becoming available to provide software and technology and other things that have proven to be so effective in solving cases like this and have proven to be so effective in being able to prove cases at trial and achieve convictions against people who are engaging in gun violence. This is $20 million that is coming from the state and is essentially for the purpose of beefing up the DA's office's ability to collaborate with our partners and to do deep dive investigations just like this. It makes a huge difference. What happened here is awesome, but what happened here could be multiplied by 5 or by 10 with the resources, the personnel, and the focus that was shown here by all of our law enforcement partners and by this office. And finally, I just want to say, 0 to the 4, right now, as we sit here, is sitting in jail cells. They and their affiliated gang and group members are staring at jail bars, and they are facing a vigorous and just prosecution by this DA's office, which has a record for homicide convictions at trial, at the trial level, that is close to 90%. They are looking at not a happy holidays, but many, many, many unhappy holidays as a consequence of their actions. Any group, any member of a group, anybody thinking of being a member of a group and picking up a gun.
And some of you will be seeing a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now.
So we are now ready for Q&A. There may be questions for people other than me, and if so, please just let me know. I'm going to go in order. If I miss someone, please let me know, but I'm going to try to get to everybody. And by order, I just mean the order they were provided to me, no specific preference here. Mr. Dean, are you present? Yes, sir. Do you have any questions, sir?
Thank you, Inspector. You said that as of last night or today, we have 499 homicides, which is an 8% reduction from this time last year, which was 540. What do you have any idea why we're seeing this 8% decline in homicides? What is behind that number?
I can tell you that this is not only a local trend, this is a national trend. And obviously there are people who have different opinions on this. But if you are asking for my opinion, it is my opinion that it has a lot to do with the reality that public schools are open in sweeping ways, that all of the activities that form a part of prevention, such as organized sports in and out of schools, summer camps, available jobs, job programs, arts programs, their being open is a constructive force in society. It tends to prevent crime, but that is only part of a bigger picture. We are not right now seeing the enormous spike in gun purchases that occurred earlier during the pandemic period. That unquestionably may play a part, and certainly it helps that law enforcement is able to function in a way that is more normal. It wasn't that long ago when probationers and parolees could not even visit with their probation officers or parole officers. They could not even get access to therapy. It wasn't that long ago that the Philadelphia courts experienced a completely unprecedented shutdown that narrowed their ability to handle cases drastically. It wasn't that long ago that the police commissioner, for very good reasons, was announcing certain crimes for which the police would not be making arrests. And as I said, very good reasons. When you have a force of 6,000 plus people and no vaccine, obviously we have to look at the big picture. But that is different now. We have police operating in ways that are much more normal. The courts are open. We're trying a lot of cases now. We're doing a lot of jury trials. The consequences are there. Probation and parole are functioning, and the rest of society is functioning. Obviously, there is a ton more work to do, and I don't see anything to celebrate in 499 people being murdered. But if we can all keep working together, and if we can understand at this point the value of prevention, the value of modern enforcement, in light of what the pandemic taught us, I think we can all do better together. Yes, sir.
Even with the dip, Philadelphia still is going to have, more likely than not, more homicides this year than New York City, which has a population of 8.3 million, and Los Angeles, which has a population of nearly 4 million. We only have 1.6 million. What should we make of the fact that there's so much homicide in our city year after year? This is looking like it's going to be the second most deadly year in recorded history after last year.
You know, I think this is a much bigger discussion, but I understand, and I'll try to answer quickly if I can. This is a city that has a history of chronic high levels of violence and a history of chronic high levels of poverty. When you talk about New York City, what's the average home price compared to Philadelphia? Even in the boroughs. Go to the Bronx. What's the average home price? $500,000? There is little question that where there is poverty, there are also high levels of gun violence. And those are other great cities. I don't mean to demean them in any way, but the challenges that we face are more like certain neighborhoods in Chicago than they are like all of Chicago, which has an aspect that is much more affluent than Philadelphia. As long as we're going to have a public school system where we invest half or less than half in our students here as compared to what is invested right across the county line in public schools, we're going to have problems. And so this has to be an approach that includes modern enforcement, things like a state-of-the-art forensics lab in Philadelphia, modern policing, but also modern prevention. Philadelphia Inquirer, Mr. Rodrigo Torrejon. Did I get your name right?
You did.
Wow, okay.
Are there any shootings this year that law enforcement police might be part of the dispute? Is it even an ongoing dispute between these groups still, or has that effectively been shut down?
Well, if you'll just allow me a second to see whether that's a question we want to answer. So I stepped back just to make sure I wasn't messing up something. There's no question that we believe there are some unsolved shootings at this time, but there also may be active investigations, and therefore we don't want to identify a particular one.
Then this is related to something from overnight. Marcel Larka was shot by her domestic partner, fatally shot, and the partner, Stanley Baptiste, also allegedly fatally shot himself later yesterday in Lansdale. Is there any way you could clarify any of the sequence of events, particularly whether he was in the car with their 3 children at the time, if there was any TFAs, any history of kind of complaints or communication with law enforcement about the abuse?
So, Mr. Torrejon, I am aware of the case you're talking about. I'm going to ask ADA Pescator to come forward and see if she's able to say anything.
Thank you, Dave Krasner. Yes. As far as PFAs, I don't think there were any at the time. They were residing together in the same location. She had had contact with her mother. She was not at the home and came home. And then when her mother tried to reach her, she had texted her mother an SOS call. And that's when her mother and her brother came to the location. The defendant, who did in fact kill himself, had dropped the children off at another person's house prior to doing that. So the children were found and they're safe.
All right, thank you. Do we have, is it Cristobal Mora? I'm sorry, did I mess up your first name? Crispel Mora, yes. Do you have any questions?
Yes.
I can come back to you if that's better. Oh, okay.
Thank you. Okay, my first question is in Spanish. I'm sorry. ¿Cómo puede describir el trabajo de todas las agencias relacionadas en estos casos para llegar al resultado de las investigaciones y el descenso del número de crímenes en el 2022?
Trabajamos juntos con las agencias federales, por ejemplo, FBI.
And some of you will be seeing another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now.
Casos más serios y para aprobar en una corte de justicia lo que pasó, y trabajamos juntos y muy bien, en mi opinión.
Muy bien. ¿Qué medidas van a tomar las agencias en conjunto para procurar que el 2023 sea aún menos violento que el 2022?
Lo que puedo decir es que lo que pasó con esta investigación es un buen ejemplo de cómo podemos trabajar juntos cuando tenemos recursos, tenemos evidencia, tenemos investigaciones buenas para parar la violencia de armas entre varios grupos en Filadelfia. ¿Ok?
¿Puedo hacer una última pregunta?
Sí, uno más.
Muy bien. Han habido durante el 2022 muchos asesinatos relacionados con crímenes o con casos de violencia doméstica. Hemos visto también que en muchos casos las víctimas ya han hecho varias veces alertas a las autoridades. ¿Hay algún plan para mejorar la ayuda para víctimas de violencia doméstica en el 2023?
Hemos discutido, yo he discutido con la jefa de la policía varias veces, cosas que nosotros podemos hacer juntos para mejorar esa situación. Y al fin y al cabo necesitamos la ayuda del público para decirnos cuando algo está pasando, para que podamos entrar en ese problema. Pero es una tragedia y tenemos que trabajar juntos en contra de la violencia doméstica. All right, thank you. All right, I think Mr. Sheridan has no questions, is that right? Nope. Very good. Fox 29, Kelly Rule. Hi.
Just to follow on the question about last night, I know the police department said at one point we were seeing record numbers of violence against women this year, and just this month, or really the past couple of weeks, we've had several incidents where there's been domestic violence situations and a woman's been killed. Just wanted to see if you could comment about, this what seems and feels like an increase in these cases that we're seeing, and in a lot of cases, women are trying to get help or confiding in someone, and unfortunately, it's too late.
Well, obviously, this is a terrible tragedy, and there's no question that we all have to work together to try to stop familial violence. It is extremely troubling and concerning that we are seeing women in particular who have gone to police or who have gone to court or who have tried to gain protection, and it has not worked the way we would like it to work. I don't know whether ADA Pescator wants to talk more specifically about.
No, I think we were in the same exact spot when the lady was killed outside of Target. And then and now, I would just urge women, if you're in that situation or in that spot, call the police. Get a protection from abuse order. Don't give up. Go find a friend. Go with your family. Do something to get out of that situation. We relocate people all the time. We have resources. We have getting more resources to relocate people. We do it. We can do it instantaneously. It's the holidays. A lot of people get frustrated around the holidays. A lot of situations go bad around the holidays. So if you're that woman, and I'm talking to you, get help. Seek us out. Come to our office. Come to the lobby. Call the police. Do something. Keep yourself safe.
Mr. Dean, can you hang on 1 second, please? We'll come back. Reverend?
Yes, we also have staff that work with domestic violence as well. So if there is any family member or if there's a need, we suggest that you actually reach out to our domestic violence partners. We do partner with our community-based organizations. Women Against Abuse is one of them, Women in Transition, and Lutheran Settlement House as well. There's also a domestic violence hotline. I'm sorry, I don't have the number directly in front of me, but I will give it to you if you'd like to have it. But we certainly encourage any person that's experiencing domestic violence to definitely reach out to our office immediately. You can reach out to us. We can support you through the process, but also we would suggest that you reach out to the police department immediately. As soon as you feel that there's any issue or concern, reach out to your police department. It's very important to do that, but certainly we are here to support. You can come into our office and someone will be able to assist, and we will be able to assist with the resources and, as mentioned, also with some moving and some relocation. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend. Mr. Dean, were you asking for data?
Just to follow up, do you have staff on the number of domestic homicides so far this year compared to the last year?
Well, let me say this. Happy to talk to you about that afterwards. Obviously, our office sees we do see cases that are unsolved, but PPD would be primary on cases. They'd be able to give you a better number on what is the total number of cases believed to be domestic killings. Certainly we, however, jointly with PPD can try to get you some of that information. Yes, please.
Mr. Palmer, specifically the situation in March with the 15-year-old, since it seems random, is this a mistaken identity thing, or is there a gang initiation where they're killing innocent people that are doing?
We do know that somebody that was a target of Lacey Woodson and Nasir Wells lives in that area. We have reason to believe that that individual was a likely target of them. Now, whether this was a mistaken identity, where they thought it was that individual, or frankly, an example of the type of senseless violence that we see in these investigations all the time, where they will go to a neighborhood that they have a dispute with and not find somebody that's the person that they're actively searching for, but feel like they want to shoot somebody in the neighborhood in order to, what they call, leave their stamp on the neighborhood or show that they're serious. So I don't know which of those two that it was, but we do know that there was an individual or individuals in that area that they were targeting, but they certainly weren't targeting this young man.
And while there are some of the members in custody, this group is still active, right? So there's still members out there that could be committing.
Yes, so while we do believe that we have now taken into custody or have active arrest warrants for some of the most violent members and the leadership of this group, there's certainly still individuals out there, and like I said, our work is never done. We're still actively investigating all incidents and working to take everybody into custody.
Let me see. Casey from CBS 3, no questions. All right. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, please.
About the West Philadelphia street group that was responsible for some of the shootings last year, Officer Palmer mentioned there were 18 suspects who have warrants. How many of those suspects have been arrested, and how many are still at large?
So it's actually, there's 18 arrest warrants, but for 8 total individuals. So some of them are charged with multiple incidents. Of the 8, 5 are in custody, and 3 are currently fugitives, which are actively being sought by law enforcement.
And up there on the screen it said 7 street groups. Are they gangs, or we're trying to avoid using that term?
I have no problem calling them criminal gangs, yeah.
And I know you mentioned my last question about this. You mentioned a bunch of shootings from last year. Are you able to quantify how many shootings this group was involved with or committed?
What I can say is it's not a small number. I mean, as these incidents are still under investigation, we can't comment on them too much. And also, part of that investigation would be trying to attribute them to one group versus the other. While there's certainly suspicions, it's not really of the nature that we would comment on, I think.
Yeah, let me just say on the group versus gang point, these really are gangs, but there is a history of referring to these kinds of organizations in Philadelphia as being groups more than gangs, because they tend to be originally they tended to be much more geographical. It tended to be a group of people who were in a sort of an age peer group and who had grown up in the same few blocks, as opposed to, for example, the Crips or the Bloods, these famous gangs which tend to have recruits that are from all over, and they sometimes even are national in nature. So that's where that whole distinction comes. All right, let me see, Jack Tomchuk from the Metro.
Yes, about the gangs and talking about that, how formal are these groups, or how organized are these groups, or is this just an informal group of people that happen to live in the same corner?
I think with reference to this investigation, once again, Mr. Palmer might have the most interesting comments.
Sure. So I think, when the district attorney was just explaining that, he was pretty much accurate. I mean, what we see are not really the large nationwide gangs that you may have heard about in other cities here in Philadelphia. They tend to be smaller. So, the 8 individuals that we've taken off the street, while with some of these larger gangs that might not represent a significant number of them, for For these smaller groups, 8 is pretty significant. So what we tend to see are groups of friends. These particular groups, these aren't groups that came out of the the drug trade or anything like that. These are groups of individuals that knew each other and developed enemies, usually through sort of online disputes. And then as a result of these online disputes on social media, the shootings and homicides that we're now here talking about have happened. But no, I mean, it's not like there's not like a strict hierarchical structure. There's not, one person you could say that's the boss, so to speak, but they are definitely tight affiliations of small numbers of individuals associated with very certain geographical blocks within the city, at least for these groups.
And you mentioned that it all started with the homicide of a certain person and then that person's nephew. Can you talk a little bit about that kick-started? How long ago was this? Was this years ago?
Sure. So this would have been about almost 2 years ago now, and frankly, it's a pretty common trajectory, at least for the types of disputes that we're seeing in West and Southwest Philadelphia, where somebody gets murdered or shot as the result of a dispute, and it could be over, a robbery or something like that happened before the feud existed. But then somebody gets shot or killed, and then what happens is the group that was probably responsible for that shooting or that killing will then mock the dead person online. So they'll mock the deceased member or friend of these individuals, and then at that point, that's motivation for a retaliatory shooting. And then now once somebody from the other group has been killed, then the mocking starts on the other side, and then it goes, frankly, back and forth until these individuals are taken into custody.
And just to clarify, I know this question was asked earlier, you are looking at this group for additional shootings, not just this year, but in the past?
Yes, we certainly have reason to believe they've been involved in other shootings, yes.
Thank you. All right, I will be calling on Mr. Cipriano next, but I just want to say, once again, thank you to all of our law enforcement partners for the really constructive and collaborative role that we have been able to play together. I think this is a remarkable example, not the first, but certainly a remarkable example of a deep dive investigation that has borne fruit in ways that will make us all a little safer this holiday season. Mr. Cipriano of the blog Big Trial.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question about another fatal shooting. I understand that you've been having high-level discussions with Police Commissioner Outlaw and several of the deputies seeking an affidavit of probable cause in the Ryan Powell case. And I understand that they're blocking issuing that. In light of the fact that the Supreme Court has admonished you for allegedly abusing the grand jury process and the trial judge's thrown this indictment out of court because it's riddled with legal errors, is it time to call it into this prosecution?
Which one of those several sentences has a question mark after it, sir?
Ryan Powell, are you ready to hang it up on that?
No, we've made clear that we intend to follow through with Mr. Pownall's case as we should. That matter is actively under investigation, as it should be, and we fully intend to follow through. Thank you all very much.
And we are going to take our final break here of this hour. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox.
for the past. So we proposed $25 billion in building 100,000 units of affordable housing over the next 5. That is the largest investment in affordable housing in our state's history, and I defy any other state to try and meet that one, because that's a big one, right, Ruth Ann? It is huge. Huge is the word. So we've also been talking about, not just in the context of what we did last year, but I've been giving another number of speeches about how we still have so much to catch up. People want to be here, which is great, but we've not kept up with the building to meet the demand. So prices go up, people want to be here, deserve to be here, cannot afford to come here and live in a beautiful home that they deserve. So this is an ambitious goal. We're trying to put forth a plan that people kind of are stunned by, but working with Mayor Adams and our partners in the legislature, because we need to make some changes in our legislature as well as the city council. We want to build over 800,000 new units over the next decade, because I believe that affordable housing, beautiful, safe housing is a basic human right. And that right needs to be granted to more New Yorkers than we have right now. So here, this state, this place speaks to this. It speaks to this. It's how we can reimagine and build a better, more equitable, more inclusive Brooklyn. As I mentioned, in October, we announced $425 million project, not a groundbreaking. Groundbreakings are really nice, but the best is when you cut the ribbon and you open it up to people. And the Fountains Project is extraordinary, right adjacent to this site. So that speaks of what we can do. So the naysayers who said, oh, it'll never happen here, nobody cares, things are already happening. But today, we're announcing the start of a $1.2 billion project known as Alfea that'll bring 2,400 affordable units to the community. That's extraordinary. 2,400 units, all affordable housing to this community. So let's give that a round of applause. And Alfea means something. It means good health, blessing, and peace. And we're going to achieve all three of those objectives, because that's what the name commands us to do. This is what this community deserves. And this will be a transformational project that'll have a profound impact on this long-forgotten neighborhood. But not just on, as I'm trying to point out, it's not just on the physical structures, not just the buildings. It'll have a profound impact on the psychology of a community, how they view themselves, how they realize that we believe they matter, they have value, and they deserve more. And all of a sudden, people start saying, yeah, we do matter. This community matters. And this will transform people's lives for years to come. The first phase, $373 million, will create 576 affordable housing units. And it'll be supportive housing as well. You know, time's been tough for people. Life is hard sometimes. Circumstances out of your control. And this pandemic was particularly harsh for people. People weren't able to get their mental health services, and a lot of people self-medicated, turning more to substance abuse, and they kind of spiraled out of control here. These are also God's children, too. They deserve love and care, support, and services. That's what the whole idea behind supportive housing is. Not just give you a home and say, here's the key, you're on your own. But to say, some of you need that extra lift up. You need someone to guide you through the next chapter of your life. That's what we're doing here as well. And we'll continue that commitment to blend not just the housing, but supportive services to lift everyone up. When I speak about the psychology, you cannot imagine what open green space does to the human spirit. That's what this project is going to bring as well. Space for the entire community to enjoy, over 7,000 square feet of retail. And of course, I'm a shopper. I said, what kind of retail are we talking here? And I said it's going to be culturally diverse, all kinds of food and markets, and make the community feel at home, as well as extraordinary health care services. That's what people need. They won't have to go outside this community to get what they need to start building their lives back. And people have the behavioral health or developmental disabilities or intellectual disabilities, this is going to help them as well. So we want to build a community where they can flourish and achieve independence, because this was once the Brooklyn Developmental Center. We know the path that went. But that still is a reminder that people came to the site to heal. Some of our new guests, our new residents, are going to be in that category. We're going to help them heal. That's what we do. We're New Yorkers. We take care of other people. So this will build on the legacy of the center's work, impactful work to help change people's lives. But also we look toward the future. We care about the environment. You can make tremendous changes in protecting the environment for our children's future with the buildings we're building today. And that's why this project, you'll hear more about this, residents will live in energy-efficient buildings. It'll be healthier air quality, reduce carbon emissions, and lower energy bills because of how they're going to build this. They'll have access to high-speed broadband, because living without high-speed broadband is like living without air these days. People need it to survive. It's how you find out if there's a job out there that you want to apply for, how you help your kids apply for college, or how you find out about a workforce development program. It's your connection to the rest of the world, and we have to have it readily available. It is like air. We're going to make sure everybody here can breathe that air. And also, making it healthier, as I mentioned, the healthcare facility here will be second to none. People won't have to get on a bus and travel far to get good health care. They'll be able to get treated right here. And of course, all of you who've heard me speak know how impatient I am. My first question is, well, when's it done? When's it going to be done? And I sit there with all my project managers, whether it's bold projects for the MTA and the Port Authority or projects like these. I say, how are we doing, team? We moving ahead? We've hit some benchmarks. Can you shave off a few more months? So I'm going to be on top of this one, okay? You're going to see me. You're going to hear from me. If you can shave off a few months, because I cannot overstate how big this project is, what it means to me personally, of what we're doing for our citizens, our residents, our family. Because this signifies the value of this community to the rest of the world. We know it here, but the rest of the world is overdue in recognizing the beauty of the people who live here in East New York. And again, we know what they've been through. They've had worse health outcomes coming out of the pandemic, and even before. I mean, the pandemic didn't cause this. It just put a spotlight on the scars and the scabs that were already there. We know how bad it was. They had higher rates of violence and crime. People had given up hope. We're going to give them an alternative now. And they did lack access to good quality health care. They had lack of access to employment, higher poverty levels. It's all real here. So we can fix this. You fix the soul, the rest of the body will heal. That's what we're working on here. So it's all about health and wellness, and encourage people to enjoy the outdoors and take a walk over to Shirley Chisholm Park. I was there when it was dedicated. That is gorgeous. I travel all over the state. You have to realize this is spectacular, like you're transported into another world just in this community. So this community is special. And I'm so excited that the era of changing everything, a new era for New York, starts right here in East New York. And I want to thank our Senator, Roxanne Prasad, for all she has done as well. I want her to come up and give you her reflections on how together we're going to make New York work for everyone, and starting here today. Senator Prasad.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Governor, for coming out to our area. And yes, our area is special. We all know that. And thank you for acknowledging that. To everyone here today, to Commissioner, you know, the other day we were at another ribbon cutting. Today's a groundbreaking. We were in a ribbon cutting, and I said, she's so often in Brooklyn. She needs to have an apartment here in Brooklyn. We will adopt her here in Brooklyn because she is committed to enhancing the lives of us Brooklynites. And Commissioner, I thank you and your team for everything that that you are doing. I know the governor has the lead in this, and her commitment, and you are following that. So we thank you. As the chair of social services in the New York State Senate, when I hear about wraparound services, when we're doing housing, I am so joyful, because we need to do that. Too often we are placing people in homes, you know, they've never had the opportunity to turn their own key, and we're placing them in homes, and then nothing, we walk away from them. And when we do that, we're setting them up for failure. Projects of this kind, we are no longer doing that. We are telling everyone, as you're moving in, we are here for you. We are here to support you in every way possible, because as we are supporting you, we are supporting our community. We are elevating our community. The people who were looking down on East New York just a few years ago can no longer do that. When they see what is occurring, the renaissance of East New York is real. When they see what's occurring in East New York, this will be the standard for other communities. As you drive around East New York, just look at what has happened over the past few years. Just look at it. Look at it. And now it's affordable housing, more affordable housing. And when we say affordable housing, we are talking affordable to the people who have stuck it out in East New York. That's what we're talking about. So today, it's a great day. When you say hope, remember it was said, the audacity of hope. Today is a great day for East New York as we continue to rise. So thank you, Governor. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We will continue to work with you to ensure our community gets what it deserves. Thank you, everyone. And now, I will now call on the Brooklynites to be the commissioner to come up here. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Senator. Hi, everyone. I am delighted to be here at Alafia today. I'm delighted that the governor is here with us. There is no better advocate for affordable housing in this state than Governor Hochul. I don't think there's been a person in New York State in leadership who understands as much the impact that affordable housing and supportive housing has on individuals, on children, on families than our current governor. So I couldn't be more delighted to be here today and have her with us to celebrate. This project is going to be extremely transformational, as you heard, and it really is due to the coordination that starts with people like Senator Prasad. You have been such an incredible advocate also and partner for us. As I often say, it is not everywhere we go around the state that people have open arms for affordable housing, and Senator Prasad is at the top of that list of someone who really welcomes the conversation for every project that we do out here in Brooklyn, and I may have to look into getting an apartment, but I'll get back to you on that. Like many of our projects, this begins as a conversation, but unique here, this project is so large, and we had such a large development team sort of to handle what is such a complex site. So to Lee and his team at Apex, to Arlo and your team at Services to Underserved, to Scott and your team at Riseboro, and to Spencer and the team at L&M, this was really a complex project, and we are lucky enough to get 4 partners like you. You really sort of hit it out of the park and make this so much better than it would be if we really were just working with one organization. So I thank you all for the complexity. I have seen the emails about the trash compactor and coordination with you. I get it. This is very complicated, this project. But out of that complication and complexity is going to come really an incredible asset for this neighborhood that will be here forever. I'm proud to say that this team also really worked on an enormous number of details, including homes designated as supportive housing for seniors, adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities, individuals and families who are struggling with homelessness and housing insecurity. This entire development, as the governor has said, is going to meet the highest standards for green design to address the environmental inequities that have long burdened central Brooklyn, especially those around health and around climate. So we are incredibly excited about that. This project really reflects our larger commitment and our larger investment across the state to high-quality health care and to high-quality affordable housing. We believe that Alafia and this project really could be a model. Now, we don't always have an enormous site like this everywhere we go, but really the achievement of the holistic and transformative change that we see here with this project is something we really see as a blueprint for other projects that we want to do across this state, where we'll have an inclusive public campus where you could attend an event or you could go shopping with friends. You'd be shopping at local stores. You'd be eating in local restaurants. It's our hope that all of this will really be woven into the fabric of this community, and this really gets at the heart of what we are trying to do at HCR across the state. Now, as you heard the governor said, our work is not done here. Our challenges around affordable housing are as big as they've ever been, but so is our commitment. We have been working ever since April 1st on implementing the governor's $25 billion 5-year housing plan, and we are incredibly excited about what lies ahead. The governor has given some hints at a strong housing proposal coming up in January, and so I hope everybody will join us in singing the chorus of the need and the efforts that we need to make to really address the housing supply issues in Brooklyn, in Buffalo, and everywhere in between. We need to be eliminating regulatory barriers to production. We need to really substantially increase the state's housing supply, and we need to do it in a way that is more equitable, better for our climate, and more affordable for everybody. So, as the governor said, it's nothing better than a groundbreaking except a ribbon cutting. So I can't wait to come back. 24 months, Lee? 20? 26? Something like that? Can't wait to come back and see it when it's done. Thank you, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lee Brathwaite. I'm the CEO of Apex, and thank you all for coming. I'm proud to be one of the development partners speaking to you today. It's been a little while since we got here. It took us a little over 4 years, 4.5 years, but since the time that we submitted our RFP, and here we are today on such a beautiful day. There are numerous people I'd like to thank, but I'll just name a few. It starts with great leadership at the state level, starting with the governor and her team, the governor's vision, but then her team of folks in ESD and HCR who were able to bring the RFP concept to fruition and help shepherd that through the process. You also had local business leaders and community leaders like Inez and Charles Barron, like Senator Prasad, and now Assemblymember Lucas. All these constituents emphasizing the need for an affordable project that includes a minority partner with significant contributions and involvement. That emphasis created the opportunity for my development partners to then come together and allow a company like Apex to be a part of it. The last group that I want to thank is the Community Board 5 leadership and the Community Board 5 residents and the neighborhood, because they not only are supportive of us, but they also are holding us accountable for the commitments we're making to you in developing and building this wonderful project. So it's been a true partnership at all levels, starting from the state all the way through the local community leaders, and we thank you all for that. So our concept was comprehensive and meaningful. 100% affordable housing of approximately 2,400 or more units, open spaces for residents and others to live, engage, and interact with in a healthy and safe environment, including retail and places to shop, of course, and urban farming to help provide healthy foods and alternatives for the community. All that on over 25 acres of land across the bay from the Shirley Chisholm Park. You couldn't have planned that better if you tried. So our concept was fantastic. The location was perfect, but we still needed a name. We needed a name that would resonate with the community. So we worked with Professor Dr. Maria De Longoria from Medgar Evers College, who helped us understand the history and evolution of the East New York community and what kinds of names would be appropriate for this community, especially when you compare that with our concept of creating healthy living, healthy environment, safe, peaceful environment for the community to live in. And she helped us identify Alafia as that name. So we thought it was a great name, but there was still one more step. We needed to review that with some important constituents, like the barons and leaders of the community board. So we took them through our presentation, of how we developed the name, what the name means, and how we think that's comparable to the environment we're trying to create. And we knew we had a hit when some of the members of the people we were meeting with could actually start singing the name, the song, Alafia. I didn't know it at the time until after we had really found out about the name, but it was a significant, important name that everybody started to resonate with. So we're very proud that we found a name that was also appropriate for our community. So our goal of having the right concept for the East New York community was now completely brought together with a name that's associated with this community. So this is a great opportunity for me personally, having been born and raised in Brooklyn and knowing what it's like to now see the evolution of a Brooklyn community like this is really a personal, very important to me, and really makes me proud that my partners and I are able to help bring this kind of project to the East New York community. So on behalf of our development partners, SUS, Riseboro, L&M, and Apex, I say to you, welcome to Alafia. Thank you very much. And now, I'd like to introduce Arlo.
Good morning. Is Brooklyn in the house? Wanted to say that my whole life, you know. My name is Arlo Chase, and I'm with Services for the Underserved. I bring greetings from our CEO, Dr. George Petit, who unfortunately was traveling and couldn't be with us today. There are two basic principles that motivate SUS and our mission. The first is that every New Yorker deserves a safe and affordable place to live. The second is that no matter how hard life seems and how down and out some of our neighbors may appear, with the right supports, right services, everyone can live a healthy and productive life, a life of purpose. And so these principles are what guide SUS as we provide permanent housing to more than 3,500 people every night and shelter to another 1,500. Because all of us in this room and at SUS, we know that it's a tragedy and a shame that more than 60,000 New York City residents sleep in shelters and thousands more have no shelter at all. And we're not going to stop until that is rectified. And I so welcome the governor and senator and commissioner's remarks, and I appreciate their commitment, and SUS is a partner. In addition to housing, SUS works tirelessly to support mental health, recovery, access to healthy food, employment, and wellness. Because as the governor said, New York only thrives when all New Yorkers thrive. And that's what we're trying to do. I want to give you a little history, and the governor mentioned it. SUS has actually a long history with this site, back to 2014, and when the Brooklyn Development Center was still here, still operational. But the state was facing a mandate from the federal government to close the site by the end of the year. And the state turned to SUS and a few other providers to move out the remaining people who are living here. And these were the folks who really needed a lot of support to live in different kinds, community-based housing. And in fact, a lot of the families of the people who are living here and their advocates said, you know, we really don't think these people can live in the community. But SUS knows, because we serve people with developmental disability. That's how we were started 40 years ago, to help people leave places like this and integrate them into the community. So SUS staff work day and night through almost till the New Year's Eve 2014 to move people out.
All right, some of you will be seeing a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now.
I'm proud to say we have 4 new group homes throughout Brooklyn, in fact, some of them here in East New York, Queens, and the Bronx, to serve and to reside, to provide housing for those 30 people. So I'm extremely proud of that history of SUS, and I'm extremely proud of the next chapter, which we're celebrating here today. Because in the first phase, in addition to all the affordable housing, 88 of the units are going to be independent housing for people with developmental disabilities. And what a better fit than to bring some of those same folks who lived here in a state facility back into their own apartments. So we're just extremely proud. Obviously, this took many, many years, many partners. I'd like to specifically recognize a few people: Governor Hochul, Senator Prasad, State Assembly Member Nikki Lucas will be speaking next, Councilperson Charles Barron, Community Board 5, of course, Homes and Community Renewal, ESDC, which really led the charge on the site disposition and RFP. I don't know if we have Wells Fargo or Goldman Sachs in the, oh, hello. Hello, welcome, welcome. Those institutions provided tax credit equity and debt to start this project for the first 2 phases. So thank you. I have to recognize our design team. I don't know if anyone's here from Datner Architects. Hello, Datner. Hello, John. Scape Architecture. Of course, our general contractors, L&M Builders and Apex. I don't know if we have any of our council from Hershon Singer or Goldstein Hall. Hello, waving in the back. We're really grateful to all the partners. This does take a village even to get to this point. Most importantly, we're super excited to ultimately welcome the residents to the new Alafia. And now I'm honored to introduce our Assemblyperson, Nikki Lucas. I see, thank you for joining us in such a tricky state. If I could give you a hand, looks like you got it. Thank you.
You want to pop up?
You want to hop up? Thank you.
I guess I need to have this happen to me more often, because that's the only way I'm getting some help up in this week. But good morning to everyone. Good morning, good morning. And forget where's Brooklyn at. Where's East New York? That's what I'm talking about. This is really an incredibly amazing project that has been in development before I got here. That's extremely inclusive of the community. I had an opportunity to meet with some of the developers coming in in February as the new assembly person. And one of the commitments that we made was to work together. We sat, we agreed to meet quarterly, and they kept their commitment. And that's the only thing that I really asked for. Beyond this ceremonial event, there's a couple of key things that's really important. We're putting this development within this community, but oftentimes our community does not take advantage of it, or we're left out of the process. So one of the commitments that we did talk about was making sure that our office serves as a bridge, a liaison in partnership with management, community-based organizations, the developers, the governor's team, just to assure that when we're going through that whole Housing Connect process, that we're making sure that people understand what that process looks like, that they're doing it appropriately, and that they have a fair opportunity at what other people have opportunities for. And it's important for me to make sure that I bring this issue today, because we have countless people coming into our office that didn't realize that they got a notice indicating that they were called for a job because they don't have access to internet. There are people that don't understand that they don't even have a computer. So they want to know where to pick a paper application up. Who do I call to follow up with these issues, because I've been on here for so long. Maybe they forgot to fill out their name or one part of the application, so they lost an opportunity. And we don't get those things back. So one of the key things in building these and developing these things is that we make sure that we give people a fair opportunity in the community that you're actually placing these things in. The second thing, workforce, economic development.
That new program and affordable housing is supposed to be initiated in the next 20 to 25 months and will provide housing for many in the Brooklyn area. All right, everyone, we are going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, take you out to New Jersey. Looks like New Jersey senators are speaking right now. Stay right here with us. More on Live Now from Fox.
A su hijo.
We're back here for you on Live Now from Fox, bringing you top stories and headlines from across the country. I'm your host, Mike Pace. Always great to be here with you. Coming up in the next 30 minutes, we'll be taking you out to the Capitol, where the January 6th House Committee meeting for the final time in a business meeting session. And we will be featuring that for you as soon as it gets going right here on Live Now from Fox. You can take a look at the Dow, down about 76 points there in the red as we approach this Christmas weekend. And speaking of Christmas, want to let everyone know that Live Now from Fox will have a special show on Christmas Eve evening. Join us at 9:30 Eastern. I'll be tracking Santa as he makes his way into U.S. airspace and making sure that all the presents are ready there for his special deliveries all across the country. You'll get to see exactly where he is and where he will be going. A great event for family and friends of all. All right, everyone, let's continue on right here on Live Now from Fox. Take you out to New Jersey, where we do have New Jersey senators speaking. Let's listen right here at this event.
Come in and was crucial in educating people on what the bill does and what the bill doesn't do. We had so many people in the background working, supporting us, and I thank them all, and they know who they are. We also have, on a personal note, Mark and I, to thank many individuals, some we know and some we don't know, from all over this country, but all over the world, that sent us notes, that sent us thoughts, that sent us prayers. Those prayers, they sustained us. When I speak of hope, I have to mention the bipartisan effort here. I have to mention, yes, Senator Booker, these are dark times. But in the 2 years and 5 months, I saw members of Congress come together. I saw them come together, put their differences aside, and come together because they knew it was the right thing to do. To protect judges and their families, to protect democracy, to protect the Constitution, they did the right thing. And in the world we live in, it takes courage sometimes to do the right thing. But those men and women did. And so I have hope. I have hope. Finally, I want to speak of faith. Mark and I have been very honest about how important our faith is. We are very faithful people. But I want to speak about faith in a broader context. I want to speak about faith and the faith to believe that the right thing will happen even when you are brought to your knees. To have faith that good will triumph over evil. To have faith that maybe sometimes we don't quite understand why things happen, but we know that we'll come out on the other side. That takes faith. Something we had from day one. And I know that at times my faith in humanity might have been tested, but today I have faith in humanity. I have faith in humanity. And so I want to end by saying that Mark and I are so proud to be Americans. We're so proud to call New Jersey our home. We are so humbled to have friends like our New Jersey leaders and beyond. But I'll tell you what I'm most proud of, and I know I speak for Mark, when I say we are so very proud to be Daniel's parents. Thank you, honey. We love you.
I'm reminded that we have some of our friends in the Spanish press, so for just a moment, and then we'll open up to on-topic questions. Estamos aquí hoy celebrando la vida de familia puede recibir en su vida. Actual these issues, and some of the criticisms are wrong because you have to look at the legislation. There is an explicit provision to ensure that information, for example, related to employment or engagement is in fact available, that there is critical information for the journalist to be able to still determine whether there's transparency in the judicial process. But you don't need somebody's address at their home you don't need their phone number to be able to track them down and be able to do that, right? So we have preserved the right of the press and the public in general to have all the information necessary that they need to pursue legitimate questions, but we have also, in doing this piece of legislation that will become law shortly, created the wherewithal to create a more protective environment for judges and their families, so that when they have to render a decision, they're not thinking about, is somebody going to be upset? Is some group going to be upset as a result of my decision? No, they're free to render the decision as they see within the facts and the law. And so I think we have struck the right balance. I don't know if you want to join.
Dave, you want to hear from me? You probably don't.
He does.
I appreciate that. It's maybe the nicest thing you have ever said to me in my entire life, even though it was said with a tone of sarcasm. Look, we have always in our country upheld one of our fundamental principles, which is the right to protest, the right to petition your government and government officials. We also know that a lot of our rights are not absolute. Free speech is one of the most precious and important rights here, but we know you can't yell fire in a movie theater. We're going to create the right kind of balances for the safety and protection. This is a bill where we went to great lengths to satisfy two real principles. One is the balancing of the right to protest, the right to petition, as well as balancing the right the public has to know. I, for one, want to know that there is transparency when it comes to ethical concerns. A lot of those legitimate questions are being brought up right now about our Supreme Court. I am leading on many of those questions. This bill was very narrowly tailored, so it would not affect those issues. But what it does do is also make sure that we do not allow what we have seen in other democracies where judges begin to be intimidated, under threat, face violence. When that happens in this democracy, when something happens like what happened to Judge Salas's family, we should all be working together to end that ability for people of hate to target individuals with terrorism, with violence, or worse. And so this bill is narrowly tailored and well targeted, well balanced to achieve the end we wanted to do without undermining, I think, a very important need, especially as it relates, as we're seeing, to the Supreme Court, to have transparency and openness with critical information.
Any other on-topic questions? If not, thank you very much.
Gentlemen,
oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
You said you can't legislate love. I just want to make sure that I'm clear that you can legislate against hate.
You know, the comment I made echoes what Martin Luther King said. He said, you can't legislate someone to love me, but you can pass laws to stop them from beating me, killing me. He said, you can't legislate someone to care about the brotherhood, sisterhood, and humanity of people, but you can stop people from threatening that humanity. And so we as a nation have to continue to do things to address hate. We cannot allow our nation to plunge into the kind of horrors we have seen, whether it is the horrors we saw in Nazi Germany or, frankly, even more recently, like attacks on religious minorities in China, like the Uyghurs. And so, yeah, I'm going to continue to be someone who champions against hate crimes. And we can do that. Senator Menendez and I were involved in efforts to stop Asian hate crimes recently and got something specifically done on that. I am somebody that is working on giving clarity to constitutional protections for LGBTQ Americans. And these are efforts that have to go on. But at the end of the day, the virtues of love, and there are lots of different ways of saying that, respecting each other, honoring the dignity of others. I think of another judge, Learned Hand, who talked about these fundamental constitutional principles are nothing unless they live within the hearts of the people. And so the vaunted documents that literally exclaim some of the highest virtues of our land, our founding documents that speak to things like this recognition of inalienable rights or our obligations to one another, as it says at the end of the Declaration of Independence. We must mutually pledge our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honors. Those ideals are not made real by Constitution or legislation. They're made real by a citizenry committed to that. I am stunned when I look at the polling. It's nowhere near the majority of us. But how many people think it's okay to use violence to pursue your political needs? If we ever give in to those inclinations, our democracy will unravel. And so let us do what's necessary to protect judges, to protect certain minority groups, protect religious groups. But at the end of the day, we need more than that. We need to begin in our public discourse to say, yes, I disagree with you. I think your policies and your legislation will do damaging things to our nation. But I will never allow my disagreement to elevate to ever sanction violence, to ever sanction hate. We must be a nation fundamentally that's committed to the respect of one another. And we should, at a time that the world is facing crisis, be a nation that sets an example. What happened on January 6th, what's happened to election workers, what's happening to our threats of violence to our judges. All of this are signs of crisis within our democracy, and that we need to address them legislatively, holding people accountable who participated in the January 6th election, holding people accountable and make terroristic threats. But it's more than that. We ourselves, each individual American, has to make a redoubled commitment to peace, respect, and honoring the ideals of brotherhood and sisterhood to make what my deceased colleague John Lewis talked about, a more beloved society. With that, thank you, everybody. Thank you.
All right, so both New Jersey senators there talking about legislation plans for 2023 as that is fastly approaching. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break as we are about 20 minutes away from the January 6th House Committee doing a business meeting, and we'll be featuring that for you right here on Live Now from Fox. We are just 2 away. We're back here for you on Live Now from Fox, taking a live look here at the Capitol, where we are awaiting about less than 20 minutes away from the January 6th House Committee, doing a business meeting there where they will be pushing for Trump's prosecution in criminal charges. We will be listening to that as it happens right here on Live Now. Coming up in less than 20 minutes. I want to show you the final UN briefing of the year, talking about world affairs.
And I am more determined than ever to make 2023 a year for peace, a year for action, as we cannot accept things as they are. We owe it to people to find solutions, to fight back, and to act. At times, discreetly, but always with determination, we will fight back to promote peace and security, to advance the Sustainable Development Goals, to address inequalities, to reform a morally bankrupt international financial system, and to ensure human rights for all, as we mark next year's 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And to deliver a livable planet to our children and grandchildren. Thank you. I'm at disposal for...
Thank you, sir. Before we go to questions, just to note, we have our interpreters, if you want to ask your questions in French or in Spanish. As always, I would like to ask you to limit yourself to one question, and we'll go to Edie to see if that works. Go ahead.
Mr. Secretary General, thank you very much on behalf of the United Nations Correspondents Association for doing this briefing. We all wish you and your family very happy holidays. We are hearing reports of a build-up for a Russian offensive in Ukraine, with President Putin going to Belarus today. Are you concerned about a new serious escalation of the war that possibly could bring in other countries, because all of the political pundits are saying that Putin is going to ask for Belarus's help in launching a new offensive against Kyiv? And what would the implications be of any kind of new offensive that brings in outside countries?
Well, first of all, we have seen a massive escalation already with the heavy bombardment of electrical infrastructure, which of course is having a dramatic impact in the living conditions of the Ukrainians at the present moment, and will have terrible consequences for the future. So we don't need more to talk about escalation. Obviously, we'll see what happens. There are many rumors about possible new offensives. My position is very clear. There is never a military solution for these problems, but it is important that the solution is in line with the UN Charter and with international law.
Can you explain for people who don't really know what's in the UN Charter and international law, what that would mean?
The UN Charter is very clear in relation to the territorial integrity of countries to be respected. The UN Charter is very clear about the use of force not to be accepted in order to change in any way that territorial integrity.
Thank you. Michelle?
Thank you, Secretary General. Michelle Nichols from Reuters. Again, on Ukraine, can you please give us an indication of whether you see any opening at all for peace talks in Ukraine? And then also on the use of drones in Ukraine. You've come under some pressure from Western countries. You've come under pressure from Russia over whether to send an inspection team to Kyiv or not. You haven't sent one yet. Why not? Are you worried this could affect your diplomacy in other areas related to the conflict?
Well, first of all, your first question, sorry, was before the drones?
Is there any opening for peace talks?
I am not optimistic about the possibility of effective peace talks at the immediate future. I do believe that the military confrontation will go on, and I think we will have still to wait a moment in which serious negotiations for peace, it will be possible. I don't see them in the immediate horizon. And that is why we are concentrating our efforts on different other aspects in relation to increase the efficiency of the Black Sea Grain Initiative, in relation to study the possibility of adding new components to that initiative, namely in relation to ammonia exports. We are very interested in accelerating the exchange of prisoners of war, and especially when we are approaching Christmas, and both sides celebrate Christmas in January. I think this would be something very important. I can't imagine how dramatic it is to be a prisoner of war in another country with the kind of war we are witnessing in the Ukraine. So we will go on trying to be useful, offering platforms of dialogue for these aspects to minimize suffering. But we have no illusions that a true peace negotiation would be possible in the immediate future. Of course, the bombardments that are taking place massively over electric infrastructure are something that is causing terrible trouble for the people. And in relation to the question we asked, we are looking into all the aspects of that question and in the broader picture of everything we are doing in the context of the war to determine if and when we should do what you have asked for.
Benno? Thank you, Secretary General Benno Schwingermann with the German press agency. So there has been a couple of coups and coup attempts this year, and there has been one coup attempt in a country which seemed unlikely, which is Germany.
In Germany?
Germany. Oh. There was a coup attempt in Germany by German right-wingers, and I wonder how you put this into perspective with the rise of right-wing ideology in Europe and North America right now. And then about Elon Musk. Twitter is in the hands of a person that seems to have his very own definition of free speech and press freedom. In your opinion, is Elon Musk a threat to free speech? Is Elon Musk a threat to free speech? And would you be relieved?
Is Elon Musk a threat to free speech?
And would you be relieved if he would actually step down as head of Twitter?
So in relation to the first question, it has been demonstrated that the biggest threat of terrorism today in Western countries come from the extreme right, neo-Nazism and white supremacy. And I think we must be very clear and very firm in condemning every form of neo-Nazism and white supremacies, any form of anti-Semitism, anti-Muslim hatred that we are seeing multiplied in Western societies and also in other parts of the world. This is clearly a threat, and we must fight that threat with enormous determination. And what has happened in Germany is just one of the examples of this threat to, namely to democratic societies around the world. Second, I think there is a particular responsibility of social media platforms to preserve the freedom of press and at the same time to avoid hate speech and to avoid forms of extremism. I would be particularly shocked if we would see the freedom of press being threatened, journalists not being allowed to do their work, and at the same time, hate speech proliferating. And so, obviously, my recommendation to whoever owns any platform is to make sure that the freedom of expression, especially of journalists, is respected, and that hate speech, neo-Nazism, white supremacism, and the other forms of extremism do not find their way through those social platforms. I have no personal feelings in relation to who manages a platform. I'm very interested about how the platform is managed.
Sherwin.
Secretary General, thank you very much. You've just talked about how you are not optimistic about the effectiveness of peace talks as it relates to Ukraine. I wonder, sir, what you are optimistic about in your reference to 2023. What do you consider the low-hanging fruit for 2023 when you talk about these geopolitical divides? What can we see solved in the short term?
Now, first of all, when I said I do not see chances for a true peace negotiation in the immediate horizon, I did not mean the whole of 2023. I strongly hope that in 2023 we'll be able to reach peace in the Ukraine. The consequences for the Ukrainian people, the consequences for the Russian society and the economy, and the consequences for the global economy, especially for developing countries, with the high prices of food and energy, and with all the other difficulties that compound those high prices. I mentioned debt increase, I mentioned lack of fiscal space, and the dramatic situation of increased inequalities that the developing countries are suffering. All these are reasons for us to do everything possible to make a peace solution happen before the end of 2023.
James Bass, and then we'll go to Pam.
Secretary General, as this is your end-of-year press conference, I'd like to take stock of where we are with regard to Ukraine. In terms of the history of the UN and your time as Secretary General, this is clearly one of the worst global crises. So can I ask you, how much of a challenge has a war started by a permanent member of the Security Council been for the United Nations? And in your view, how well has the UN fared?
The UN is a complex organization that has different dimensions and different parts. Obviously, for the Security Council, this war has been a very dramatic factor of inefficiency. I will recall that not even the Black Sea Grain Initiative could be welcomed because the Security Council couldn't approve anything in relation to the war. But this war has demonstrated the enormous value of humanitarian action.
We are going to take our final break here of this hour. You can see on the right hand of your screen, we are moments away from the January 6th House Committee taking place. This will be the final one. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
National and international in all its dimensions, and the people of Ukraine in itself. And on the other hand, this has demonstrated that the UN is probably the only platform that was able to seriously talk with both sides to try to solve not the war, unfortunately, but some specific problems that have dramatic impacts at global level. The questions related to the food crisis are a good example, which means that without the UN, there probably would not be any other entity able to establish a dialogue with both parties and with other actors. Let's not forget the recent decision of the European Council in relation to the fertilizers. Without the UN, I don't think it would have been possible to establish the partial limited agreements that existed in the war of Ukraine that did not solve the problem of the war, but that contributed to minimize the dramatic consequences of the war in Ukraine and in the rest of the world.
Thank you, Pam, and then we'll go to Deji.
Thank you, Steph. Thank you, Secretary General. It's Pamela Falk from...
Oh, sorry.
No, that's all right. CBS
With the masks,
News.
I was...
Yeah.
You have no mask, but there were other masks and I was puzzled.
Thank you. It is the end of the year. On the bigger picture, end of the year questions, largely because of Ukraine, many critics feel the UN, there's something moving in the front of the room, but we'll ignore it.
The war is?
Sorry. Oh, good. Yay. Nice job. Good job, Michelle. It was too distracting.
A girl from the Outback. Yeah.
All right. How do you feel about cleaning up the UN?
We could have a debate. No, we could have a debate whether how we were rescued by this threat or if there was a threat to biodiversity. Which means there are always two ways to look at the same fact.
Yes, it's good to know that animals are existing.
Yeah.
All right, on to the next. Sorry, it was right in front of our eyes. On how to deal with the UN.
How to deal with the UN?
The UN, not cleanliness. In terms of the war, many critics feel that it's time for a change at the Security Council, and including P5 member of the United States is on board to try to move things forward, and feel that that is the biggest part of the problem in terms of the UN not being fit for purpose for war and peace, although it does very well on humanitarian aid. What is your feeling about reforming the UN at this point in order to deal better with this major war we see? Thank you.
We have done many reforms in the areas of responsibility of the Secretariat and the UN agencies, and I think that the effectiveness of the response in relation to the humanitarian consequences of the war demonstrates that those reforms were positive. I mean, if you look also the way our country teams are working today in a much better and more effective way than just a few years ago, there are reforms of the UN that are taking place. But of course, the crucial aspect being discussed is in relation to the reform of the Security Council and, I would say, the revitalization of the General Assembly and the strengthening of ECOSOC. Now, we have witnessed some important progress in the revitalization of the General Assembly. Let's not forget that now any veto in the Security Council leads to a discussion in the General Assembly and to the explanation of the reasons of the veto. This is a very important change in the relation between the two bodies. But of course, the central questions are related to the composition of the Security Council and to the right of veto. Now, this is a matter for member states. The Secretariat has no influence in these negotiations. But I think that during our General Assembly session in September, for the first time, I heard from the United States and from Russia clearly the indication that they were in favor of an enlargement of the number of permanent permanent members of the Security Council. There was from France and the UK some time ago a proposal for some restrictions in the use of the right of veto, but I remain pessimistic about the possibility of the right of veto to be seriously put into question. Let's not forget that we need to reform the Security Council, 2/3 of the votes of the General Assembly, plus the 5 positive votes of the 5 members of the Security Council. So I think that there is now space for a much more serious discussion in relation to the Security Council reform. I think that the possibility of enlarging the Security Council is now seriously on the table. I'm still not optimistic about the right of veto.
Thank you. Deji? No.
Secretary General, this is De Zhixu with China Central Television. Just one brief question. Last time you were here, you talked about you want the Black Sea Green Deal be extended and expanded. Now it's being extended. What's your imagination of an expanded Green Deal? And we know that Russian side has been criticizing and quite vocal about the fertilizer and foods from Russian side to export to the rest of the world. And what's your response to their criticism, and how the UN help the fertilizer and foods from Russia to export?
Our response to the criticism is action. And I believe that 2 very important things were achieved. One was in the Coreper, but in close association with the European Council that took place last week. There was a set of derogations that will allow the Russian companies that do the exports, and some of them have some links to personalities that were in the sanctions regime, that will allow those companies to move their funds for the purpose of exports of food and fertilizers. This was a remarkable progress, and I believe that there is a recognition that the UN had a role on it. On the other hand, you remember that there was a number of fertilizers that was stuck in several European harbors. There was a donation by the companies owning those fertilizers for the UN to be able to move them. It was possible now to move a first ship from Rotterdam to Malawi, I mean to Mozambique, to go to Malawi. And we have now inspections concluded in the other quantities that exist in Rotterdam and in Antwerp and in Estonia. And the exports were already authorized. These are non-commercial transactions because these are donations, but of course you need to find the ships, you need to find the insurance, and you need to find the way to distribute. And we have the support of the World Bank for that purpose. And Latvia, that has 190,000 tons of fertilizers, has also agreed, inspections are taking place, has also agreed to that movement. The problem of that movement is that if you have potash, you cannot just put potash on the land. You need to mix. So we are working with World Bank very seriously and with potential other donors in order to be able to create some forms of mixing fertilizers to be able to distribute them effectively to countries in need. Because you just cannot move 190,000 tons of potash and distribute them because you cannot use the potash if it is not associated with nitrogen and phosphate. So it's a lot of work that is being done, which demonstrates our firm commitment to make sure that the memorandum of understanding that we have signed with the Russian Federation is effectively implemented. Sorry?
How's the expansion? How's the expansion? You talked about the expansion last time.
We would like, as I said, we would like to see the possibility of increase the volume of exports. There is a question about the number of inspections that we would like to see increased. At the same time, we believe it would be an interesting development if we could have exports of ammonia through these harbors. And obviously, there are other harbors that might one day be considered, depending on the situation evolves. But we will spare no efforts to take profit of all opportunities. But at the present moment, we are totally engaged with the consolidation of the present agreement and in making sure that we do, in relation to the memorandum of understanding, everything for especially the fertilizer market to be I would say enlarged, clearly enlarged. We have a situation in which the price of fertilizers.
All right, that was just some from earlier of the UN briefing, talking about the final one this year, a little bit about Russia, Ukraine, and a little bit of other world affairs here. We are going to slide away right here from that event because you can see on the right hand of your screen the January 6th committee coming back for the final time. And we are expecting that some recommending some criminal charges could be coming after the conclusion of this meeting. So let's go out there live right here on Live Now from Fox.
A quorum being present, the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol will be in order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare the committee in recess at any point. Pursuant to House Deposition Authority Regulation 10, the chair announces the committee's approval to release the deposition material presented during today's meeting, and further, its approval to release deposition material that accompanies release of the Select Committee's final report. Good afternoon, and may God bless the United States of America. To cast a vote in the United States is an act of faith and hope. When we drop that ballot in the ballot box, we expect the people named on the ballot are going to uphold their end of the deal. The winner swears an oath and upholds it. Those who come up short ultimately accept the results and abide by the rule of law. That faith in our system is the foundation of American democracy. If the faith is broken, so is our democracy. Donald Trump broke that faith. He lost the 2020 election and knew it. But he chose to try to stay in office through a multi-part scheme to overturn the results and block the transfer of power. In the end, he summoned a mob to Washington, and knowingly they were armed and angry, pointed them to the Capitol and told them to fight like hell. There's no doubt about this. This afternoon, my colleagues will present our key findings, reminding you of some of the information we presented in earlier hearings and telling you how it fits in our broader conclusions. Those conclusions have helped shape the committee's final report, which we'll adopt today pursuant to House Resolution 503, which establishes the Select Committee nearly a year and a half ago. I expect our final work will be filed with the Clerk of the House and made public later this week. Beyond that release, the Select Committee intends to make public the bulk of its non-sensitive records before the end of the year. These transcripts and documents will allow the American people to see for themselves the body of evidence we've gathered and continue to explore the information that has led us to our conclusions. This committee is nearing the end of its work. But as the country, we remain in strange and uncharted waters. We've never had a president of the United States stir up a violent attempt to block the transfer of power. I believe nearly 2 years later, this is still a time of reflection and reckoning. If we are to survive as a nation of laws and democracy, this can never happen again. How do we stop it? This committee will lay out a number of recommendations in its final report. But beyond any specific details and recommendations we present, there's one factor I believe is most important in preventing another January 6th, accountability. So today, beyond our findings, we will also show that evidence we've gathered points to further action beyond the power of this committee or the Congress to help ensure accountability under law. Accountability that can only be found in the criminal justice system. We have every confidence that the work of this committee will help provide a roadmap to justice, and that the agencies and institutions responsible for ensuring justice under the law will use the information we've provided to aid in their work. And for those of you who have followed this committee's work, I hope we've helped make clear that there's a broader kind of accountability. Accountability to all of you, the American people. The future of our democracy rests in your hands. It's up to the people of this country to decide who deserves the public trust, who will put fidelity to the Constitution and democracy above all else, who will abide by the rule of law, no matter the outcome. I'm grateful to the millions of you who followed this committee's work. I hope we lived up to our commitment to present the facts and let the facts speak for themselves. Let me say in closing, the women and men seated around me on this dais are public servants in the most genuine sense. They put aside politics and partisanship to ensure the success of this committee in providing answers to the American people. I especially want to thank and acknowledge our Vice Chair, who has become a true partner in this bipartisan effort, Ms. Cheney of Wyoming. And I also recognize her for any opening statement that she cared to offer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your tremendous leadership of this committee. I know we all have benefited greatly from your wisdom and your wise counsel, so thank you very much. In April of 1861, when Abraham Lincoln issued the first call for volunteers for the Union Army, my great-great-grandfather, Samuel Fletcher Cheney, joined the 21st Ohio Volunteer Infantry. He fought through all 4 years of the Civil War, from Chickamauga to Stones River to Atlanta. He marched with his unit in the Grand Review of Troops up Pennsylvania Avenue in May of 1865, past a reviewing stand where President Johnson and General Grant were seated. Silas Canfield, the regimental historian of the 21st Ohio Volunteer Infantry, described the men in the unit this way. He said they had a just appreciation of the value and advantage of free government and the necessity of defending and maintaining it. And they enlisted, prepared to accept all the necessary labors, fatigues, exposures, dangers, and even death for the unity of our nation and the perpetuity of our institutions. I have found myself thinking often, especially since January 6th, of my great-great-grandfather and all those in every generation who have sacrificed so much for the unity of our nation and the perpetuity of our institutions. At the heart of our republic is the guarantee of the peaceful transfer of power. Members of Congress are reminded of this every day as we pass through the Capitol Rotunda. There, 8 magnificent paintings detail the earliest days of our republic. One, painted by John Trumbull, depicts the moment in 1793 when George Washington resigned his commission, handing control of the Continental Army back to Congress. Trumbull called this, quote, one of the highest moral lessons ever. With this noble act, George Washington established the indispensable example of the peaceful transfer of power in our nation. Standing on the west front of the Capitol in 1981, President Ronald Reagan described it this way: the orderly transfer of authority as called for in the Constitution routinely takes place, as it has for almost 2 centuries, and few of us stop to think how unique we really are. In the eyes of many in the world, this every 4-year ceremony that we accept as normal is nothing less than a miracle. Every president in our history has defended this orderly transfer of authority, except one. January 6, 2021 was the first time one American president refused his constitutional duty to transfer power peacefully to the next. In our work over the last 18 months, the Select Committee has recognized our obligation to do everything we can to ensure this never happens again. At the beginning of our investigation, we understood that tens of millions of Americans had been persuaded by President Trump that the 2020 election was stolen by overwhelming fraud. And we also knew this was flatly false. We knew that dozens of state and federal judges had addressed and resolved all manner of allegations about the election. Our legal system functioned as it should, but our president would not accept the outcome. Among the most shameful of this committee's findings was that President Trump sat in the dining room off the Oval Office watching the violent riot at the Capitol on television. For hours, he would not issue a public statement instructing his supporters to disperse and leave the Capitol, despite urgent pleas from his White House staff and dozens of others to do so. Members of his family, his White House lawyers, virtually all those around him knew that this simple act was critical. For hours, he would not do it. During this time, law enforcement agents were attacked and seriously injured. The Capitol was invaded, the electoral count was halted, and the lives of those in the Capitol were put at risk. In addition to being unlawful as described in our report, this was an utter moral failure and a clear dereliction of duty. Evidence of this can be seen in the testimony of President Trump's own White House counsel and several other White House witnesses. No man who would behave that way at that moment in time can ever serve in any position of authority in our nation again. He is unfit for any office. The committee recognizes that our work has only begun. It's only the initial step in addressing President Trump's effort to remain in office illegally. Prosecutors are considering the implications of the conduct that we describe in our report, as are citizens all across our nation. In 1761, John Adams wrote, "The very ground of our liberties is the freedom of elections." Faith in our elections and the rule of law is paramount to our republic. Election deniers, those who refuse to accept lawful election results, purposely attack the rule of law and the foundation of our country. The history of our time will show that the bravery of a handful of Americans doing their duty saved us from an even more grave constitutional crisis. Elected officials, election workers, and public servants stood against Donald Trump's corrupt pressure. Many of our committee's witnesses showed selfless patriotism, and their words and courage will be remembered. The brave men and women of the Capitol Police, the Metropolitan Police, and all the other law enforcement officers who fought to defend us that day saved lives and our democracy. Finally, I wish to thank my colleagues on this committee. It has been a tremendous honor to serve with all of you. We have accomplished great and important things together, and I hope we have set an example. And I also want to thank all of those who have honorably contributed to the work of our committee and to our report. We have accomplished much over a short period of time. Many of you sacrificed for the good of our nation. You have helped make history, and I hope helped to right the ship. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. As you know, this is our final meeting of our committee. Over the course of the last year and a half, we presented evidence in 10 public hearings, testimony from our brave law enforcement officers, senior White House, and campaign officials, and many others. Today, we are prepared to share our findings with you. But before we do so, it's important to remember what we've learned, and critically, exactly what happened at the United States Capitol on January 6th. Without objection, I include in the record a video presentation of some of the key evidence our investigation has uncovered.
There were officers on the ground. They were bleeding. They were throwing up. I mean, I saw friends with blood all over their faces. I was slipping in people's blood.
As I was swarmed by a violent mob, they ripped off my badge. They grabbed and stripped me of my radio. They seized ammunition that was secured to my body. They began to beat me with their fists and with what felt like hard metal objects.
Night, the president claimed that there was major fraud underway. I mean, this happened, as far as I could tell, before there was actually any potential of looking at evidence.
I didn't think what was happening was necessarily honest or professional at that point in time. So that led to me stepping away.
Generally discussed on that topic was whether the fraud, maladministration, abuse, or irregularities, if aggregated and read most favorably to the campaign, would that be outcome determinative? And I think everyone's assessment in the room, at least amongst the staff, Mark Short, myself, and Greg Jacob, was that it was not sufficient to be outcome determinative?
I told him that I did believe, yes, that once those legal processes were run, if fraud had not been established, that had affected the outcome of the election, then unfortunately I believed that what had to be done was concede the outcome.
What were the chances of President Trump winning the election?
After that point?
Yes.
None.
So what are we going to do here, folks? I only need 11,000 votes. Fellas, I need 11,000 votes. Give me a break.
The numbers are the numbers. The numbers don't lie. We had many allegations, and we investigated every single one of them.
Did one of them make a comment that they didn't have evidence, but they had a lot of theories?
That was Mr. Giuliani.
And what exactly did he say, and how did that come up?
My recollection, he said, we've got lots of theories, we just don't have the evidence. You're asking me to do something that's never been done in history, the history of the United States, and I'm going to put my state through that without sufficient proof?
It's a tape earlier in the day of Ruby Freeman and Shay Freeman Moss and one other gentleman quite obviously surreptitiously passing around USB ports as if they're vials of heroin or cocaine.
In one of the videos we just watched, Mr. Giuliani accused you and your mother of passing some sort of USB drive to each other. What was your mom actually handing you on that video?
A ginger mint. Do you know how it feels to have the President of the United States to target you? The President of the United States is supposed to represent every American, not to target one.
I made it clear I did not agree with the idea of saying the election was stolen and putting out this stuff, which I told the president was bullshit.
He wanted to talk about that he thought the election had been stolen or was corrupt, and that there was widespread fraud. And I had told him that our reviews had not shown that to be the case.
And I said something to the effect of, sir, we've done dozens of investigations, hundreds of interviews. The major allegations are not supported by the evidence developed.
Well, my first thought was, this is a terrible idea. Jeff Clark cannot be installed as acting Attorney General of the United States.
You ultimately told us that you described this meeting as not this meeting, the Georgia letter that was proposed as an effing murder-suicide pact. Do you remember using the term murder-suicide pact?
Yes.
Was it your impression that the vice president had directly conveyed his position on these issues to the president, not just to the world through a Dear Colleague letter, but directly to President Trump?
Many times. My view was that the vice president didn't have the legal authority to do anything except what he did.
And I said, hold on a second, I want to understand what you're saying. You're saying that you believe the vice president, acting as president of the Senate, can be the sole decision maker as to, under your theory, who becomes the next president of the United States? And you said yes.
It was, all the attention was on what Mike would do or what Mike wouldn't do.
There's a telephone conversation between the president and the vice president, is that correct?
Yes.
The conversation was pretty heated.
Apologize for being impolite, but do you remember what she said? Her father called him
The P word.
Bring out beds!
It was clear that it was escalating and escalating quickly. So then when that tweet, the Mike Pence tweet, was sent out, I remember us saying that that was the last thing that needed to be tweeted at that moment. It felt like he was pouring gasoline on the fire by tweeting that.
They've gained access to the second floor, and I've got public about 5 feet from me down here below.
Okay, copy. They are on the second floor, moving in now. We may want to consider getting out and leaving now. Copy.
The members of the VP detail at this time were starting to fear for their own lives.
There were calls to say goodbye to family members, so on and so forth.
Approximately 40 feet. That's all there was. 40 feet between the vice president and the mob.
Donald Trump and his allies and supporters are a clear and present danger to American democracy.
We got derogatory information from OSINT suggesting that some very, very violent individuals were organizing to come to D.C.
As Mr. Giuliani and I were walking to his vehicles that evening, he looked at me and said something to the effect of, "Cass, are you excited for the 6th? It's going to be a great day." I remember looking at him saying, "Rudy, could you explain what's happening on the 6th?" He had responded something to the effect of, "We're going to the Capitol. It's going to be great. The president's going to be there. He's going to look powerful."
He personally asked for us to come to D.C. that day. And I thought, for everything he's done for us, if this is the only thing he's going to ask of me, I'll do it.
Well, basically, the president, got everybody riled up, told everybody to head on down. So we basically were just following what he said.
We lost the line! We lost the line! Anthony, get back!
Within 15 minutes of leaving the stage, President Trump knew that the Capitol was besieged and under attack.
So are you aware of any phone call by the President of the United States to the Secretary of Defense that day?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Are you aware of any phone call by the President of the United States to the Attorney General of the United States that day?
No.
Are you aware of any phone call by the President of the United States to the Secretary of Homeland Security that day?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Did you ever hear the president
No.
ask for the National Guard? Did you ever hear the president ask for law enforcement response?
No.
You got an assault going on the Capitol of the United States of America. And there's nothing. No call, nothing, zero.
I remember Pat saying something to the effect of, "Mark, we need to do something more. They're literally calling for the vice president to be effing hung." And Mark had responded something to the effect of, "You heard him, Pat. He thinks Mike deserves it. He doesn't think they're doing anything wrong."
You on the staff did not want people to leave the Capitol.
On the staff?
In the White House.
I can't think of anybody, on that day who didn't want people to get out of the Capitol once, particularly once the violence started. No. I mean,
What about the president?
Yeah.
Well, she said the staff. So I answered.
No, I said in the White House.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I thought you said who else on the staff. I can't reveal communications, but obviously I think,
Free legal advice. You're going to need it.
General Flynn, do you believe in the peaceful transition of power in the United States of America?
The fifth.
The third. What third?
I want to say the election's over. I just want to say Congress has certified the results without saying the election's over, okay?
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Over the last 18 months, the Select Committee has conducted a congressional investigation of enormous scale, seeking to uncover the depth and breadth of ex-President Trump's multi-part plan to reverse the lawful outcome of the 2020 presidential election. We've compiled an immense volume of documents collected from countless individuals, law enforcement agencies, and federal and state authorities. Many of our efforts to get the evidence required litigation in federal court, including the U.S. Supreme Court. We've taken the testimony of hundreds of witnesses. Now, while we couldn't show them all during the hearings, we focused on those who were most central, including our ex-president's White House aides, his senior Department of Justice officials, and senior members of his campaign. Based on this assembled evidence, the Select Committee has reached a series of specific findings. Now, many of these findings pertain to what has been called the big lie, the enormous effort led by ex-President Trump to spread baseless accusations and misinformation in an attempt to falsely convince tens of millions of Americans that the election had been stolen from him. Beginning even before the election and continuing through January 6th and thereafter, Donald Trump purposely disseminated false allegations of fraud in order to aid his effort to overturn the 2020 election. Ex-President Trump's decision to declare victory falsely on election night wasn't a spontaneous decision. It was premeditated. The committee has evidence that ex-President Trump planned to declare victory and unlawfully to call for the vote counting to stop, and that he told numerous allies about his intent in the weeks before the election. The committee found that Mr. Trump raised hundreds of millions of dollars with false representations made to his online donors. The proceeds from his fundraising, we have learned, have been used in ways that we believe are concerning. We've also obtained evidence of efforts to provide or offer employment to witnesses. For example, one lawyer told a witness the witness could, in certain circumstances, tell the committee that she didn't recall facts when she actually did recall them. That lawyer also did not disclose who was paying for the lawyer's representation, despite questions from the client seeking that information. He told her, quote, "We're not telling people where funding is coming from right now." We've learned that a client was offered potential employment that would make her, quote, "financially very comfortable," as the date of her testimony approached, by entities that were apparently linked to Donald Trump and his associates. These offers were withdrawn or didn't materialize as reports of the content of her testimony circulated. The witness believed this was an effort to affect her testimony, and we are concerned that these efforts may have been a strategy to prevent the committee from finding the truth. Throughout the post-election period, ex-President Trump was told repeatedly by his campaign advisors, government officials, and others there was no evidence to support his claims of election fraud. Even since our last hearing, repeatedly by his campaign advisors, government officials, and others, there was no evidence to support his claims of election fraud. Even since our last hearing, the Select Committee has obtained testimony from new witnesses who've come forward to tell us about their conversations with ex-President Trump on this topic. Here is one of his senior advisors, Hope Hicks.
Seeing evidence of fraud on a scale that would have impacted the outcome of the election, and I was becoming increasingly concerned that we were damaging his legacy.
What did the president say in response to what you just described?
He said something along the lines of, nobody will care about my legacy if I lose. So that won't matter. The only thing that matters is winning.
Despite all that, he continued to purposely and maliciously make false claims, sometimes within a day of being told that a particular claim was false and unsupported by the evidence. By the time the Electoral College met to cast its votes on December 14, 2020, a number of President Trump's senior staff, cabinet officials, and members of his family were urging him to facilitate a peaceful transition to the incoming administration. He disregarded their advice, and he continued to claim publicly that the election had been stolen from him. Numerous state and federal courts evaluated and rejected the Trump campaign's claims of voter fraud, including 11 judges appointed by ex-President Trump himself. Many of these courts issued scathing opinions, criticizing the lack of evidence that ex-President Trump and his allies had advanced to support their claims. Numerous individuals associated with these efforts have since acknowledged that they were unable to find sufficient evidence of fraud to affect the election results, including in testimony to this select committee. Still, ex-President Trump repeated those false claims and tried to convince his supporters the election was stolen. This was an attempt to justify overturning the lawful election results. Donald Trump knowingly and corruptly repeated election fraud lies, which incited his supporters to violence on January 6th. He continues to repeat his meritless claim that the election was stolen even today and continues to erode our most cherished and shared belief in free and fair elections. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Building on his constant repetition of the big lie, President Trump engaged in an unprecedented effort to obstruct the joint session on January 6th, the proceeding where his electoral loss would be certified by Congress. This effort began in part in the states, which hold, count, and ultimately determine the winners of presidential elections. Many state officials were targeted by President Trump and his campaign. The local election workers he accused baselessly of election fraud, the state officials he pressured to stop the count or to find votes that didn't exist, and the state legislative officials he urged to disregard the popular will of the voters and their oath of office in order to name him the winner instead. Here are the Select Committee findings about President Trump's state pressure campaign. President Trump and his enablers repeatedly pressured state officials to take action to overturn the results of the election. The most dramatic example of this campaign of coercion was the president's January 2nd, 2021 call to Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, in which the president urged the secretary to find 11,780 votes he needed to change the outcome in that state. During that call, President Trump again repeated conspiracy theories about the election that his own appointees at the Department of Justice had already debunked. Trump also made what Secretary Raffensperger apparently considered a threat, accurately considered a threat, suggesting that Raffensperger and his attorney, that they could be subject to criminal prosecution if they didn't follow through with his demands. Then, in repeated telephone calls and in-person meetings, Donald Trump pressured state elections officials and state legislators to alter official election results. But courageous public servants, including Republicans like Rusty Bowers, held firm and refused to put Donald Trump over their oath to the Constitution. When Donald Trump's pressure campaign did not achieve the results he wanted, he oversaw an effort to obtain and transmit false Electoral College ballots to Congress and the National Archives. The false ballots were created by fake Republican electors on December 14th. At the same time, the actual certified electors in those states were meeting to cast their votes for President Biden. By that point in time, election-related litigation was over in all or nearly all of these states, and Trump campaign election lawyers realized that the fake slates were unjustifiable on any grounds and may be unlawful. In spite of these concerns and the concerns of individuals in the White House counsel's office, President Trump and others proceeded with this plan. The Select Committee has developed evidence that these intentionally false documents were transmitted to multiple officers of the federal government and were intended to interfere with the proper conduct of the joint session, where the existence of so-called competing slates of electors would serve as a pretext for legitimate electoral votes to be rejected. President Trump repeatedly attacked state and local officials who refused to do his bidding, as well as local elections workers who he baselessly accused of fraud. As Ruby Freeman and the testimony of other elections officials so powerfully demonstrated, the people who drew President Trump's ire or were the subject of his lies faced real-world consequences, including public harassment and death threats. Some of these elections workers and officials have been forced to leave their homes. Others have been forced to leave the jobs they loved. Take a listen to Ms. Freeman's story.
Now I won't even introduce myself by my name anymore. I get nervous when I bump into someone I know in the grocery store who says my name. I'm worried about who's listening. I get nervous when I have to give my name for food orders. I'm always concerned of who's around me. I've lost my name and I've lost my reputation.
The treatment of Ms. Freeman and her daughter Shay Moss and so many others around the country was callous, inhuman, inexcusable, and dangerous. And those responsible should be held accountable. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Kinzinger, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Certainly one of the many important components of our federal government is the Department of Justice. It's the body that it's responsible for enforcing our laws and investigating criminal wrongdoing. For this reason, it's of the utmost importance that our Department of Justice operates as a fair and neutral body that enforces our federal laws without fear or without favor. It is this critical function that President Trump sought to corrupt, as he sought to use the Department of Justice to investigate and prosecute purported election fraud and to help him convince the public that the election was stolen. The Select Committee has made the following findings with respect to the Department of Justice. In the weeks immediately following the 2020 election, Attorney General Bill Barr advised President Trump that the Department of Justice had not seen any evidence to support Trump's theory that the election was stolen by fraud. No evidence. Over the course of the 3 meetings in this post-election period, Attorney General Barr assured President Trump that the Justice Department was properly investigating claims of election fraud. He debunked numerous election fraud claims, many of which the president would then go on to repeat publicly. And he made clear that President Trump was doing, quote, a great disservice to the country by pursuing them. After Attorney General Barr's resignation, President Trump requested that the acting leadership of the department, Jeffrey Rosen and Richard Donahue, quote, just say the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressmen. In other words, just tell a small lie to put the facade of legitimacy on this lie, and the Republican congressmen and I can distort and destroy and create doubt all ourselves. Between December 23rd and January 3rd, President Trump called or met with them nearly every day and was told repeatedly the department investigation showed no factual support for Trump's fraud allegations. Mr. Rosen and Mr. Donahue told him that the fraud claims were simply untrue. As Mr. Rosen and Mr. Donahue continued to resist, President Trump then tried to install a loyalist named Jeffrey Clark to lead the department as acting Attorney General. On several occasions, Clark met with the president, apparently along with Representative Scott Perry. Without authorization, promising to take the actions that Barr, Rosen, and Donahue had refused to take. In particular, Mr. Clark intended to send a letter that he had drafted with the help of a political appointee that the White House installed at DOJ with just weeks left in the administration. Mr. Clark intended to send the letter to officials in numerous states, informing them falsely, of course, that the department had identified significant concerns about the election results in their state and encouraging their state legislatures to come into special session to consider appointing Trump rather than Biden electors. Here's Acting Deputy Attorney General Donahue describing his reaction to Mr. Clark's proposed letter.
Some drafting letters without the knowledge of what the department had actually done in terms of investigations, that he was being reckless. And I recall toward the end saying, what you're proposing is nothing less than the United States Justice Department meddling in the outcome of a presidential election.
Knowing that existing department leadership would not support his false election claims, President Trump offered Mr. Clark the job of acting attorney general. In a dramatic January 3rd meeting in the Oval Office, Rosen, Donahue, White House counsel Pat Cipollone, and White House lawyer Eric Hirschman strongly objected to the appointment of Jeffrey Clark as acting attorney general. Mr. Clark pleaded his case and offered to send the letter that he had drafted. The White House counsel called the Clark letter, quote, a murder-suicide pact. Numerous White House and Department of Justice lawyers all threatened to resign if Mr. Clark was appointed. Donald Trump would be leading a graveyard. It was only after the threat of mass resignations that President Trump rescinded his offer to Mr. Clark. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Former President Trump's multi-part plan didn't stop with the states or with the Department of Justice. It touched nearly every component of our federal system, ranging from the courts to Congress to his own Vice President, Mike Pence. In the weeks before January 6th, Mr. Trump turned to the man who had served him loyally for 4 years. He embraced an illegal scheme proposed by John Eastman and others who concocted an unfounded legal theory that the vice president could reject Joe Biden's electoral votes during the joint session. When Vice President Pence and many others, including Trump's own lawyer, John Eastman, told him correctly that former President Trump spearheaded an unprecedented campaign to coerce him to do it anyway, ultimately culminating in a dangerous threat to Mr. Pence's life on January 6th. These are the Select Committee's findings with respect to the pressure campaign against the Vice President. John Eastman admitted in advance of the 2020 election that Mike Pence could not lawfully refuse to count official electoral votes. But he nevertheless devised a meritless proposal that deployed a combination of bogus election fraud claims and the fake electoral ballots to say that Mike Pence, presiding over the joint session, could reject legitimate electoral votes for President-elect Biden. But still, President Trump accepted and repeated Eastman's theory and used it to pressure the vice president to take unlawful action. In multiple heated conversations, President Trump directly pressured Vice President Pence to adopt the Eastman theory and either reject the electors or send them back to the state legislatures. The vice president consistently resisted and repeatedly told the president that he did not possess the authority to do what President Trump directed. This culminated in an angry phone call on the morning of January 6th between President Trump and Vice President Pence, during which the former president repeatedly berated Mr. Pence by cursing and leveling threats. White House staffer Nick Luna was one of the many witnesses who heard the call as it happened. Take a listen at Mr. Luna's testimony.
Did you hear any part of the phone call, even if just the end that the president was speaking from?
I did, yes.
All right, and what did you hear?
So as I was dropping off the note, my memory, I remember hearing the word wimp. Either he called him a wimp I don't remember if he said, "You are a wimp, you'll be a wimp." Wimp is the word I remember. Something to the effect, the wording's wrong. I made the wrong decision 4 or 5 years ago.
In the face of the vice president's resistance, the former president and others exerted both private and public pressure to change his mind. In his speech on the Ellipse on the afternoon of January 6th, former President Trump told the crowd that Vice President Pence needed the courage to do what he has to do. Once the riot began, President Trump deliberately chose to issue a tweet attacking Mr. Pence, knowing that the crowd had already grown violent. Almost immediately thereafter, the crowd around the Capitol surged, and between 2:30 and 2:35 p.m., the Metropolitan Police line on the west front of the Capitol broke. This was the first time in MPD history that a line like this had broken. Rioters at the Capitol were heard chanting, "Hang Mike Pence," through the afternoon. As a result of this unrest, Vice President Pence was forced to flee to a secure location where he actively coordinated with law enforcement and other governmental officials to address the ongoing violence. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Murphy, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ultimately, President Trump did not succeed in bending state and federal officials to his will. At every turn, state officials, the Department of Justice, Mike Pence, and many others stood up for the rule of law and resisted the president's wishes. In that way, our American institutions held after the 2020 election. But that did not stop President Trump. Instead, he turned to his supporters, those who believed his lies about a stolen election. He summoned a crowd to the nation's capital on January 6, hoping that they would pressure Congress to do what he could not do on his own. The Select Committee has made the following findings on this issue. 2 years ago today, in the early morning hours of December 19th, Donald Trump sent a tweet urging his supporters to travel to Washington for a protest on January 6th. "Be there, we'll be wild," he tweeted. Between December 19th and January 6th, the president repeatedly encouraged his supporters to come to Washington. The president's December 19th tweet galvanized domestic violent extremists, including members of the Oath Keepers, the Proud Boys, and organized militia groups. These individuals began organizing to come to the Capitol in large numbers with the specific intent to use violence to disrupt the certification of the election during the joint session. Prior to January 6th, the FBI, Secret Service, U.S. Capitol Police, D.C. government, and other law enforcement agencies gathered substantial evidence suggesting the risk of violence at the Capitol during the joint session. Prior to these included warnings like the following. Their plan is to literally kill people. Please take this tip seriously and investigate further. President Trump supporters have proposed a movement to occupy Capitol Hill. Alert regarding the VP being a dead man walking if he doesn't do the right thing. I saw several other alerts saying they will storm the Capitol if he doesn't do the right thing. In the days leading up to January 6th, President Trump's advisors explicitly told him that he should encourage his supporters to be peaceful that day, but he refused. One witness, Hope Hicks, provided the committee with records of her text messages on January 6th. In one exchange with another staffer, he texted her, "Hey, I know you're seeing this, but he," referring to President Trump, "really should tweet something about being nonviolent." "I'm not there," Hicks replied. "I suggested it several times Monday and Tuesday, and he refused." When Ms. Hicks came in to provide testimony to the committee, we asked her about this exchange. Her explanation is that the "he" in this text wasn't the president, but rather it was Eric Hirschman. Take a listen to her testimony.
When you wrote, "I suggested it several times," and it presumably means that the president say something about being nonviolent. You wrote, "I suggested it several times Monday and Tuesday, and he refused." Tell us what happened.
Sure. I didn't speak to the president about this directly, but I communicated people like Eric Hirschman, that it was my view that it was important that the president put out some kind of message in advance of the event.
And what was Mr. Hirschman's response?
Mr. Hirschman said that he had made the same, recommendation directly to the president, and that he had refused.
Just so I understand, Mr. Hirschman said that he had already recommended to the president that the president convey a message that people should be peaceful on January 6th, and the president had refused to do that?
Yes.
The public will be able to review this in the transcripts and see the perspective Eric Hirschman gave before we took Hope Hicks's testimony. Despite having knowledge of the threats of violence presented by the crowd gathered on January 6, President Trump gave an incendiary speech, declaring without basis that the election had been stolen and encouraging his supporters to fight like hell. And during the speech and immediately thereafter, President Trump stated his intention to travel to the Capitol with his supporters in an effort to influence the joint session. The Select Committee has developed evidence indicating that President Trump did, in fact, intend to go to the Capitol on the afternoon of January 6th, and that he repeatedly expressed that intention during the afternoon and in the days prior. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Virginia, Mrs. Luria, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All of President Trump's efforts came to a head on the afternoon of January 6th. Standing on the stage of the ellipse, President Trump told tens of thousands of angry supporters that the election was stolen, that they had the power to change that if they marched to the Capitol, and that they wouldn't have a country anymore if the presidency was taken away from him. He told them he would be there with them. And then, as the crowd descended on the Capitol, President Trump watched it on television. Despite pleas from his senior advisors, from lawmakers on the Hill, and from his own children, President Trump would not issue a public statement, instructing his supporters to disperse and leave the Capitol. Mr. Trump's failures spanned the period from 1:10 p.m., when his speech ended and he instructed his supporters to march to the Capitol, to 4:17 p.m., when he finally, begrudgingly, told his supporters to go home. For 187 minutes, he actively disregarded his constitutional obligation to take care that the laws are faithfully executed. As we've established through months of investigation, that is because the mob wanted what President Trump wanted, to impede the peaceful transition of power. These are the Select Committee's findings about President Trump's dereliction of duty. From the outset of the violence, and for several hours that followed, people at the Capitol, people inside President Trump's administration, elected officials of both parties, members of President Trump's own family, and even Fox News commentators who were sympathetic to President Trump, all tried to contact the White House to urge him to do one singular thing, the one thing that all of these people immediately understood was required: instruct his supporters to leave the Capitol. The president repeatedly refused pleas as he watched the violence at the Capitol on television. During the day, the president never spoke with National Guard, the Department of Defense, the Department of Justice, or any law enforcement agency. At no point during the day, or any other, did he issue any order to deploy any law enforcement agency to assist. Multiple witnesses, including President Trump's White House counsel, testified to these facts. Your White House employees, who had been speaking directly with President Trump, state that he didn't want anything done. The president was making phone calls that afternoon, but they weren't to law enforcement officials. Rather, President Trump continued to call his lawyer, Rudy Giuliani. Both President Trump and Mr. Giuliani spoke with congressional leaders, even after the violence had begun, to encourage them to continue delaying the session. Approximately 3 hours after being informed of the violence at the Capitol, hours during which, as our evidence has shown, Donald Trump sat in his dining room and watched the violence on television, the president released a video statement in which he again repeated that the election was stolen, told his supporters at the Capitol that he loved them and ultimately suggested that they disperse. The statement had an immediate impact on elements of the crowd, many of whom have testified that it led them to depart the Capitol. At 6:01 p.m., President Trump sent his last tweet of the day. He did not condemn the violence. Instead, he attempted to justify it. These are the things and events that happen when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away, he wrote. Remember this day forever. There's no doubt that President Trump thought that the actions of the rioters were justified. In the days after January 6th, he spoke to several different advisors. And in those conversations, he minimized the seriousness of the attack. Here's new testimony from another one of President Senior's advisors, Kellyanne Conway.
You said you talked to the president the next day. Tell us about that conversation on the 7th.
Yeah, I don't think it was very long. I just said that was just a terrible day. I'm working on a long statement. I said it's crazy.
What did he say?
No, these people are upset. They're very upset.
In the days following the attack, President Trump also expressed a desire to pardon those involved in the attack. Since then, he's suggested that he will do so if he returns to the Oval Office. In summary, President Trump lit the flame, he poured gasoline on the fire, and sat by in the White House dining room for hours watching the fire burn. And today, he still continues to fan those flames. That was his extreme dereliction of duty. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you for your extraordinary leadership of this committee. Generations to come will praise you and the Vice Chair for your unswerving devotion to the rule of law. Several months ago, you tasked several of our members in a subcommittee with bringing recommendations to the full committee about potential referrals to the Department of Justice and other authorities based on evidence of criminal and civil offenses that has come to our attention over the course of our investigation. We are now prepared to share those recommendations today. Mr. Chairman, let me begin with some relevant background considerations to our criminal referrals. The dangerous assault on American constitutional democracy that took place on January 6, 2021 consists of hundreds of individual criminal offenses. Most such crimes are already being prosecuted by the Department of Justice. We proposed to the committee advancing referrals where the gravity of the specific offense, the severity of its actual harm, and the centrality of the offender to the overall design of the unlawful scheme to overthrow the election compel us to speak. Ours is not a system of justice where foot soldiers go to jail and the masterminds and ringleaders get a free pass. Mr. Chairman, as you know, our committee had the opportunity last spring to present much of our evidence to a federal judge, something that distinguishes our investigation from any other congressional investigation I can recall. In the context of resolving evidentiary privilege issues related to the crime-fraud doctrine in the Eastman case, U.S. District Court Judge David Carter examined just a small subset of our evidence to determine whether it showed the likely commission of a federal offense. The judge concluded that both former President Donald Trump and John Eastman likely violated 2 federal criminal statutes. This is the starting point for our analysis today. The first criminal statute we invoke for referral, therefore, is Title 18, Section 1512C, which makes it unlawful for anyone to corruptly obstruct, influence, or impede any official proceeding of the United States government. We believe that the evidence described by my colleagues today and assembled throughout our hearings warrants a criminal referral of former President Donald J. Trump, John Eastman, and others for violations of this statute. The whole purpose and obvious effect of Trump's scheme were to obstruct, influence, and impede this official proceeding the central moment for the lawful transfer of power in the United States. Second, we believe that there is more than sufficient evidence to refer former President Donald J. Trump, John Eastman, and others for violating Title 18, Section 371. This statute makes it a crime to conspire to defraud the United States. In other words, to make an agreement to impair, obstruct, or defeat the lawful functions of the United States government by deceitful or dishonest means. Former President Trump did not engage in a plan to defraud the United States acting alone. He entered into agreements, formal and informal, with several other individuals who assisted him with his criminal objectives. Our report describes in detail the actions of numerous co-conspirators who agreed with and participated in Trump's plan to impair, obstruct, and defeat the certification of President Biden's electoral victory. That said, the subcommittee does not attempt to determine all of the potential participants in this conspiracy, as our understanding of the role of many individuals may be incomplete even today because they refuse to answer our questions. We trust that the Department of Justice will be able to form a far more complete picture through its own investigation. Third, we make a referral based on Title 18, Section 1001, which makes it unlawful to knowingly and willfully make materially false statements to the federal government. The evidence clearly suggests that President Trump conspired with others to submit slates of fake electors to Congress and the National Archives. We believe that this evidence we set forth in our report is more than sufficient for a criminal referral of former President Donald J. Trump and others in connection with this offense. As before, we don't try to determine all of the participants in this conspiracy, many of whom refuse to answer our questions while under oath. We trust that the Department of Justice will be able to form a more complete picture through its own investigation. The fourth and final statute we invoke for referral is Title 18, Section 2383. The statute applies to anyone who incites, assists, or engages in insurrection against the United States of America, and anyone who gives aid or comfort to an insurrection. An insurrection is a rebellion against the authority of the United States. It is a grave federal offense anchored in the Constitution itself, which repeatedly opposes insurrections and domestic violence, and indeed uses participation in insurrection by office holders as automatic grounds for disqualification from ever holding public office again at the federal or state level. Anyone who incites others to engage in rebelling, assists them in doing so, or gives aid and comfort to those engaged in insurrection is guilty of a federal crime. The committee believes that more than sufficient evidence exists for a criminal referral of former President Trump for assisting or aiding and comforting those at the Capitol who engaged in a violent attack on the United States. The committee has developed significant evidence that President Trump intended to disrupt the peaceful transition of power under our Constitution. The President has an affirmative and primary constitutional duty to act to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. Nothing could be a greater betrayal of this duty than to assist in insurrection against the constitutional order. The complete factual basis for this referral is set forth in detail throughout our report. These are not the only statutes that are potentially relevant to President Trump's conduct related to the 2020 election. Depending on evidence developed by the Department of Justice, the President's actions could certainly trigger other criminal violations. Nor are President Trump and his immediate team the only people identified for referrals in our report. As part of our investigation, we asked multiple members of Congress to speak with us about issues critical to our understanding of this attack on the 2020 election and our system of constitutional democracy. None agreed to provide that essential information. As a result, we took the significant step of issuing them subpoenas based on the volume of information particular members possessed about one or more parts of President Trump's plans to overturn the election. None of the subpoenaed members complied, and we are now referring 4 members of Congress for appropriate sanction by the House Ethics Committee for failure to comply with lawful subpoenas. Mr. Chairman, we understand the gravity of each and every referral we are making today, just as we understand the magnitude of the crime against democracy that we describe in our report. But we have gone where the facts and the law lead us, and inescapably, they lead us here. Accordingly, Mr. Chairman, in light of these facts, I ask unanimous consent that the chairman be directed to transmit to the United States Department of Justice relevant Select Committee records in furtherance of these criminal referrals.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to notice, I now call up Select Committee's final report pursuant to Section 4A of House Resolution 503. The clerk shall designate the report.
Final report of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol.
Without objection, the report will be considered read and open to amendment at this point. I now recognize the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Luria, for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee favorably report to the House the Select Committee's final report, which includes the committee's legislative recommendations and criminal referrals of Donald J. Trump and others, pursuant to Section 4A of House Resolution 503.
The question is on the motion to favorably report to the House. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Cheney?
Aye.
Ms. Cheney, aye. Ms. Lofgren?
Aye.
Ms. Lofgren, aye. Mr. Schiff?
Aye.
Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Aguilar?
Aye.
Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mrs. Murphy?
Aye.
Mrs. Murphy, aye. Mr. Raskin?
Aye.
Mr. Raskin, aye. Mrs. Luria?
Aye.
Mrs. Luria, aye. Mr. Kinzinger?
Kinzinger, aye.
Mr. Kinzinger, aye.
How is the chair recorded?
Mr. Chairman, you are not recorded.
Chair votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, aye.
The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 9 ayes and 0 noes.
The motion is agreed to. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, staff is authorized to make any necessary technical or conforming changes to the report to reflect the actions of the committee. The chair requests those in the hearing room remain seated until the Capitol Police have escorted members from the room. There being no further business, without objection, the Select Committee stands adjourned.
All right, there we have it there as for the final time, the January 6th House Select Committee meeting, and this important one is they have unveiled 4 criminal referrals against the ex-president Donald J. Trump there as this Capitol Riot Committee votes on the final report. Of course, it was all voted on 9-0 to approve. The final report be sent to the DOJ along with those criminal referrals. Of course, we got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. Coming up in just a little bit, we'll be getting some legal analysis on what this all means for Donald Trump and his campaign for presidency for 2024. We'll break it all down a little bit later right here on Live Now from Fox. But let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. back here for you on Live Now from Fox, taking you here to the State Department briefing. We're also keeping an eye right outside of the Capitol room where we just wrapped up on criminal referrals against the former President Donald J. Trump from the January 6th House Select Committee. You can see people are just getting out right now. If we do have any House members coming to the podium, of course, we'll bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox, as always.
During the cold winter, attempting to deprive them of heat, of water, of electricity, of basic services. Meanwhile, just as President Putin's strategy has shifted, so too has ours. We are continuing to provide our Ukrainian partners with precisely what they need to take on the battle where it is being waged right now. But just as President Putin has taken his battle to the cities of Ukraine, to civilian infrastructure targets, we are providing our Ukrainian partners with what they need to defend those targets, with a heavy emphasis on air defense systems. From the earliest days of this war, we've provided Stingers and other air defense systems. Of course, now, in more recent months, we've provided more sophisticated and capable systems capable of protecting energy infrastructure and the targets that Moscow is pursuing, including the NASAMS that we've spoken about to some degree. You raise the issue of Iran's provision of UAVs to Russia. It's clear that these UAVs are being used to deadly and lethal effect, even when they're not lethal, when they may not be lethal in the first instance through the attack. Their intent is to inflict suffering and ultimately death by depriving the Ukrainian people of heat, of water, of electricity during the winter. Our Ukrainian partners have been effective in taking on a good number of these drones in the course of any particular onslaught. They've, in some cases, been able to shoot down more than half of these drones. But the fact that a single drone is able to evade air defense systems and inflict such damage and brutality to us is just a reminder of the stakes. It's a reminder of these barbaric tactics that President Putin and his enablers, including his enablers in Tehran, are assisting. Right now, to your question, the battle is raging in the south, in the east, in the north as well. We are providing our Ukrainian partners with what they need to continue to be successful, and they have been successful in that counteroffensive. Secretary Blinken was last in Kyiv in September of this year. At that time, it was just a few hours prior to his arrival when the counteroffensive had begun. We received a briefing from the country team and our embassy in Kyiv, and later that day received a briefing from President Zelensky and his team. At the time, I think they had moved 40 kilometers past the front lines, and now it's just remarkable to look at the effectiveness of the counteroffensive, the square mileage, the thousands of square miles that our Ukrainian partners have wrested back from Russian occupiers, bringing the fight to territory that Moscow has attempted to annex, attempted to subsume, attempted to occupy, of course, with results that speak for themselves.
Does Ukraine have a right to target Iranian, as before, Iranian targets or Russia's as well in Donbass, in Crimea, when it hits back by using the U.S. rifles?
Ukraine has a right to defend its territory, and any target on sovereign Ukrainian territory is by definition self-defense.
I could follow up on this issue. Former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger called for negotiations to begin, and he said that the only outcome is through a negotiated settlement. A call that was dismissed by Kiev. They called it appeasing the aggressor and so on. Do you think that his call is appeasing the aggressor?
Well, Mr. Kissinger was speaking of a private citizen. I'm often hesitant, always hesitant, I should say, to characterize the views of private citizens. I won't do it here except to say we firmly believe that Ukraine, and only Ukraine, has the right to decide its future. We believe, as does President Zelensky, that this war will have to end eventually through dialogue and diplomacy. President Zelensky himself has laid out a vision for a just peace. We believe in the need for a peace that is both just and durable. Unfortunately, we haven't seen any meaningful reciprocation from Moscow. Made this point before, but just as President Zelensky was outlining his vision of a just peace for world leaders who were gathered in Bali in November, it was met within hours by another brutal assault by Russian drones, missiles, bombs falling down on infrastructure targets, a continued escalation of this phase of the conflict that began in October and that continues today, continues even within recent hours.
Can I move on to another topic?
Sure. Anything else on Russia, Ukraine? On Ukraine? Sure.
Yes. According to some reports, you asked Greece to send the S-300 to Ukraine, and Greece accepted your proposal. In this case, are you prepared to give to the Greeks some Patriots?
Well, we always defer to individual countries when it comes to any contributions that they may be or are making to Ukraine's self-defense, but we certainly recognize the profound threat that Ukraine faces from the air. Our NATO allies, Greece of course included, recognize that as well. It's always a topic of discussion when we speak to our Ukrainian partners regarding what they need to protect their people, to protect their country from the air. It was a it was a topic of discussion in Bucharest at the NATO ministerial late last month. And so we're continuing to look at ways, together with our allies and partners, to best and most effectively help Ukraine protect its people, protect its population, to protect its broader infrastructure from these sorts of attacks. Each country is going to have to decide for itself what it is able and prepared to provide to Ukraine. We certainly appreciate the many ways the international community, including Greece, has demonstrated their support and has stepped up. There have been times, and sometimes we've pointed to these publicly. You may remember that in the early days of this conflict, Slovakia made the decision to provide an S-300 air defense system to Ukraine. We were able to help support and to facilitate that contribution by backfilling Slovakia's needs. There are some cases where countries do this and we don't talk about it as publicly, but we are looking at ways, whether it is through directly providing security assistance to Ukraine, the some $20 billion that we've provided since the start of this administration, or in some cases what we can do, what we can provide to other countries so they in turn can provide their wares and their supplies to Ukraine. Said.
Thank you. Moving to the Palestinian issue. In a lengthy interview with Haaretz, Ambassador Knights reiterated that the U.S. is intent on reopening the consulate in East Jerusalem. My question to you is when? I mean, you know, it's been a couple of years. What are the obstacles for reopening the consulate?
Well, he reiterated that commitment because we are, in fact, intent on following through on it. We are committed to reopening our consulate general in Jerusalem. We continue to believe that reopening this facility would put the United States in the best position to engage with and provide support to the Palestinian people. And we'll continue to discuss this issue with our Palestinian and Israeli partners, and we'll continue to consult with Congress on it as well. Even as we are working to fulfill this commitment that you've heard from the Secretary, that you've heard from the President and others, we have a dedicated team of colleagues working in Jerusalem in our Office of Palestinian Affairs. They're focused on engagement with and outreach to the Palestinians day in, day out.
Related issues. The Israelis deported a Palestinian human rights lawyer, Salah Hamouri. Yes, he is a French citizen. But are you alarmed that they may use this, considering it was done by the Minister of the Interior or the Minister of the Interior and so on, that this will set a precedent for deporting Jerusalemites? Are you concerned about this issue?
So a couple things on this. We have heard the statements from the Israeli government that this was a decision made out of concern for Israel's security. We are not in a position to assess this claim, but we would refer you to the government of Israel for more information regarding their stated basis for this action. For our part, we of course recognize the very real security challenges facing Israel, and we've reiterated our commitment to Israel's security. It is in fact ironclad. However, we have concerns about the practice of deportation and revocation of residency and the potential threat of such policies on the demographic character of Jerusalem. To your question regarding any broader implications of this beyond this discrete situation, we'd of course have serious concerns about any broader practice of revocation of residency and deportation from East Jerusalem, but I would hasten to add that does not appear to be what is happening here.
And lastly, last week you expressed concern and called on the Israelis for investigating the killing of 16-year-old Jenna Zakarna. Have you heard anything from the Israelis on this issue?
We did express our condolences to the family of Jenna Zakaria. We noted that the IDF had put out a statement. Prime Minister Bennett had issued a statement.
Some of you will be seeing a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. We are waiting for a White House briefing. Should be happening pretty soon. We'll bring it to you when it does.
We've raised the issue ourselves. It's not for us to speak to what we've heard privately from our Israeli partners, but our expression of condolence and the hope and expectation that this investigation will end in accountability stands. Yes, please.
Thank you. Mr. Price, 3 questions. One is about Tom West's trip. Any update? Because he met with Afghan delegation, including former President Karzai. And number 2, there was report today that Moscow invited Ahmad Massoud and also Defense Acting Minister Mullah Yaqub. Any comment about that? And also Taliban beating women in front of the people in northern Afghanistan. Very bad. You know, it's kind of insultation. Any comment about that?
Thanks, Nazira. So first on Tom West's recent trip to the UAE, to Japan, to India, we talked about this, I believe it was last week. This was a trip to meet with government counterparts, to meet with media and civil society, as well as business leaders and communities with ties to Afghanistan. He, throughout the trip, but especially in the UAE, discussed shared interests in Afghanistan with our Emirati counterparts, including, as we always do, the rights of the people of Afghanistan, its women, its minorities of all types, the rights of women and girls to education, the need for economic stabilization, our focus on security challenges and the imperative of seeing to it that Afghanistan does not again become a safe haven for international terrorism, all with the focus on our humanitarian support to the people of Afghanistan. As we always do, Tom West engaged with a range of stakeholders. He did meet with Hamid Karzai. He met with former Balkh Governor Atta as well when he was in the UAE. We think it's important that we hear from a wide range of voices representing the Afghan people and Afghan perspectives. That is something we do here in this country when it comes to the Afghan diaspora, but it's something that we do around the world, and especially in the Gulf, where we have an ability to hear from Afghans who spend significant or all of their time inside Afghanistan. We think that perspective is important. I'm not going to speak to Russian engagement with other Afghan actors or voices, but to reiterate that just as we engage with stakeholders from across Afghan society, we think it's important that the international community hear from stakeholders from across the international, across the Afghan, who are representative of the Afghan people. What we've seen, the images we've seen out of Afghanistan, the floggings, the public executions, the clear, blatant, violent, barbaric violations of human rights, of course, are of grave concern to all of us. They harken back to a prior era, to an era that no Afghan, or Afghans certainly as a whole, do not want to return to. An Afghanistan that lacked opportunity, that lacked stability, that lacked security, that certainly lacked prosperity. In every engagement we have with the Taliban, human rights is at the top of the agenda. We, of course, not only remind them of the commitments they have made to the United States, but more importantly, of the commitment they have to the people of Afghanistan to uphold their basic and fundamental and universal rights, something that the Taliban have failed to do. Just as it is a topic with the Taliban themselves and our limited engagements with them, we spend much more time consulting with partners from around the world. This is precisely what Tom West was doing in the UAE, in Japan, and India as well. It's precisely what we do with the UN. Rina Amiri, our special envoy for Afghan women and girls, was recently in Indonesia, where she represented the United States at the International Conference for Afghan Women's Education that was co-hosted by Indonesia and Qatar. In every potential, in every forum, we take advantage of our presence to press the case for the human rights of the Afghan people and to press the case for ways in which we can hold the Taliban accountable for their failure to uphold these commitments.
But Taliban never listen. They don't fix themselves, and instead of they fixing themselves, they make an more insultation for women. And also Afghan people, they are very upset. They say they receive more than $40 million every week. And United States doesn't have any influences to the Taliban. Hey, respect women, otherwise we make a sanction on you.
Well, the Taliban remains heavily sanctioned, of course, and we are not prepared to improve our relationship with the Taliban until and unless they actually start to uphold the commitments they've made to the Afghan people. We will look at additional accountability measures, including sanctions, if it comes to that. The other important point, though, Nazira, is that we're not providing funding directly to the Taliban. We are providing hundreds of millions of dollars directly to the Afghan people, very intentionally bypassing the Taliban to see to it that the humanitarian funding, the funding that's provided by the American people, doesn't pass through their coffers, isn't diverted to their wallets and bank accounts, but instead gets to the Afghan people where they need it most. The same is true of the Afghan Fund, the fund that the United States has established with the support of partners in the international community, the $3.5 billion that is provided for Afghanistan's macroeconomic needs. That too, there are rigorous checks on that funding and any potential disbursements from that funding to see to it that there isn't diversion to the Taliban.
Thank you.
Let me move around a bit. Yes.
Just to follow up on Nazira's question, I'm sure you have heard former Secretary Hillary Clinton talk about Ashraf Ghani running away with money to UAE. That money belonged to the American people. Is there ever going to be something to recover that money from people like Ashraf Ghani and many others who I have personally reported on as well, and several other journalists as well, that there are officials or contractors that in these last 20 years they've looted the U.S. government and kept their money over there in UAE. Is the State Department ever going to take action about them?
I'm not in the position to speak to any specific claims, but what I can say is that the Afghan economy and the Afghan state more broadly has long been plagued by corruption. It, of course, was a challenge prior to August of last year. It, of course, remains a challenge with the Taliban now, at least in de facto control. There was a focus that the United States had with the prior Afghan government on anti-corruption. We provided a good deal of support to the prior Afghan government to help them with this challenge, to
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We're taking a little listen there to the State Department briefing. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. But when we come back, we are going to talk all about the big news of the day. As just moments ago, the January 6th committee outlines criminal referrals for former President Donald J. Trump. We'll be breaking it all down in just a moment right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Well, happening just moments ago, it was the final January 6th House Committee meeting, and it came with a big moment that a lot of people were talking about that could happen, and now we know it is official. The January 6th Committee outlining criminal referrals for Donald J. Trump. There is 4 of them in there, along with others in Congress, as well as staff members. And we want to continue our discussion right here and bring you the very latest in the as we analyze this big news coming from the January 6th committee. Let's bring in a friend here of Live Now, a legal analyst, trial attorney, Randy Zellin. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And I think a lot of people want to know, maybe first question is, now what happens next?
Well, it will be up to the Justice Department. Right now, what we're seeing here with all of the pomp and circumstance of this committee, the truth of the matter is it's very symbolic, it's very ceremonial. The Justice Department, and let me be clear on this, the Justice Department is under absolutely no obligation whatsoever to do a damn thing, take a single step that is requested by this committee. That doesn't mean that the Justice Department won't. And for all we know, the Justice Department has been watching these proceedings very closely, has been getting evidence, has been getting intel that there's been a complete transparency, a complete sharing of proof. But again, this announcement means absolutely nothing as far as any legal requirement.
Yeah, that is very good to remind the viewers there after they see just headlines of something of this magnitude. And now, let's just say that the DOJ does do something with this and picks this up. What does that mean for the campaign of Donald Trump, as we already know that he is going for 2024 again?
Well, certainly it places it perhaps in further jeopardy. But having said that, there are still 75 million people who voted for former President Trump back in 2020. So therefore, it would be foolish to pretend that suddenly he's got no base, he's got no support. The fringe, the people who weren't crazy about the Democrats and therefore would vote Republican might feel differently, but his core base, he said it, I could walk down Fifth Avenue and shoot someone. And no one would give a damn as far as his base is concerned. So it's certainly it's another cut. It's another blow. Is it the death knell? No, a conviction. Certainly a conviction for inciting the insurrection. That would be illegal. Boom, done. Goodbye. Your ticket's punched. You're out of here. But short of that, again, we would be foolish to be thinking that he is a history lesson at this point, merely by virtue of this referral. By the way, this has been the worst kept secret on the planet. They know on Mars that this was coming. So no, I don't think that is the end of his campaign. Whatever's going to happen, that bus has already left the station.
Yeah, very good. A point there, as always. And when we also talk about like you mentioned earlier there, that really DOJ doesn't have to do anything about this. And we saw this long process. It happened over the summer of these hearings there. And if we do not see some sort of action by the DOJ, what kind of timeline are we looking at if we do see one?
Certainly the DOJ has time on its side. Most general federal crimes carry with it a 5-year statute of limitations. So just do the math. If we're talking about from the election night back in 2020, go 5 years out from there. So there is time. And one thing about the Justice Department, and I spend a fair amount of time defending clients against the Justice Department. The Justice Department is in no rush. The Justice Department takes its time. Its cases are well investigated, well put together, well structured. It is a house that's built very methodically before charges are filed. And believe me when I tell you, I would not be the least bit surprised if the Justice Department, rather than setting its sights immediately on former President Trump, starts putting pressure, much like President Trump did, starts putting pressure on those other potential targets, the Rudolph Giuliani's, the John Eastmans, the Jeffrey Clarks, the Kevin McCarthy's of the world. Don't be surprised to see suddenly, much like Alan Weisselberg was turned against the Trump organization, we may very well see others lower down on the food chain suddenly interested in making deals so that particular person does not end up coming out of a prison feet first.
Yeah, so true there. Randy, we appreciate it as always, and thank you so much for coming it down and breaking down today's news following the January 6th Select Committee's decisions there. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
No problem. And of course, we always got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. Everyone, we are going to take our final break here of this hour. When we come back, we'll take you out live to the White House briefing, but we'll pull it back to the beginning so you won't miss anything right here on Live Now.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I just have one thing at the top for all of you. First, I want to wish a happy Hanukkah to all who celebrate. This evening, the President and the First Lady will host a Hanukkah reception at the White House, following a blessing and the menorah lighting. The President will address the rise of anti-Semitism in the U.S. and around the world and reiterate that we must continue to forcefully reject all form of hate, anti-Semitism, and violence in our country. The President and First Lady will also mark a new tradition, adding the first ever White House menorah to the White House collection, marking the first Jewish artifact to be added to the White House archives, which was made by the White House Carpentry Shop. Last week, the President launched a new effort to develop a national strategy to counter the scourge of anti-Semitism. Earlier this year, he convened a first-of-its-kind summit to combat hate-fueled violence. The President has secured the largest increase in federal funding ever for the physical security and nonprofits, including synagogue and Jewish community centers. With that, Darlene, you want to kick us off?
Yes, ma'am. Is there any comment that you'd like to offer on the fact that the January 6th committee has held its final public hearing, is wrapping up its work, is preparing to release the report on Wednesday?
So I'll first say, and you've heard me say this many times, and the President as well, we've been very clear from the beginning that what we saw on January 6th was the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And the President has been very clear. Our democracy continues and remains under threat, and we all have a part to protect it. The committee has been doing important bipartisan work to get to the truth of what happened on that very day, so we can make sure that that doesn't happen again. So I'll leave it there.
What about the committee's referrals of 4 members of Congress to the House Ethics Committee for ignoring subpoenas to participate in the investigation?
So you know what, Darlene, that's a very good question. And what I would say to you is that you would have to ask those very Republicans to speak for their own actions here and have them explain themselves. Look, I'm not going to get into the weeds of the investigation from here and the process, but again, you should have them explain themselves on this very issue.
And one last question. Republican-led states have asked the Supreme Court to intervene and not allow Title 42 to expire on Wednesday, as a different court has said. Is there any reaction to that? And is the administration in some way hoping that the court will intervene and extend Title 42 to help you all out of this situation that is brewing at the border?
So look, I'm not going to get into any legal determinations or speculations or get ahead of the process here. DOJ is clearly leading this investigation. What I can tell you is what the Homeland Security has been doing. As you all know, Secretary Mayorkas was at the border just last week. He talked about how they are surging resources to the border, and we have additional robust planning underway. But we need Congress to give us the funds we've requested to do this in a safe, orderly, and humane way. And here's the thing, if Republican Congress are serious about protecting the border, if they are serious about securing the border, if they are serious about the challenges that we're currently seeing, that they should be able to get involved here and make sure that the men and women of the Department of Homeland Security have the resources they need, they are going to need to do their jobs. I know you guys are seeing some charts behind me, but again, just listing out, this is what is needed. This is what we're asking, that $3.5 billion of funding requests that we're asking of Congress. And also, this is what we have been doing to surge resources at the border to deal with, to address when Title 42 has to be lifted on Wednesday.
To follow on that, the mayor of El Paso said over the weekend that the influx of migrants on Wednesday will be incredible. He said it will be huge, and that they're not prepared to deal with it with the current resources that they have. So, you have the chart up here, but, can you walk us through what the plan is to help that city?
Absolutely. So let me just give you what the DHS is doing, and this includes making sure that we give assistance to those very cities like El Paso. For example, DHS has deployed deployed additional agents and processing capabilities to El Paso, and 23,000 agents are working to secure the southern border. Let's not forget those 23,000 agents is a historic number, and that's because of the work that this president has done. And so that's the most ever that we've ever seen doing this work. And it's in addition to nearly 1,000 Border Patrol processing coordinators, DHS has also put in place technologies like linear ground detection systems and automated surveillance towers, and is increasing security at ports of entry. They're also adding 10 soft-sided CBP holding facilities. But again, we need Congress to provide us the additional resources we've requested to do this in a safe, orderly, and humane way. If they are serious, Republicans in Congress are serious about securing the border, then they should assist in making sure the men and women at the DHS have what they need to get this done.
You mentioned surging resources. I had asked you in September specifically about El Paso, and you had said at the time that DHS, the administration, was surging resources to the region, working to quickly decompress the area. Has that surge of resources been maintained for the last several months? And is that sustainable? Now if you're talking about another surge of resources, is that on top of what had already been done in September? And how long can you keep doing a surge like that?
So a couple of things. I mean, that's one of the reasons we're asking for additional funding, that $3.5 billion. And look, that scale up air and ground transportation capabilities to move migrants from processing to less crowded Border Patrol sectors and quickly remove them if they don't have a legal basis to remain, as set up additional CBP funding, holding facilities, and speed up the processing time so individuals can have their asylum claims heard faster, hire more than 300 additional agents to join our force of 23,000 agents working to secure the border, secure additional technologies and equipment like automated processing systems, law enforcement radios, upgraded surveillance and inspection technologies, and much more. Increased support for border cities and towns like El Paso. Look, this is why we're asking Congress for this additional funding. Again, if Republicans in Congress are serious, if they want to help the men and women at the DHS, they certainly will assist and get this funding to us to get this additional support and resources to the men and women at DHS.
Kareem, is the Biden administration looking at sending migrants to Mexico via the expedited removal process if Title 42 ends?
So look, I know there have been a lot of rumors, a lot of speculations. I'm not going to go off of everything. I wouldn't go off of everything that you're hearing quite yet, but we will have some more to share tomorrow, and there will be a call too on these very varying issues.
Oh, thank you. And there's estimates of 50,000 migrants in Mexico waiting to cross if Title 42 ends. Is that accurate, and would that overwhelm the Border Patrol?
So look, I don't have a number for you at this time. What I can say is that we know smugglers will try to spread misinformation to take advantage of these vulnerable migrants. But I want to be very clear here. The fact is that the removal of Title 42 does not mean the border is open. Anyone who suggests otherwise is simply doing the work of these smugglers who, again, are spreading misinformation and which is very dangerous. When Title 42 goes away, as we have to do because of a court order, which is on Wednesday, as all of you know, we will go back to Title 8, which allows a process to make sure that people can make their asylum claims heard. Those who do not have a legal basis to remain will be quickly removed. And so we will continue to fully enforce our immigration laws in a fair, orderly, and humane manner. But again, we need Congress to deliver on the funding that we're requesting from them. Okay.
The president's been very unequivocal about his criticism toward his predecessor related to January 6th and in the wake of January 6th. But does he agree with the statement from Congresswoman Cheney today that the former president is unfit to hold any office in this country?
So look, as it relates to the January 6th committee, we've been pretty clear on here. Right from here, we're going to be very, very careful to politicize this process at all. The committee's work has been substantive and based on facts. Some of the actions that they are taking involve potential criminal investigation, as you know. So I just want to be very careful and refer you to the Department of Justice on those, because this administration and the DOJ conduct criminal investigation independently, free of any sort of any kind of political interference or any interference at all. But what I can say, and what you've heard from this president these past 2 years, is he's going to consistently speak out about this, about what happened on that day, and will continue to speak out about defending our democracy against ongoing threats. And he's not going to shy away from that, but we're just not going to comment any further. As you know, this could be, there is a potential criminal investigation.
Okay. And then one more on immigration. A couple months ago, Jake Sullivan was in this room, was talking about the intensive diplomatic effort that's underway, particularly with 3 countries that have started to kind of drive the makeup of the composition of some of the migrants, where we have little or no diplomatic relations with those countries, which complicate things on the asylum side. Have there been any breakthroughs or any agreements on those particular diplomatic efforts, particularly in the lead up to Wednesday?
So, as you know, the president of Ecuador was here. That wasn't the main topic. Clearly, one of the topics was migration, and I can go more into that if you will. But look, we have some good examples of how diplomacy has worked. With the Venezuela Enforcement Initiative, we announced earlier this year to address the record number of Venezuelan nationals arriving at the border. And look, that initiative has resulted in a drastic 90% drop in the number of Venezuelans nationals arriving at the border. Average daily encounters are down from about 1,100 a day to 200. So look, those diplomatic conversations have helped. You know that we've held like a leadership forum right in LA not too long ago, a couple months ago, where we talked about what's going on with the Western Hemisphere with those leaders, and came up with a plan on how to deal with that. And so that's because of this president's leadership, and we'll continue to have those conversations. I don't have anything to share with you at this time, but we'll have more in the upcoming days. Okay.
A few things on the same topic. You're asking for $3.2 billion roughly from Congress to help pay for all these new or ongoing plans across the border. Let's say that money comes in the omnibus this week. What's the plan after that to work with Congress to address this issue?
Like beyond? Look, we have, Ed, we have from day one have asked Congress to help us with this issue, right? By putting forward the immigration reform bill. That's on day one that the president had requested that, had asked that. That's to deal with modernizing the immigration, this broken immigration system that we currently have, and also to really protect our DACA recipients and do so much more. And so we have reached out. We've done outreach to Congress. We have asked them, and by acting, again, putting forth this piece of legislation.
In virtually no change in immigration policy with Democrats in charge. So how's it going to get any easier when Republicans are in charge?
Look. Again, we've asked for the $3.5 billion. We're going to continue to ask Congress to assist in helping with, especially congressional Republicans, to help us with what's going at the border if they are indeed serious about doing that. But look, even without their assistance, without many Republicans being involved here, congressional Republicans, we have secured more resources for the border than any president before who preceded him, who preceded this current president. He has most agents ever, as I said, the 23,000 agents. And let's not forget, he's taking historic action to seize record levels of fentanyl from entering our country and taking thousands of smugglers off the streets. And that's without many congressional Republicans assisting here. So the president has made this a priority. Now, as Title 42 is going to be lifted on Wednesday due to a court order, we've put forth a $3.5 billion funding request from Congress. If they are serious about this, if congressional Republicans are serious about this, they would take this up instead of doing political stunts.
This is going to be big news, and it is big news across the Western Hemisphere, because migrants aren't just coming from the Northern Triangle anymore. They're coming from Chile, from Peru, from Ecuador, whose president is here today, Venezuela, Colombia, of course. what is the White House's message to somebody who may see this somewhere in the Western Hemisphere and think, after Wednesday, it's going to be easier to get into the United States?
So look, first I want to say the President of Ecuador has been a very good partner to us on this very issue, so I want to make that very, very clear. But again, I stated this to Steve, and I'll say this again, the fact that the removal of Title 42 is happening in just a day or two doesn't mean that the border is open. It just doesn't mean that. When Title 42 goes away, we will go back to Title 8, which allows for a process to make sure that people can have their own asylum claims heard, and those who do not have a legal basis to remain will be quickly removed. That doesn't change the process that we have been moving forward with since day one of this administration. Look, we are surging assistance to the border, as I've laid out very clearly, as Secretary Mayorkas has the past week or so, and so we're going to continue to do that. But again,
in plain English to migrants who might be thinking about it, what should they do after Wednesday?
I just laid that really clear. It would be wrong to think that the border is open. It is not open, and I just want to be very, very clear about that.
We're meeting here just minutes after, as Darlene pointed out, they referred the presumed next Speaker of the House to the Ethics Committee for defying a congressional subpoena. Not really been here before. Can the President foresee working with a House Speaker who defied a subpoena from his colleagues?
So a couple of things. I do want to go back for a second to your immigration question. One of the reasons that I want to be very clear that to folks that the border is not open and we will remove using Title 8 is because by not being very clear on that, we are doing the work of the smugglers who are going to put forth misinformation. So we want to be very clear on that piece. Look, the President has said from the, as you know, the President, when he was President, when he was Vice President, when he was a Senator, he has always been willing to work across the aisle to get things done on behalf of the American people. He said this right after the midterms. We were very clear that we want to continue to work in a bipartisan way. We've gotten more than 200 bills signed by this President that were bipartisan bills. And let's not forget the historic pieces of legislation. Just on Friday, the President was in Delaware talking about the PACT Act, a bipartisan effort that's going to help millions of veterans across the country. Let's not forget, not too long ago, just last week, we were on the South Lawn celebrating gay marriage, and that was also a bipartisan piece of legislation. More than 5,000 people, Americans, were standing outside on the lawn. So we have had those successes. We've had the CHIPS and Science Act, and we have had others, the bipartisan infrastructure legislation. So it can be done. As it relates to McCarthy or any other Republican who, to your question about their role in any of this, I would ask them. This is a question for them to answer about their own actions and for them to explain. Okay.
When is the President going to sign the NDAA?
He's going to sign that later this week.
Okay, sign it later this week. You can't identify for us the date.
I don't have a date for you. But
can I ask you specifically then, the President's thinking on the fact that this NDAA obviously includes the termination of the military vaccination program?
So look, every NDAA, and I've said this a couple times in the past 10 days, has some provisions we support and some we do not. Clearly the President was opposed to rolling back the vaccine mandate, but we saw that Republicans in Congress decided that they rather fight against the health and well-being of the troops than protecting them. So making sure our troops are prepared and ready for service is a priority for this President. The vaccination requirement for COVID does just that. And while the President opposes this repeal, but with more than 98% of our active duty troops vaccinated, that means that he overwhelming bulk of our force is in compliance with the requirement and remains protected against COVID, because we've seen more than 98% of them are fully vaccinated.
So to be very clear, would the President welcome those who left the service or refused to get vaccinated if they now say, I want to serve the United States military?
So look, that is something that the Department of Defense has to decide on specific service members. What I can tell you, look, that again, they have a process on how that runs. The Department of Defense, we will let them run that process. What we can say is that, you know, the President, as I mentioned, he's going to sign the NDAA. He was very clear, I was very clear from here about how, you know, how he opposed the fact that congressional Republicans removed a vaccination mandate right from that piece of legislation.
Let me ask you one more question just to punctuate what we've been saying about what happened on the Hill today. Obviously, we're getting the executive summary, getting new details about all of this. I know you don't want to interfere in any form with what the Department of Justice is going to decide, but the fundamental motivation for the president running for office was, as he described it, this battle for the soul of the nation. About 964 people, as I have counted so far, I think is the latest number, have been charged for their role as rioters. But we heard from Jamie Raskin today, ours is not a system of government where foot soldiers go to jail and masterminds and ringleaders get a free pass. If no, quote, masterminds or ringleaders are charged, how does the president sort of view the status of this battle for the soul of the nation?
So I'm certainly not going to get ahead of any legal outcome that may come out of it. But look, but the president, I said this just moments ago, he believes that our democracy is still under attack and that we have to do everything that we can to protect it. He gave two very important speeches on our democracy and where we stand today. And so he believes we have to do everything to protect it. And not only does he believe that, but majority of Americans who exercise their right to vote during the midterms believe the same as well. And so again, we have to do everything that we can to protect it. That's what the president believes. He's going to continue to speak to this. And you know, what we saw on January 6th, as the president has said, was an attack on our democracy. It was the worst attack on our democracy since Civil War.
Just a question on migration. The president tasked the vice president with studying and working on the root causes of some of these issues. I'm wondering if there's any update from this side of the White House on what she's been doing and what she will continue to do as we're expecting an influx at the border after Wednesday.
As you know, the president appreciates the partnership that he has with the vice president. You're right, that has been her charge to work in a diplomatic way in finding the root causes of migration. I don't have anything to lay out specifically on what that work looks like, but again, we appreciate her partnership, and I would probably refer you to her office on anything specific on the work that she's doing.
Okay, and then on another topic, the president said when he was in Nantucket that he will be getting his physical before the end of the year. I'm wondering if you have any update on when that will be, and if those results will be made public before whatever announcement he might make about his future political plans.
So I'm not going to get ahead of his future political plans, not going to do that from here. As you know, I'm covered by the Hatch Act, so really we respect the rule of law from here, so not going to even touch that. But what I can say, and I've said this before, the president is in good health and maintains an active lifestyle, as his doctors have said, and as a number of independent experts also told the New York Times and others, just to highlight that for a second. He will have a physical in the upcoming months, and the results will be released like they were most recently in the same way, and we will be transparent.
So is it still the case, as he told reporters in Nantucket, that he'll be getting it before the end of the year, or has that timeline changed?
I just don't have a specific timeline. All I can tell you is that in the incoming months, he will have a physical, and we will certainly release those results in a transparent way, just like we did last year. That hasn't changed.
I know you've been asked about this before, but just yesterday, Representative Cuellar told Face the Nation that he wants to see President Biden go to the border. He said it doesn't have to be for a photo op, but a leader has to show images of being up.
Or the issues that they may have, just don't have anything to share at this time.
France and Germany sort of re-upped those requests within the last 2 days. I'm just wondering, has the White House responded yet, either publicly or privately?
I don't have anything to share with you on a response, but it is a conversations that we have been having with our European counterparts.
Thank you, Karine. El Paso's Democratic mayor has declared a state of emergency, and he said that he would only do that when he felt he could no longer keep his community or the asylum seekers safe. He's saying that that time is now ahead of Title 42 expiring. What is the White House response to that?
So look, we have, from day one, President Biden has taken steps to reduce disorderly migration while expanding legal pathways for orderly migration. We are in constant communication with the mayor of El Paso. And look, I've talked about the Venezuelan enforcement initiative that's helped drop the migration, which is, as you know, an initiative, by a drastic 90% drop. And we're going to continue to do that work. Look, we're surging resources to the border. We're going to continue to do the work that is needed. We saw from the graphs what that looked like, what the resources were. We're going to ask for the additional funding, the $3.5 billion additional funding requests from Congress, and we want to make sure that we're really truly addressing this challenge. Again, the 23,000 agents that we're currently seeing at the border, that is because of the work that this president has done, and these are, this is a historic number of agents that we see at the border. Again, we're going to continue to ask for additional funding from Congress to assist us in dealing with this challenge at this time.
The resources, though, that you laid out at the top, specifically in El Paso, there's video that was just released by one Republican member of Congress to show that it's really not making a difference. There was one border patrol facility on Friday. He says there are 4,600 migrants in that facility. Its capacity is 1,040, and we're still, Title 42 is still in place they're at 4 times their capacity right now. So is the view that this is working, that those resources are working, that you guys have said are from the work of this president, is that sufficient? Is it working?
I mean, we're asking for $3.5 billion in additional funding to help us, right, with the challenges that we're seeing. So if congressional Republicans are serious about this, serious about dealing with the challenges that we're currently seeing, then they would assist in helping, making sure the men and the women of the DHS has the resources that they need. In the meantime, the Department of Homeland Security is surging resources to the border and have additional robust planning efforts underway. And so, again, we're asking for additional funding. We are surging resources. But if they truly, truly want to assist, instead of doing political ploys like they have been for the past several months, they will, adhere to our funding request that we put forward.
A little bit to Ed's question, though, this push from the podium to get Republicans to send more resources to the border. A lot of them say that, they hesitate to throw more money at a problem with the Homeland Security Secretary saying that the border is secure. And some of the people who'd have to vote on that bill also don't have a lot of details on, what's in it and where that money goes. But all that aside, if you're saying that Republicans aren't doing the work to get this done, and then you have someone like Joe Manchin saying, well, the president has the ability to ask for an extension, he should be asking for an extension because we're at this point where you've got a deadline and a crisis. Is that within the president's authority to do that?
So look, we remained under a court order to lift Title 42. That is a court order. That is a court order that is telling us to lift Title 42, and we're going to comply because we follow the rule of law.
But the administration sought to lift it.
But it is a court order. But that
started by you guys.
It was a court order that has been provided to us, and so now we have to comply, and that is we have to comply by December 21st. It is a law that has been put forward. What I'm saying is that it is a court order that has been presented to us that we are going to comply with. So you've asked a couple of questions, and I'm going to answer them if you give me a second. So in the funding request, the $3.5 billion, I've already listed them out. Happy to do them again. We want to scale up air and ground transportation capabilities to move migrants to processing to less crowded border patrol sectors and quickly remove them if they don't have a legal basis to remain. Set up an additional CBP holding facilities and speed up the processing time so individuals can have their asylum claims heard faster. Hire more than 300 additional agents to join our force of 23,000 agents working to secure the border. 23,000. That is historic. We've not seen that before. And again, that is because of the work that this president has done, giving historic fundings to the Department of Homeland Security. Secure additional technologies and equipment like automated processing system, law enforcement radios, upgraded surveillance and inspection technologies, and more. Increase support for border cities and towns like El Paso. So the $3.5 billion, there is a plan for it. There is a way forward in getting the resources that the men and women of the Department of Homeland Security need to do the work at the border. But what we have been hearing from Republicans and seeing from Republicans in Congress is political ploys. They're not assisting. They're not offering any assistance. Many of them are not. And so we are asking right now, if they are serious about this, they are serious about dealing with the challenges, then they would adhere to our funding requests. And I want to be really careful. Again, look, you know, Title 42 is going to be lifted. Yes, it will. But we are going to move to Title 8. The border is not open. And so I want to be very clear about that, because we were doing the smuggler's job if we spread misinformation. And so, again, just want to be very clear about that. And so I'm going to move on. Okay.
Karine, with regards to Manchin, just to put a fine point on it, because he did go on to say that I think the administration is doing that or will do that with regards to an extension. There are no plans to ask for any sort of an extension. Is that what you're saying?
What I can tell you is we are required by court order to lift Title 42. That's December 21st, and we're going to comply with that order. Any other additional questions about any legal actions, I would refer you to Department of Justice.
And you've said that the border is not open. You said that a couple times. Will the president deliver that message in person next month in Mexico at the North American Leaders Summit?
Again, I don't even have a trip to announce at this time today. All I can tell you is that we are in plans and conversations, so don't even have anything to confirm to speak to a hypothetical. Go ahead.
President Putin traveled to Belarus today. Does the administration have any concerns that there might be additional collaboration between the two countries? Any concern that Belarus may be providing additional military support to Russia?
So we have long been concerned by Belarus's role in Russia's aggression. Belarus has enabled Russia's war against Ukraine, providing support for Russia and allowing Belarusian territory to be used as a staging ground for Russian forces. Look, we continue to monitor Russia's force posture closely. That's something that we have been doing and will continue to do, including in Belarus, and remain in close contact with Ukraine as they valiantly defend themselves against Russia aggression. So we're continuing to do that.
China acknowledged their first 2 COVID-19 deaths since they changed their strict pandemic control policies. Does the administration have any concerns that this change could affect the global supply chain, the global economy, and has the U.S. been in touch with China?
So I don't have anything to read out on any conversation with China. Clearly, all of these things as it relates to the economy, we keep a close eye on. But as you know, we are just not going to comment on China's policy. What we're focusing on right now is making sure that that Americans across the country get the new vaccine. We know the tools that work to protect us from COVID, and so we're going to continue to speak directly to the American people on what those tools are. And again, we encourage Americans to get that new vaccine, especially ahead of the holidays. Yeah. Okay. I'll come to the back second.
You mentioned that the president has been in touch with the mayor of El Paso, but has he talked
to
you?
I said we've been in touch with the mayor.
Have you been in touch with any of the border state governors?
I don't have any calls or readouts to provide on any particular conversations, but because we have an intergovernmental affairs shop, and clearly they tend to be in close touch with mayors and governors across the country. Just don't have anything to provide for you at this time. Hunter?
I'm interested to how important does the president think it is to get the Electoral Count Reform Act passed? In these final days of Democrats going in the House, what message would it send to pass that ahead of the second anniversary of January 6th?
So I think we've been very clear on that particular piece of legislation. We support it. We continue to believe this is a priority and has seen bipartisan support, as you know, in both the House and the Senate. And we hope Congress acts and sends this to the president's desk.
Thanks, Kareem. Oh, you want to go first? I'll go next.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Kareem, I have two questions. So follow up on the COVID in China. Dr. Fauci has said that he worries about the new relaxing of the zero COVID policy going to result in a new wave of infection in China and result in new variants. Is the United States considering any precautions, like that the travelers from China had to produce like a negative result test in the coming month?
So it's the way that we see it is it's important that countries focus on getting people vaccinated and making testing and treatment easily accessible. And so we continue to carefully monitor the state of the pandemic globally so that we can continue to stay ahead of it. We've always heard us say that we want to be 1 foot ahead. And so don't have anything more to share on any specific policy as it relates to China.
Second question. So on the same day when Twitter banned several journalists' accounts last week, and one of the Chinese human rights activists was also who's based in Seattle, her Twitter accounts were also banned and without any warning. So does the White House worry about this trend to reporters and activists, the voices being affected on the internet?
You're talking, say that one more time.
Yes, so her name is Wang Qipeng. She is a Chinese human rights activist based in Seattle. And at the same day of all, a lot of our colleagues here, including VOA's Steve Herman, was banned. Her account was permanently suspended without a warning. So, like the reporters and human rights activists, their voices being affected on the internet. Is that a trend that the White House is worrying about?
So social media companies, they make their own independent decisions about content moderation, but our support for free speech and free press is well documented. Just Twitter, as you know, is a private company, and they will make their own decision on content moderation, but our support, again, for free press and free speech has been well documented, and so I'll leave it there.
Corinne, could I go?
Oh, go ahead.
Thanks. I wanted to ask there's about 100 nominees that are under consideration in the Senate that have not yet been confirmed this year. What's the plan going into next Congress if you can't get them all confirmed this week? Will you renominate them all?
So look, clearly, our nominees are important. The renomination process is clearly important, but I know that people have questions on this. I've gotten it a couple of times, but we just don't have more information to share on what we will do. But right now, we do not have any updates to preview at this time. But clearly, I get the importance of the question. Just don't have anything to preview on what's next. What it's going to look like in the next Congress.
On COVID, you all relaunched the program where people could order tests online last week through USPS. Can you provide an update on how that's going, and when's the plan to close that? How long do people have to order?
That's a good question. Let me check in with Dr. Jha's team. I know that it's been very successful. I think there was a pretty high number of folks requesting for testing. I don't want to get ahead without checking in with him on the exact number, but it has been, very successful. But I don't have a timeline on how long it's going to be made available to Americans.
Great. The latest Twitter files showed that the intelligence community was actively involved in discrediting the Hunter Biden laptop story. Does it bother the president and those at the White House that a government agency like the FBI was involved in suppressing a legitimate news story?
Again, I'm just going to refer you to the FBI. I'm not going to comment from here about that. Okay.
Thank you so much. On migration and Title 42, in June this year, the president was in Los Angeles, and with other leaders, they signed a long declaration on migration. So can you maybe update us on what happened since, and is the administration generally happy with what other countries in the hemisphere are doing to tackle this issue?
So look, we had a very good, as you know, very good meeting with those 19 or 20 countries from the Western Hemisphere. Hemisphere, and as you said, laid out, Ariel, a declaration. Look, we met with the president. Has had a very good relationship. President of Ecuador was here. They've been a very good partner on dealing with the migration issue. We've talked about the Venezuela initiative. So there has been some progress on how we're moving forward with the Western Hemisphere and the migration issue that we're dealing with. But look, we're going to continue to have that diplomacy, and that is something, the reason that we have seen the success, the reason that we've seen that 90% drop in Venezuelans coming into the country is because of the president's leadership on this.
Hey, Corinne. Jamie Raskin, when he was doing the criminal referral in the House today, he brought up the Insurrection Act and its prohibition on people being disqualified from future office. My question is, does the White House think that would apply to the presidency, and are there any concerns about having prosecutors make a decision that, in theory, could have a...
Can you say that again?
Jamie Raskin did a criminal referral of Trump and others, and he brought up the Insurrection Act, and it bars people from holding future professional office, any major office in the U.S. Does that apply to the presidency, and are there concerns about prosecutors, as they look at that case, making a decision that could affect one of the president's opponents?
I would refer you back to the committee. That is not something that I'm going to comment from here about. Look, we're talking about, we're trying to be very careful here. A potential criminal investigation that's going to go to the Department of Justice that they are going to have to make a decision on. We are just not going to get involved in any way, even with that question that you're asking me. Just going to be very, 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 very careful here. We don't want to interfere in any political way, and we're just not going to do that in this administration. But I would refer you with that specific question that the congressman made, the statement that he made, I would refer you to him.
In that case, on immigration, with a quick one on that. It sounds like you're teasing some policy announcements for tomorrow. Would that be an executive order? And are you looking at expanding the people able to apply for asylum online and fly into the country?
Just not going to get ahead of any potential announcement. I would just say, stay tuned, and we'll likely have a call on it. Okay.
Corinne, Texas Governor Abbott said that if Title 42 expires, that the border would be, quote, total chaos. Is that a correct assessment, or what's your response to that?
Here, what I can say, and I've answered this question many which ways from your colleagues today, what I can say is that Department of Homeland Security is surging resources at the border at this time, and we have additional robust planning efforts underway. And, we need Congress to give us the funds we've requested to do this in a safe, orderly, and humane way. And again, I'll say this one last time: if Republicans in Congress are serious about the border security and actually addressing this challenge, they would ensure that the men and women at the Department of Homeland Security have the resources that they need to do their jobs. And so that's what we're going to continue to ask for and request. But again, we are doing the work. The president has been doing the work at the border since day one by first putting forth the immigration reform legislation and also securing funding, historic funding to Department of Homeland Security, that 23,000 agents that matter. That is something we have not seen under any other president. Now we're asking congressional Republicans to assist and do the same. Thank you.
What about the Biden administration funding anti-Semitic organizations?
Thanks, guys.
Well, you were just listening in there to the White House briefing where reporters were really pressing and asking questions on a variety of topics, but a lot of it had to do with the migrant issue, asking for Congress for more funding to help at the border. Well, we also want to show you this content that we have from our team at Fox 5 New York, where they had a city councilman on this morning talking about the issue of the migrant influx, specifically in New York City, saying that they just don't have the room or the housing to be able to help with it. Let's listen into that conversation right now.
Here, the city council is going to hold a hearing today. You're going to start looking into this. What are your concerns?
Well, we're bursting at the seams now. How can we take thousands more per day, by the way? So this is getting to be a situation where we can't house them. And that's a critical situation. We have no room in New York City. There's just no place to put them. And our homeless situation, our shelters are bursting at the seams, like I said. This is a critical situation, and the bottom line, the president must use his executive powers to extend Title 42. It's as simple as that.
But why isn't he saying anything about it? You don't hear him say anything. You don't hear his spokesperson. They say, oh, we got it covered, but no details.
Because he doesn't have the answers. The answer is to secure the borders. And we, listen, we're a sovereign nation. We should get to choose who comes in. Like if we have, we need talent like veterinarians or nurses, like other countries do. We should not just accept everyone. The nation, the world's poor. That's what's happening. New York City is not going to be able to survive if this keeps going on.
And the problem is there's no resources to pay for this. I know the mayor has been increased with an anxiety issue because he has expressed his concerns to the governor and to President Biden, has heard nothing in response. Why is it that we don't see maybe some more vocal and very powerful political people such as Chuck Schumer talking about this? Instead, they're asking for an investigation into a shortage of kids' medicine.
That's very curious. All our leaders, if you look in Washington, they haven't come up with a solution. There has to be immigration reform. That takes Congress, obviously, to work on that. But there's an emergency now. What are we going to do? Even if we got $1 billion, what will we do with that? You can't build housing that fast. So this is are you going to put more tents up? That's ridiculous.
Well, I know City Hall has submitted a $1 billion bill funding request for this. They're still reviewing their application. Do you know what's going to happen with that at all?
Again, I don't even know if you get the $1 billion. Like I mentioned before, what do you do? Do you build more tent cities? We can't, we can't absorb this in New York City. And we need people to come up with a common sense solution. And the answer is secure the border, period.
You just talked about it for a second, City Councilman, about accepting everybody. And I know we're a sanctuary city and we're very, we have open hearts here. But there are people who are leaving New York City because they are concerned about the future of New York City and whether we can afford to keep doing this. What are your thoughts on that, and what do you see in your district?
I see a lot of my constituents moving out, fed up with New York City. We went through this. You remember, obviously, the 80s, the terrible 80s and the 90s, which were high crime. We're going back to that. But again, you have to have people in the middle class stay. And that's who that's my constituents, middle class, and they're leaving. I can't tell you how many of my friends have left already. And everybody's considering it if it gets worse, and it is getting worse.
So with the migrant situation, how many buses, because, we were under the impression like the migrant buses stopped for the last few weeks. They're continuing, and are those clandestine flights in the middle of the night still happening as well, where they're dropping off migrants?
And it's been happening for years. I've been up to the immigration center in Lower Manhattan, and I've seen the hallways. And this is going back when Biden took over in 2021. You see this every day. They were actually processing 50 migrants a day in 2020. Now it's 500, 600, 700 a week, and now it's doubling. So where do you put 31,000 people coming in? What happens? You can't put them in tent cities. We don't have the housing. I mean, some of my constituents are mentioning, send them to Joe Biden's house, the White House. Turn the buses around. We can't absorb this many people coming into New York City.
So what are you going to suggest today during that hearing?
The answer is to actually really secure the border. I'm going to say that. It's not popular with the city council, but anybody else have other ideas? I mean, we can't take this many people, period. We can't even house our own people.
I know,
There's
so true.
not enough housing. What do you do?
And I have to say, I'm seeing more and more people on the street with signs, "We're from Venezuela." I don't know if it's true, but they're using the Venezuelan excuse to, ask for money on the streets. And so it's a very, very sad situation.
Right, and people are coming here because they feel that they could make a great living, they could improve their financial situation. but at what cost to the people who live here? We should have something to say about this. New Yorkers should say something, and we should all be very vocal. We can't take these people coming in at an open border. Secure the borders, period.
Councilman Robert Holden, thank you so much. Good luck today.
Thank you so much again for being with us on Live Now from Fox. Here's a live look at the White House. We have a lot more to get to. We're going to take a 2-minute break. We'll be right back with more headlines right after this. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. We appreciate you being with us on this Monday. We have a lot to get to. We want to start with some new surveillance video that we're getting out of Moscow, Idaho, that shows some of the students who were killed on November 13th, just hours before the murders happened. Fox News correspondent Matt Finn is in Moscow with the latest.
New surveillance video obtained by Fox News Digital came from a property not far from where I'm standing here in downtown Moscow, Idaho. This new video shows Kaylee Gonzalez and her best friend Madison Mogan just hours before they were murdered on November 13th. The father of Kaylee Gonzalez tells Fox News the video shows the girls walking from the corner bar to the grub truck just hours before their deaths. It's not confirmed, but it sounds as if one of the girls asks the other about a man named Adam, which Kaylee's father suggests was their bartender that night, who at this hour, he says, is cleared by police.
We've had that filmed for a while. I believe the business reached out to us directly, and after they had given it to the police. So it was kind of comforting to us because it's just two girls having a good time talking about, asking about their bartender and just being girls on their way to the grub truck.
This new video does show the young woman walking with a man in a hoodie that appears to resemble the same person in the original food truck surveillance video from the night of the murders. Police maintain that man is not a suspect right now. Police continue to ask the public to be on the lookout for that 2011 through 2013 white Hyundai Elantra. They tell us it was there the night of the murders. Here is murder victim Kaylee Gonzalez's father talking about law enforcement's latest search for that car.
They've kind of informed us through communications that they've checked all the easiest paths. So like if this individual had this car registered to his name and it was just something very quick that they could just look up in the area and go right to his house. They've done all the due diligence there. They've done all that. So now they're reaching out and they're going to look to the community to see if this individual borrowed this car.
And police tell me that they don't know the license plate or the driver of that car, and at this hour so far, the car and the driver has not surfaced. In Moscow, Idaho, Matt Finn, Fox News.
Again, police continue to really focus their search efforts on that car that was close to the scene there as they're trying to uncover new details that could hopefully lead them to some answers in these 4 murders. In the meantime, masks are still optional in many big cities, but they are recommending them as the triple-demic of flu, COVID-19, and RSV ramps up. Well, Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams has more. She brings us a story from New York City.
With the holiday season now in full swing, that triple-demic doctors have warned about for weeks, hitting the country hard. Cases of flu, COVID, and RSV overwhelming healthcare systems once again. Right now, the flu is the biggest concern across the country. Every state except Alaska has moderate to high numbers of cases. And the CDC says at least 15 million people have been infected so far this winter, with 9,000 deaths reported, a big uptick from last year. Most doctors say they don't expect the situation to start improving till after the holiday season.
RSV is already on its way down. We usually see young children all get it by now, and now they have. I think flu will peak in January, be on its way down, and COVID also.
Here in New York City, masks are still optional, but with infections spiking, the health department has issued a new mask advisory, urging folks to mask up, but not everyone is on board.
I think I'm done with wearing masks because we've been doing it for 3 years, and I think most of us are vaccinated.
Meanwhile, lawmakers on Capitol Hill are calling on the FDA to do something about the shortages of children's Tylenol and other flu medicines, including ramping up domestic production or increasing drug imports.
Ask anyone who has kids or grandkids, and they'll know that this is happening. These shortages are temporary. They're supply chain shortages, but we need to alleviate them.
It's not just here in New York. Other big cities like Los Angeles have recommended that people mask up, but they've stopped short of a mask mandate. Reporting in New York City, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
And continuing to follow other top stories from around the country, it was the Netflix show that had everyone talking during the COVID shutdowns. That's Tiger King, of course. Fox Business Network's Ashley Webster talked to one of the stars of the series about new legislation that was passed by the Senate, which will prohibit private ownership of big cats.
Why is it that someone in the United States can pretty easily buy tiger, a lion, a big cat that don't belong in suburban settings, don't belong in those types of settings? Up until now, it's been pretty easy for these people to just, hey, I want a tiger, I'm going to go buy one, right?
Up until the Big Cat Public Safety Act, people could buy and sell these cats across state lines. They did it with cash, and that way it wasn't traceable, even though that was illegal to do it across state lines. But now that the Big Cat Public Safety Act has passed, they won't be able to sell them or trade them across state lines or even possess them unless they have a USDA license.
Why has it taken so long? It seems to me an obvious law, but it's taken a long time, right?
It has taken way too long to get this law passed, and I don't understand why, because there have been over 700 incidents where people have been killed or mauled or cats have escaped, and there's just no excuse for it. These are not native cats. They don't belong in cages. They certainly don't belong in private hands.
So will this law be able to prevent that?
This law will prevent the private ownership of these cats. The people who have them can keep them, but they never keep them past adulthood. So as soon as those cats end up going out to sanctuaries in the next 5 years or so, this entire problem in the United States will be over.
Do you think the whole Tiger King chaos helped in the long run bring attention to this issue, as strange as it was, and then eventually this law was able to be passed?
For all of the flaws in Tiger King, there was one scene where they were ripping that baby tiger through the wire to use as a pay-to-play prop, and when people saw that, they were outraged. And I heard so many people after that say, these animals don't belong in cages, they belong in the wild. And I was so thankful to hear that, and I think now Congress has heard that.
That's terrific. So obviously this is it's been a passion of yours, but I'm sure the fight doesn't stop here, right?
My passion is to see all wildcats living free. This is the first step to being able to save them in the wild where they belong.
And this is Jasmine
400-pound tiger that was confiscated from a private owner in Ohio. Just one example of a very big illegal trade in wildlife. In fact, wildlife trafficking is the third largest illegal trade behind drugs and weapons. And it's hoped this new federal law will put a big dent in that trade and protect beautiful animals just like Jasmine.
Well, it is that time of year again when we start to tip a little extra to our service providers. Fox's Mills Hayes is in Minneapolis with more on how tipping trends have changed since last year and what you should know before giving out cash.
Getting into the holiday spirit for many consumers means tipping a little extra to the mail carrier, hairstylist, trash collector, just to name a few. But this year, a new survey from financial site Bankrate reveals tipping trends have changed since last year. Americans reporting they plan on tipping lower amounts on average compared to 2021.
Besides inflation, I wonder if the COVID recovery is part of it. That maybe people tipped more generously last year because of the pandemic.
Bankrate's analyst Ted Rossman says the biggest tipping decline is for child care providers. The median planned gratuity dropping from $50 in 2021 to just $25 this season. But overall, the survey shows more consumers plan to hand out holiday tips. For instance, 56% of people saying they will tip their housekeepers, up from 47% last year. Etiquette expert Diane Gosman says while it is customary to tip during the holidays, it's important to have a plan, starting with a priority list.
Your first priority is your budget. So you want to make sure that you are able to tip and gift appropriately.
She suggests gift cards make great tips, and for many shoppers, they also help keep them from overspending. This customer says she's gifting spending cards for another reason.
They never like what I give them.
But who you should tip and how much, experts say, depends on each relationship.
This tip/gift should be personal. So I think it's important to think of the person who's receiving the gift or the tip and make sure it fits their lifestyle and their preferences.
For those who can't afford to tip extra this year, etiquette experts suggest a simple thank you. In Minneapolis, Mills Hayes, Fox News.
And speaking of that time of year, Christmas came early for a family in Austin, Texas, as a lieutenant in the U.S. Air Force who hadn't seen his family since May made a surprise trip home just in time for the holidays. Here's this sweet story from our Fox Austin team.
Scott Parks has been serving our country for 17 years, married for 15 of those, stationed in Hawaii with his wife and kids, but in May, deployed to the Middle East.
They were anticipating 365 days. We told my kids that R&R didn't exist this time around. So they're just kind of bummed and thinking, all right, well, Dad's just going to be by himself this year. And
he wasn't around for birthdays, Thanksgiving.
It is hard being away and just missing those special moments with your family.
And they didn't expect him to be here for Christmas.
Just the other day, my middle daughter, she was crying, just missing me.
Saturday night, more tears. This time, happy ones.
Means everything. I mean, these kids have been through a lot. 7 months so far, and you know, they needed this. Their little spirits lately, it's just been really rough this past holiday season, so this was just something that we wanted to surprise them with.
The best Christmas gift they could ask for.
What'd you ask Santa Claus for Christmas? Oh, well, it came true. Come home.
Our family unit is now whole, and I want to just embrace that now.
Just hang out. Just be with each other. That's the biggest thing.
It's going to be a really good Christmas for us.
You have to love stories like that. They are my favorite, especially this time of year. And speaking of the holidays, we do want to remind you that we will have live coverage tracking Santa on Christmas Eve. That's Saturday night. We hope you join us as we follow his journey around the world. In the meantime, we are going to take another 2-minute break. We'll be back with more top stories right after this. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. As we continue to bring you top headlines from across the country, we do want to go back to a story that we've been following all throughout the weekend, where on Friday out of Chicago, 2 teens were killed leaving school. Police say that a person drove by and shot 2 teens in the head. Both of those teenagers did die, and we know that 2 other teens were also injured in this. Well, today, students at that high school on Chicago's west side had a walkout to protest gun violence. Let's listen in there.
Tell us your relation.
Oh, well, last year we got really close. Well, started when he had asked for my Snapchat, and we started talking a lot. He used to always bring me food. Like, he would miss a little bit of his period to bring me food, and he was so sweet. He would always. I remember one time he called me at night, asking if I was up, and he told me, he's like, "Get on the game, you know." We got on, we played till midnight, and the next day we had school, and he told me, he's like, "Let's go get food." He was always so sweet, and even if it lasted a pretty while, and then we ended on good terms, and even after that, he used to always dab me up in the hallways, always. Actually, the recent message we texted about like 2 weeks ago, and I had one at downtown, and he texted me saying, "Oh, like, I wanted to go with you, I wanted to go with all you guys to have fun." And I was looking back through our messages, and it just broke me, because I regret not inviting him, and I regret not, it's just a regret I have, because he was just so sweet. He was always, never failed to make me laugh, never failed anything. I was looking through our memories, pictures of me and him. He took me on a date here at Subway, Dunkin', McDonald's.
Here Friday, right? You said at school?
Yeah, so we were coming out, and all you hear is just the gunshots. I start running. I get a call. I don't know who it is, though. I get a call. Well, my friend gets a call. I was with her. She gets a call, and she says, "They just shot Brandon." And I'm like, "Brandon? Like, that Brandon I was with?" She goes, "Yeah, they shot Brandon." And I was like, "Is he okay?" He's like, "No, they just shot him in the head." And in the car, my dad picked me up, and then I get a report, like a message saying he's dead. And
what went through your mind? I can't imagine how you felt.
Also, let's make sure not to re-traumatize our youth with the questions we're asking them.
Does it help, can I ask you, does it help to be together with your classmates?
Yeah, most definitely, yes. Because I feel like if it wasn't, I don't know, I just felt more connected, because I checked up on all my friends. I checked if they were okay. I checked if they checked up on me, and it was just like traumatizing. I couldn't even sleep at night, just replaying that same image in my head. And after that, I was looking through our messages, and it was just crying. He was too pure. He's too sweet for this world. I can't imagine how his mom feels. Like, he would always talk about his little sister. His little sister was the one he would always talk to me about. And I just feel so bad for her. I feel bad for his family, and I just... Yeah. ¿Mande? ¿Yo con su familia? ¿O con él? Pues el año pasado sí era muy cercana con él, porque teníamos clases juntos todos los días y siempre le veía. Este año sí salimos un poquito, y salimos como unas 2-3 veces, porque pues me invitaba y él la invitaba. security, because I did hear that a security ran with the kids instead of staying, and I mean I get it, but I don't think that's what the school needs. I think the school needs to get the security up, to get obviously people to talk to them, because it's a healing process. There's many, it's not just me, it's many. He had many friends, and I know they're traumatized. I know my friend was traumatized because he's seen. I know my friend, my Melly, she told me, she said that when she flipped him over, you could just see that he wasn't responding, and I don't know, I couldn't imagine what she's going through. And
anything else you want to say?
Just, I hope they find him. I hope they do. And I know somebody knows who it is. I know somebody knows, and just speak up, man. We can't let this slide. Please say who it is. It's not.
You were just listening in there to students outside of this high school in Chicago on the west side, as 2 high school students were killed and 2 other teens injured, and following a shooting outside of Benito Juarez Community Academy in that neighborhood on Friday around 2:30 on the afternoon on Friday. Shortly after dismissal, officials said gunfire erupted outside the school. Sources of Fox 32 Chicago say that all 4 victims were Juarez students shot on their own campus as they're getting ready to start the weekend, certainly holding a walkout today on Monday to protest gun violence and ask for help locating that suspect. The walkout comes after 4 teens were shot, 2 fatally, on the school grounds on Friday. The walkout meant to protest violence, and students, they plan to leave their classes around 12:55. We want to take us out back to some more remarks as the students walking out on campus today.
No, the press is keep insisting, so we're going to say that we're mourning the lost, and then, you know. Yeah, so now we're just saying that we're mourning the lost. I'm just going to say like the comments mainly from the youth. And, yeah. So la comunidad está en este momento en tragedia. Nos piden que por favor simplemente que estamos en tragedia y que vamos a esperar unos días para, sí, está en una.
You're just listening into more remarks there outside of that Chicago high school. Certainly a tragic moment that we followed closely very much here on Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us as we continue on just past the 4 o'clock hour here on this Monday. Certainly a lot of people celebrating the holiday season as we continue on. Of course, we'll get you all the headlines from around the country today, including that January 6th hearing where they made referrals for both civil and criminal charges to be potentially filed as they pass them along to the Department of Justice. We'll have much more coverage on that coming up in just a little bit. But I want to get us out right now to our Fox weather team as they are covering a major snowstorm, which potentially has some white Christmas ramifications here, and we'll continue to follow that here on Live Now from Fox. Let me pull up the feed real quick as they're covering this Christmas week blizzard from around the country. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Of what you can do to stay safe and also what's going to be happening. Here's the latest. The major winter storm will snarl travel from the plains to the northeast. In fact, many of you I know are wondering, okay, what's it going to look like as we travel home to see family? You're kind of backing up those plans. Maybe you want to leave a little bit earlier and stay a little later. Hey, extra family time, you can't beat it, but I know when it's related to something like this, it can be difficult. Prepare for flight cancellations and significant disruptions for days, okay? You'll want to do that, and heavy snow and dangerous winds are expected to create those blizzard conditions. So not a great situation as we look for this blast of Arctic air to move in. It's going to be really something for these areas that are used to snow on a regular basis in this time of year. But when all of this snow starts to come in and these temperatures that are just frigid and honestly downright dangerous if you don't have the right gear on, make sure you got that puff coat, you'll want to pay close attention to that. The moisture is going to be pulled from the Gulf and it's going to run into the Arctic air as it dives south. And you've got cold air behind this jet stream here as we get into Wednesday. Again, for this Christmas week storm, as we get you prepped up from Kansas City down to Memphis, that's where we're looking at these changes. And then you've got Seattle at 35 for Tuesday, Burns at 31, Missoula 33, and Billings, -1. All right. We thought the 30s were bad. -1's a little worse. Pierre into Wednesday, you're at -1, but add a 0 to that, -10 in Bismarck. So there you go. 27 in Casper, and Omaha, you're at 24 degrees. So as we continue to look at things right here, Des Moines, 1 degree. Minneapolis, 2 degrees. So it's just not going to improve much at all. And one thing we need to look at is the snow forecast. As I told you, this is going to be just a huge amount of snow. And I know those of you that live in these areas are like, we can handle it. And I know you can. I know you know how to handle snow. But when you really look here at Duluth all the way down to Chicago, 18 to 24 inches of snow, that is no joke. And it's something we are truly going to have to prepare for as this comes in. And I know you're going to prep early, so good for you. Again, you may have family with you a couple days longer. Not bad to extend that Christmas holiday, but just make sure you have the supplies you need. Omaha, 30 to 40 mile an hour wind gusts. Kansas City, same thing. And see these wind gusts as they play into the snow. It's going to whip around. It will smack you in the face. And it's really not going to be good as that snow blows down and causes some bigger issues there with all that wind coming down. So want to also talk about this. As the storm progresses, we'll see the eastern half of the country really start to feel these impacts. So as we talk about this, look at this. We've got this heavy rain potential that's going to be coming in. And as it does, you're going to have those potentially damaging winds come with it. Also, widespread snow is expected and blizzard-like conditions could follow. So again, with the snow coming down and then all of the wind that could track with it, that's where we're going to see the big problems. Because as you think of that wind kind of blowing the snow, I said, yes, of course, it can blow you right in the face, but it can cause big problems on the roadways, which it absolutely will. So again, get your supplies early. You'll be really glad you did. Wednesday to Saturday, as we look at the rain forecast, a lot of rain here on the East Coast and some of the eastern states. In fact, my family lives in Charlotte, and they called me today. They said, are we going to see snow or rain? And I really think for them it's going to be a little more wet, as I do for Richmond, Washington, D.C., up in New York, in Boston, right here, 2 to 3 inches of that rainfall Wednesday to Saturday. Mainly snow, though, here in the Midwest. And so, you know, again, I know you're used to that snow, but it's a lot of it. So let's look at future track right now. This is Thursday by about 9 a.m. Columbus, Pittsburgh, Buffalo, Watertown, Binghamton. You're all looking at that heavy rain to come in, and then that snow through Traverse City will come in behind it into Friday. So by Friday afternoon, you've already got the rain, and then you're looking at the snow, and that means that, yes, ice could be a big problem as well. Not a great situation, especially overnight. As we look at Saturday morning, that snow continues really in the Great Lakes areas. And as we look at totals, I showed you there in Chicago, you know, about 18 to 24 inches. Right here between Burlington and Buffalo, about 8 to 12 inches down toward Cleveland, Ohio, and in Columbus, about 5 to 8. I used to live in Columbus. Kids love this, but the thing is you always had to prep early because people know in these areas, if you don't prep early, you're not getting to the store. Supplies get wiped out there too, but more so, it's just dangerous to drive, even though they know how to do it up there. The snow's so heavy, it's really hard to dig out of it. So something to think about Thursday through Sunday with that snow forecast and all of the snow that's going to come down, even into Charleston, West Virginia. Tough to drive through there. It's so mountainous in some of those spots. You're going to have anywhere from under an inch to about 1 to 3 inches. Ian, that's what I'm watching right now. What have you got?
Better late than never. Great to have you with us back here in New York City. We're talking about the chill.
You're just listening into Fox Weather as they're continuing to cover all the major blizzards, the potential white Christmas coming to the Midwest, as you saw feet of snow and sub-zero temperatures for a lot of those people out there. Of course, you can follow Fox Weather here on their app. You can scan the QR code on their screen as they will get this here, and you can watch that very closely here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, this is a look at it, and of course, tune in there with the full coverage of what's going on Fox Weather as well. Well, we're going to continue on here on Live Now from Fox. President Biden has signed a 1-week stopgap funding last Friday to revert a possible government shutdown. It extended the deadline until December 23rd, just a few days from now. On the floor of the U.S. Capitol, we're hearing from different senators, different members of Congress as they were talking about this and potentially funding the government moving forward. I want to take us out to some remarks from senators, including Republican Mitch McConnell.
At the helm of the Intelligence Committee, or his mastery of the most complex matters as head of the Banking Committee, or his time lending a steady hand to institutional priorities as Rules Committee chair, or, more recently, the years our colleague has spent in the number 1 or number 2 slots on top of the Appropriations Committee, directing the American people's money into key national priorities, most especially our constitutional duty to provide for the common defense. But Richard's Washington expertise never came at the expense of his home state roots. Just the opposite. The national renown that Richard Shelby accrued was just a pathway by which his beloved Alabama came to punch more and more above its weight. A long line of Shelby staffers have learned that there's no need for a road map or a GPS when they've got the senator himself in the car. Our friend knows every single back road and highway exit. He knows every good meet and three. And if there's ever time to stop in for lunch or coffee, just pick a spot and Richard will know a handful of the folks inside. How exactly has our colleague sustained this level of sharpness and influence over such an historic career? Well, for one thing, I understand the seasoned chairman is a frequent visitor to, quote, the Health Committee. That's his moniker for the Senate gym. Likewise, I have it on good authority that at one point our friend held the distinction of having more books checked out in his name from the Library of Congress than any other member in either chamber. Occasionally, though, having such a voracious reader for a colleague can lead to trouble. Years ago, shortly